Welcome everybody to the beautiful country that is Wales. We are at this brand new motocross circuit here. There it is, Monster Mountain MX, just outside of Merthyr Tydfil in South Wales. It's going to be an epic day's racing. The amount of investment that has gone into this new venue is unbelievable. So Darren Lewis and his crew and everybody, thanks for that. Another new venue for the Michelin MX Nationals. So sit back and enjoy the action. It's a long old lap. There's going to be some great racing today. Let's buckle in, folks. Yeah, it sure is. We've been blessed with beautiful weather. My name's Jeff Perrott. I am joined by Super Cali Man. You can't see him, and it's probably a good thing, but you'll see him later on. He is rocking some...
There's a jazzy shirt going on,
some get-up. My cohort, my good pal, Callum Swan. Callum, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm really good. This place is pretty... Well, I mean, it's complete. I've never seen anything like it other than in the States.
Looking at that,
it's been a challenge, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if we look at this this view that you're seeing at home, that to me just looks like a spaghetti western with bikes on it.
Yeah,
it's got that Californian feel about.
I
never thought I'd say South Wales is like California.
No, it looks like Indian Reserve land. It literally looks like you're in the middle of Indian Reserve. Looks like Parlour, like that same sort of landscape. Just nothing, absolutely nothing. Last night it was beautiful though. The moon was amazing. And then seeing the sunrise and stuff, it was quite pretty in ways, but there's just nothing.
You're an old romantic, aren't you?
Look, I'm a bit weird. I'm not going to lie. I do like stuff like that.
So do I.
Mate.
Yeah, so we had some brilliant racing yesterday. We're going to talk about that in a while. This is such a buzz about this place. Obviously, there's been a big build-up to it. It was kind of on the low. It started last year, then it all went quiet, and then the last big push to get it all done. So to give you some insight, some of you may have seen this already on social media, we're going to play a little VT here about the whole track build and what went into it. So sit back and enjoy this, and we'll be back with you shortly.
So we're back at Monster Mountain. We've had a long winter, but we're back. We're pretty close to finishing now. We've done a hell of a lot of work. We've managed to get all the top layer on the track now. After last year, obviously, we built the whole track, got it pretty much done. And then the only thing left to finish this year was to put the riding layer on. And we're pretty much ready now to have bikes on it. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes, so Darren has done a hell of a lot. And Darren is the man that got us here in the first place. So he's the one when we first come to have a look at this landscape, he was the one that brought it all up, and he's done a lot of work behind the scenes. He's moved literally mountains to make this happen, and even all the infrastructure work he's done, it's just unbelievable the scale that they've gone to. The facility is a massive asset for the British motocross, and yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing the bikes on the track.
Hi, I'm Shane Carlos. I ride an Escavana 254 stroke for FUS, Marsh Power Sports. Yeah, so first impression of Monster Mountain is amazing, to be honest with you. Obviously, I'm a local boy. I probably live the closest house to this track, so yeah, very big weekend for me. Been up here a couple of times, to be honest with you, when Alfie and the boys have been building it, and just can't get over the amount of work and the machinery and the amount of soil they've put into this track is amazing. Just went out and done like a 20-minute session just to get used to the track, and it's amazing, to be honest with you. The wood chip, the corners, the rollers, the jumps are massive. Yeah, it's amazing.
Hi, it's John Adamson here riding for AC United Gas. We're here in sunny Wales for a change, riding the new Monster Mountain MX. Just had the initial ride out, done 3 or 4 laps, and it looks like some big jumps I can scare myself on, so it's all good. Initial thoughts when I came in, I thought, such a vast place, it's very similar to home, apart from they all speak funny here, and the track's absolutely ginormous. The track's perfect, and just on a scale times 10.
Hey, it's Nicholas here, riding for Cap Screen's current Yamaha. We are at Monster Mountain MX facility, new track. It's quite nice. Feels like kind of like America. Quite big jumps, waves, dragon backs. It's quite nice to have something new. I think for the weekend, first race, it should be good. Like after one day riding, and yeah, I think it's good. It's a good thing to have a like big new nice track.
Was the test day over and done with. What a day. Alfie and I have been up here, what did we do, 4 weeks in September last year, just before Cardiff Supercross, and then we've been up here another 4 weeks now, and what a venue. For someone to put something like this into British motocross with the current state of affairs, with losing tracks, what an amazing gain to gain a facility like this. From the moment you drive in and see the first bit of fencing, to then look at the track, to the new start gates, to the signs, to the marshal huts, unbelievable. Like, Darren has really taken on board every single note and sort of advice we've given, and here it is, a fantastic venue. You're not going to get many venues and opportunities to ride a venue like this. So anyone that does get to, just respect it, because, you know, wow, it's a one in a lifetime. Like I said before, I've been around the world. I've done a lot of venues and a lot of mileage. I dread to think how many tons of dirt that I've moved, but this project 100% is the most amount of volume of material we've moved to build a racetrack. And you'd only ever do that with someone like Darren. With the commitment he put in to build this facility is unreal, and the continued development that he still wants to put in, you're going to struggle to achieve that anywhere else, I think, in the world at the moment. Like, you know, other than the States, the kind of funding you need to put a facility like this on, wow, what an investment. And you know, for British motocross, it's great to have a venue that, bang, not only can you hold, you know, a national, you know, you can hold a club event, and then with the tweaks, I'm sure you can hold a Grand Prix. You know, that was the venue. It's hard to build a venue that ticks all three of those boxes, but I think this one really does. You know, the wow factor from, like I said before, the wow factor is really there when you walk in the gate. All the jumps look sick today, even little John having a go at busting out a jump that's really not meant to be there, but fair play for having a go at it. Even down to the little kids riding the 65s, having a go at the tabletops, the step-ups, even having a little go at the triples and 85 and stuff like that. So it's available, you know, the track's there for all capabilities, and I'm pretty sure we'll give some bloody good racing.
Beyond tires, Michelin has applied its high expertise in a product range for everyday use, no matter the weather. No matter the type of grounds, no matter your ambition. Michelin cares about you however you choose to move. Discover our product range for a safer and stress-free life in motion now.
Welcome back, folks. Okay, you can see the Sintel Super Mini class lining up. They had 2 races yesterday. Callum, I'm going to quickly run through how that went. In the first moto, that was won by Josh Vell in the big wheel, ahead of Charlie Richmond and Jamie Keith. Alfie Getters-Green came in 4th, ahead of Lewis Spratt. In the small wheel category, Lucas Lee took the victory ahead of Joel Wynn, Stanley Dawson, then Arthur Moore, Archie Butterfield and Ollie Truman. Second moto went to Jamie Keefe. He rode the wheels off that thing to stick one over on Josh Vale. Josh came in second, Charlie Richmond third, Lewis Spratt for fourth, and then Harry Lee for fifth. In the small wheels, it was Ollie Waters taking the race win ahead of Joel Wynn, Stanley Dawson, Ollie Thurman, Arthur Moore and Archie Butterfield. So here we go.
Yep.
Love the small wheels, love the big wheels, super minis on a massive track.
Yeah, I think the track's going to be better for these guys as well today. They haven't ripped it quite as deep. So hopefully, you know, these guys are going to have a lot more fun and find a better flow. Because I think a lot of the racing yesterday was a bit like follow the leader on it. So let's hope we get some with some really good racing in this. Sintol 85
Here
Super
we
Mini class.
Go then, gate drop, they are underway. The lap times, by the way, yesterday were around the 2:30, 2:35. They came down after that. It
Still
is
quick.
Charlie Richmond with the whole shot. Stanley Siebert there in second. Can't see Josh Vale. You should be able to see him because he is big. He is ready for a 125.
He definitely is.
The dude is ready for a 125.
Probably last year he could have ridden a 125 by the look of his stature. Like, he's a big kid.
Alfie Getters Green going round the outside there into second as they go through the rollers, then up to this behemoth uphill triple. John Addison had a go at quad in this, as you probably saw in the VT just before we had, and just bounced.
That
I didn't
was
quite
just
make
insane.
it. Yeah.
So obviously the 85s with this class, they're all on 2 strokes as well this weekend. So probably like to mention we're at an extremely high altitude here. I haven't got the meter reading. I'd like to find that out. But these guys will be struggling with power as well a little bit. You're definitely going to notice that there's a bit less power in your bike. Jetting and things like that is going to be seriously important for these guys. So I imagine the dads have had a very busy evening changing jets around.
Yeah.
And that's basically, for people that don't know, how the fuel and air mixes in the carburetor to get it.
And with the heat as well, you know, that's going to be obviously an issue as well because it is warm. It's windy up here, like you said.
But it is still warm. So
we're
yeah,
just
it's going to be a challenge for the 2
trying
strokes.
to find them on the track, but they've disappeared. They're going to spin these guys around. I don't know where our fixed camera's gone. We can't seem to pick up any riders at the minute. Bear with us, bear with us.
We'll be back in the room any minute. We are just trying to get this sorted. There we are. We've got some riders on. Oh, we're good.
You can see on screen that is Alfie Getters Green. He's still in second. Charlie Richmond leading the way. Who's that up to third? That looked like Jamie Keefe, yesterday's second moto winner.
Yeah, he was ripping in that second moto yesterday.
Yeah, he was. Charlie Richmond started off well in both motos, but he basically got pipped in both of them. When he had second in the first moto, third in the second.
Obviously, this class is mixed as well. Big wheel and small wheel. We run them together, so you will find the odd small wheel guy out there. How it works, obviously, the leader of the small wheels may be in 10th, 12th, 6th in the in the race, but it is scored differently. If you do want to check that out, we haven't got the timing up on the screen yet, but you can go on My Laps and you can select the category. So if you are following a small wheel rider and you want to know where they are, just get My Laps up on your phone and you can track that yourself.
Okay, the Planet Moto first lap leader in this one was indeed Charlie Richmond, rider number 30, who's on screen now. There he is. He was the Planet Moto first lap leader, so he picks up 5 points. What the Planet Moto first lap leader is, it's a championship within a championship. Basically what we do is we take the top 5 over the line. First rider over the line gets 5 points, down to 5th place gets 1.
Yep.
Those points accumulate. Whoever's got the most points at the end of the year is going to win a holiday with Planet Moto down to Spain.
Nice.
Where the guys take your bike down there.
Yep.
They basically put you up for a whole week's riding. I think it may even be 2 weeks, I don't know. But Max Flint and the guys.
And they've got a lovely villa, haven't they? It's all very nice.
So that's what the Planet Moto first lap leader is all about. So throughout the day, with the exception of the pros, they don't need a holiday down there.
No.
Well,
I think a lot of them end up there in the winter anyway, don't they? Grinding it out.
Yeah, so we'll be doing that across all classes other than the pros today. So we just got to try and sort out, obviously, the back side of the circuit, try and get some more coverage for you guys down over there. Hopefully we'll do that soon.
It's such a vast place, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's such a huge place. And, yeah, it's been a challenge, obviously, getting enough cameras on this place to to get everything in shot. Who's that? Is that Josh?
No, that's some of the riders towards the back. I think that's Christopher Brinley, actually. Yeah, so you can see the size of the venue. Sorry, that's not making you nauseous. That's that brilliant off-camber turn that they've put in there.
Yeah. Yeah, so, well, they've tried building in a little bit of everything, haven't they? You know, it's this track, we've got elevation, there's triples, there's rollers, off-cambers. The crew have worked so hard to build something of a spectacle up here, really where there's nothing.
Well, yeah, it's we said it's high up. Callum asked me what the altitude was earlier on. Of course, I didn't know that. We're high up.
I looked at you as a man of wisdom, and you look like you know stuff.
I'm not a weatherman, mate. You know.
No, I know, but you look like you know torque settings for weird, obscure things.
That's the maturity, because I'm bald and with a beard. So
yeah.
Meanwhile, while we got this going on, we're trying to get the live timing up for you guys on screen. But let me I've got it somewhere here on said phone. So I'm going to run it by you guys of where we're at regards of the running order after 2 laps in this race, or 1 complete lap. I'm going to go with big wheel only for now. I'm not going to do them as they're running. Let's just do it by class. It's Charlie Richmond leading the way ahead of Jamie Keith, and then number 479, Josh Vale. In 4th is Alfie Green ahead of Lewis Spratt. In 6th position is Blake Ward-Clark. Lance Finley Pickering for 7th. 8th is Danny Flood. 9th, Harry Lee, and then Riley Small is in 10th. 11 to 20, Reed Stanley Siebert. Then it's Owen Kenningley. Then we got Travis Bixby for 13th. 14th is George Clark. Harley O'Callaghan, he's currently in 15th ahead of Archie Cogden. Then we have in 17th Regan Rogers, Archie Stapley for 18th. 19th is Charlie James, and then Mason Jones rounds out your top 20. 21, by the way, so many stacked out Super Mini class.
Yeah,
so
really good. I was just about
awesome.
to think that. Really good names. You know, a lot of these kids, they're the best kids in the country, aren't they? You know, minus a handful that might do other series. But yeah, we've got pretty much the best here in the Sintol Super Mini 85cc class.
In 21st is JC Dix. Then we have Marley Alder, for 22nd. Zane Stevens is in 23rd. 24th wildcarding is Andy Pigford. Then we have Tyler. Who's that down there? Is that Ollie Bubb? Not Ollie Bubb, sorry.
55 maybe?
Yeah, Ollie Waters, sorry.
Yeah.
Not Ollie Bubb, he's in the 125 class. Yes, Ollie Waters on the Matt Gardner Racing KTM has just
and that's the thing, starting the bikes, you know, at altitude as well, you'll see who's kicking it, can be jetting issues, all sorts of stuff.
It can indeed. So he's up to 23rd, Zane Stevens. Then it was Andy Pigford for 24th. Tyler Townsend, 25th. Ethan Jordan, 26th. Then it's Jack Bullock, 27th. 28th is Samuel Logan, ahead of Silas Mandeville. Then we have Finley Markham, and then in 31st position is Christopher Binley. Small wheel then. That would have probably changed on this lap. Joel Stanley leads the way ahead of Arthur Moore.
7 seconds over Arthur Moore as well.
Then we got Lucas Lee for 3rd. He took a race win in the opening moto yesterday. Then it's Ollie Waters, but he now looks like he's dropped out of that place now because we've just seen him on screen. So he's probably down out of the field. Archie Butterfield for 5th, then Ollie Truman 6th, Charlie Ward for 7th. There you go. That's the current running order. We are working on getting the timing up.
That's a big jump. That triple up on an 85. I mean, we saw John Adamson go for the quad, but that's a big jump for an 85.
It's huge, yeah.
It's the fact that there's not much of a pocket for them to land in. You know, when you're looking at an 85 compared to a big bike, you've got a lot less suspension travel. And I was just watching them then. You really got to land in a sweet spot, or you could take your wrists out completely, I think.
You would indeed. Right, there we go. We've got at least a top 10 running order in the race. I'll keep you up to speed, or me and Callum will keep you up to speed with the small wheels, because obviously traditionally the small wheels very rarely break the top 10.
Yeah, we've seen it.
We've seen it. Yeah, so
did Hayden Stat do that one?
Yeah,
he did.
So that's a good shot there. You can see just the air time that the lads get. That's a big old jump.
It is. Some of them, I mean, I definitely wouldn't want to. It would take me a long time to warm up for these at my mature age. You know, I was watching some of the expert riders and stuff, and I'm just like, wow. I'm old. I don't want to do that anymore. I appreciate it. I love watching it. But I'm very past wanting to do it. I like a traditional track with no jumps.
Well, yeah, it's an age thing, mate. It happens to us all.
It's just come over me. Yeah, I just don't like them anymore.
Oh, that happened. Yeah, that's it. Like I said,
I think it's having kids, isn't it?
Yeah,
changes your perspective
suddenly
on life.
realise.
Like you start getting older and enjoying your life so much, and you're just nah.
We're just working. You can't see it on the screen yet, but we're just working on a few little static cameras down by the track, so try and get a sense of speed. We're putting one on the outside of the first corner, so hopefully we'll be able to get that up on screen in a minute. And when the riders come rattling up that super fast start straight,
50 miles an hour at that part.
There you go. Now we're on screen.
Wow.
Now you're getting a sense of speed even on these 85s. And that's actually where they're starting to get off the gas. Some of them, well, whatever that was.
Well, some of them. I mean, if you've got any sense about you again, I would be getting off the gas.
Yeah. And then we've got a great static corner on, I think, which is the finish corner. So you get a sense of the lean angle with the ruts. And that will get deeper throughout the day.
That got so technical yesterday. I went and had a look at the pro practice and when they were going through there. And that corner got super technical. It really was... you know, it looked like it was a challenge to get through there.
There you go. That's fine. Just sort of like come through the shot on that finish corner.
It's just been quite different today. Yeah. Better racing on it.
And we changed the schedule today. We put the pros out first on a fresh track.
Yeah.
To sort of try and make better lines, basically.
Yeah, cuts the lines in, yeah.
Faster, sort of flowing lines. And then obviously the smaller bikes will then follow.
I always prefer that. I think back when I used to race back in the day, the track was always better on the Sunday because of that. You know, like I did the KWS. I don't even remember that.
I absolutely remember that, mate.
And it was always better on the Sunday once the pros have been out and shake the track up because, you know, when amateurs don't. I mean, I have no clue what I'm doing. I just come into a corner and I'll follow a rut. Like there's not a lot of thought. Where a pro rider's, there's a lot more negotiation in there and a lot more thinking. Right, if I come into the corner here, how's that going to affect the next corner? So on, so on, so on. So there's a lot more thought, and I think that just, it puts the track in completely differently. This is a completely different track today. The way it's cut.
Okay, we're going to try and get the guys out there in the field, the cameraman, to basically follow the race leader, which is number 30, Charlie Richmond. So if we can get the our camera crew following the race leader, number 30. If we can find him on circuit somewhere, that would be great. You can see it starting to cut up. Just keep an eye on where we're at. They're quite spread out, but we kind of knew they would be because of the size of the circuit. It's absolutely massive, as we said. As this cuts up, their second moto today, I bet they're edging towards the 250, nearly 3-minute lap time for the youth.
I would say so, because you're going to get this track's going to cut out. It's fresh, it's not settled yet. You know, like I think if you left this track alone until next year, it'd probably sink a foot or the whole of it, because the ground's not yet settled. So it takes time for something like this to develop.
We have 12:43 on the clock, so...
Alfie Jedda's green going through.
Yeah, that was 4th place you just saw going over the line, so we're trying to find race leader still, Charlie Richmond. Listen, he's had a 2nd and a 3rd so far this weekend. There he is, coming up the start straight. I think that was Charlie, just going round the first corner. Oh, no, that was Geddes Green, sorry.
That was Geddes Green, yeah.
Yeah, so Charlie's further afield. That is there, I think. Camera 2, was that him just going for the shot? It was Jamie Keith. So, Jamie is currently in 2nd. So the running order, as you can see, is Charlie Richmond, Jamie Keith, Josh Vell, Alfie Geddes Green, Blake Ward Clark in the small wheel. There's Blake Ward Clark having a real good dice with number 21, Lewis Spratt. So that battle there is for 5th and 6th. Small wheel, you have Joel Winstanley now with a monumental 18-second lead. He's just crossed the finish line in the small wheels, number 236, ahead of Arthur Moore. So Arthur out there repping the only Yamaha out in the field, actually.
Really?
Yep, he is out there. I think he is anyway.
Come on, we need more blue crew. What's going on?
Well, we're working on that. In 3rd place is Lucas Lee. 4th is Archie Butterman, and then in 5th is Ollie Truman. 6th is Charlie Ward. Ollie Waters, as we saw after that mistake, he's dropped down to 7th position in the small wheel class. So if we can still try and pick up and follow the race leader, that would be awesome. We're just trying to find him ourselves. Rider number 30, Charlie Richmond, who's having a blind here.
Is he wearing camouflage gear or something? I'm trying to find him. Oh, we're on one? Ah.
There he is. That's him.
Yeah, we've
Let's
got
follow him round.
Got
Let's
it.
stick with that rider right there. If we can get that directive out to the camera crew. He is still your race leader, but it looks like Jamie Keith.
Yeah, Jamie Keith's on the
right,
hunt.
let's try and stick with this because Jamie Keith is now really close. He is only, let's check the times, he's now got it down. He set the best lap time. He is now just shy of 3 seconds behind Charlie Richmond. So there's Charlie.
Be a little bit closer than that. Just before the rollers, he did look very close, but then it looks like Charlie's maybe edged it out again a bit. But you're going to get lappers, aren't you? You're going to get a little, like see there. You're going to have back markers because they're in a race of their own as well. You know, a lot of the small wheel guys, they're doing their own thing and they're battling for position. So you are going to get that a little bit of a crossover, but that's good for these guys. They've got to learn how to deal with those situations.
Well, that didn't look like 3 seconds to me. Jamie Keith, I think, is definitely pulling in, and Josh Fell is also only 3 seconds off the back. Now, Josh has obviously stayed down to try and win this championship. You know, he can do that. Of course, he's in the age bracket to do that. Many thought that he'd move up, and follow Billy Askew and go up to the bigger class, to the 125s or the 250. Certainly 125. He hasn't. Now, Josh can muscle a bike, but when we're talking fast, flat out, he's probably a couple of kgs more or heavier than his competition.
Yeah, but he's probably going to be stronger. You know, you do get, there's pros and cons to that, isn't there? There always is. But on these 85s, especially at elevation, you're going to want as much power as you can get, and yeah, weight's going to probably be a factor. Yeah.
So again, this lean angle on the finish line. There is, there is little Arthur Moore. Actually, he's a tiny little rider, just nearly washing the front end through that corner. Somebody nearly hitting our camera there as well.
I think we're going to have a bit of that.
So there's some of the battles with the small wheels going on out there. Is that Jamie coming up the start straight? Yeah, there he is, around for another lap. So there's our race leader going round again. So where is Jamie Keith? There he is there. Oh! Wow. Putting a move. He's not messing about with the lap traffic.
No, get out of the way, son. We've got a
job
to do.
That was close. That was really close.
You know, but the thing is, right, these kids, they're trying to prove themselves, aren't they, to team managers and stuff that are watching them come through. You know, this is the next generation. They can't muck about, can they? You know, if they need to get these results and get them in quick.
So we must be getting close to the last lap here. I'm going to try and run out and grab and try and have a word with Charlie Richmond. If you're okay to hold fort.
I'll man the fort.
Let's see if we grab him. We're going to try and do the winner's circle out in the infield this time. So let's go and see if I can grab the race winner for a few words.
Right, so you're back with me for the moment. We're going to be wrapping this one up pretty shortly. Charlie Richmond still leading the way. Jamie Keith is on a charge, though, trying to get to the front. He's not taking any prisoners. You've seen him nearly destroy a back marker coming up the start straight there. A real high-speed part of the track, but he was just turning in, and that's just that's what they've got to do. I am operating the cameras here. We're trying to find the battle at the front. So just bear with me just for a second, and we're going to try and get there. We need to get eyes on the 30 again. What we got? But yesterday, we've got some results here. Race 1, Josh Vale took the win in that first race. And then Jamie Keith took the second race win. So obviously, Charlie Richmond, we could have another winner, another rider, another win. So that'd be 3 guys taking an overall, well, not taking a race win for the weekend. That makes it really interesting when it comes to the overall. It's going to be really tight between Josh Vale, Jamie Keith and Charlie Richmond. That was the number 80. Just trying to find 30 of Charlie Richmond right now. I say this circuit is huge, but we'll probably be going to Jeff, because there we are. There is Charlie on the screen, heading over to the Michelin man to do his interview. So that's where we're going to be doing the interview. So if you are watching from the paddock, make sure if you're going to have a win that you can get over there to the Michelin man in the middle to get your pre-race interview. Congratulations though to Charlie Richmond taking a win. So that's the 3rd winner we've had in the big wheel class. I don't know how we're going to cue this up. I don't know, like they just have to tell you, aren't they, when to go? Well, mate. That's good, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's good, yeah.
Come around there a bit like that, that's it. Has he got to come round a bit to get the Michelin man in or not? Wow. Notice the wind out there or not?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Over that one there.
Gonna have to go.
Right, we're going to head over to Jeff and Charlie in the winner's circle, where Charlie's going to tell us a little bit about his race.
Right, we are down here with the Sintel Super Mini Moto 3, Moto 1 today winner. 3rd, 2nd, and now a 1st. Charlie Richmond, how does that feel? A big fist pump over the line.
Yeah, it feels mega. It's my first MX National win this year, so I'm happy with that. Got the whole shot and just led from the start.
I mean, you know, you are coming on really well now as we kind of get into, I say it's round 2, but it feels like the season's already been quite long. Looks like you're really getting the grip with the bike. Anybody you want to thank?
I want to thank K&A Construction, Super MX, KTM, Rhino Power, Track Industries, Mobius Knee Braces, and everyone else that supports me.
Great stuff, Charlie. This is going to be an exciting final moto in the Super Mini. The overall is up for grabs. All the best with it, mate. Go and get yourself ready. Okay, that's Charlie Richmond, Sintel Super Mini Moto winner. Now we are going to the Fly Futures class.
Here we are with the Fly Racing Futures MXY1, MXY2 Championship in MXY1 yesterday. Let me have a little look here. I've got the sheets. So, race 1, Freddie Gardner took the race win in MXY1. MXY2, Billy Askew took the race win. It was all a bit changed up for race number 2. Reese Jones taking the race win. Billy Askew again taking the MXY2 win. Billy Askew's been really dominant this year in the on that 250 Revo bike, so we'll see what we're going to get out of him. I imagine he wants to keep his winning streak alive, but this is, yeah, the Fly Racing Futures. Let's go racing. Heads are down. See them all locked in. The gate's dropped. Billy Askew looks like he's going to get another good start round the first corner. He has taken the whole shot on that Revo Kawasaki. So another good start to a moto for him. His season's just been going from strength to strength. It's been pretty impressive to watch, actually. He's definitely ready to move up to the pro class, and he'll be completely solidified in that, I imagine, at the end of the year. Right, we have got George Hopkins up there as well. So George Hopkins just behind on the HJ8 motorcycle gas. So he's trying to chase down the Billy Askew at the minute. So it's the MXY2 guys leading the field. Who's gone down there? That was 14. That was Freddie Gardner. Oh, so Freddie taking a win yesterday as well. That's a bit of a nightmare, but he did have a 10th in race 2, so something came a bit unwound in that. So how do you win 1 and then back down to 10th, and then now he's got to work all the way from the back. So Freddie Gardner not making it easy for himself on the Mac Gardner MX team. That's going to be a bit of a pain in his backside, I imagine, and a lot of work to do. So the riders are at the back of the track right now. We've said this track is so vast, we really have not got the coverage to get those guys all the way back there, but they'll be coming back into shot very shortly. Billy Askew still leading the way, I think, on that Revo Kawasaki. He makes it look so easy, and he has done all year, and I imagine it's making, I think the other guys are going to definitely be getting frustrated by this. Billy Askew working with Tommy Searle, he's in that clique with Billy Bolt and those guys, and I know he does his YouTube thing and that, but they are they're working seriously. They're working to get the jobs done, and they're trying to build a brand, around Billy Askew, and I really I applaud that. It's great what they're doing for him, but he is there still leading the way. He's just clicked off another lap up the start straight. This is like 50, 60 mile an hour, this part of the track. I think that's what the 85s were getting up to anyway. Just trying to look for the highest speed. Yeah, it's around 50 mile an hour, 50, 60 mile an hour. So pretty crazy. So he's going through the rollers now. Let's have a little look, see where everybody else is. We're just going to try and get the MyLapse system working and get some information on the screen. Tripling up there. That is the jump that John Adamson did try to quad. I don't think that is going to be possible on a race day, because I'm pretty sure he did not do the corner properly. Billy Askew just taking a little look back to see the gap that he's already built up. I was just saying how impressive has this kid been this year? I mean, I don't want to sit here and just Billy Askew. It's really hard.
What are you saying? You're starting to get boring?
Well, it's really hard not to be so impressed with him. He's ready to get in that pro class.
Well, he has to. Well, and I think also like next year, I'd like to see. I don't know what their plan is, but I'd like to see Billy going and doing some EMX rounds.
Oh, he's got to. He can't. Such a waste if he didn't do that. I think as an investment for the team, especially if you can lock someone in for maybe a longer contract and build them, you're going to have another. You're going to build your investment into somebody who can win British Championship titles.
Yeah, for sure.
I definitely think he's got that base ready to go.
Just going into the championship here, just to give you an outrun on that. Obviously, yeah, as you've heard, we had 3 races at round 1. Obviously, we had that incredibly bad weather and we had to cut the race meeting short. Billy Askew has got a maximum score from round 1, leads the championship. He took 2 race wins yesterday, so he's just going for that perfect season. Bayliss Utting found himself 2nd in the championship after round 1, ahead of Jack Taylor, number 22, and then Liam Bennett for 4th. 5th was Mackenzie Marshall. In the 125 category, the MXY1 in this combined class, Rhys Jones is leading the championship, or was after round 1. 2nd is Jake Walker. Jake obviously riding injured, as in he had to have a skin graft on his leg. It was so nasty. Yeah, he had a real nasty collision with Mackenzie Marshall at Fox Hill, and got stuck under the bike and burnt his leg. So he's riding in some discomfort.
I imagine, yeah.
Jake Walker. Wesley McGavin is in 3rd. Chester Hyde for 4th, and then Ollie Bubb is 5th in the championship in the Fly Futures class 125. Yesterday, in race 1, Freddie Gardner took the 125 win over Tyler Hooley, then Rhys Jones. Race was leading it and fell off. Then it was Jake Walker and Shane Jones. Billy Askew, as we said.
Well, I was just going to say Freddie Gardner, and then he got 10th in Moto 2, and he just binned it at the start of this.
Yeah.
So he's like, how do you win a race and then it all just come apart like that?
That's
so
Motocross. You've got to find a level of.
He's got some work to do now. He really has got some work to do.
got to find a level of consistency in MXY. Sorry, so that was the opening moto yesterday. Askew took the 250 win ahead of Marshall, Newbury, George Hopkins and Finn Wilson. Second moto yesterday, Rhys Jones turned it around and took the race win over Tyler Hooley, Jake Walker, Wesley McGavin and then Harrison Greenoff. In the 250 category, again, it was Billy Askew on the GTCI Revo Kawasaki ahead of Bayless Utton, Jack Taylor, Liam Bennett and Finn Wilson. Right, that's where we're at with that. We're going to try and get the timing up for you guys shortly. Got waved yellows, can't see the other side of that hump who's gone down. That drops away from you quite there. Like I said, they haven't built jumps here, they've built mini hills.
on one massive hill.
Yeah, yeah.
Man-made. Bizarre, isn't it?
So there's Askew in that little switchback section.
Look, last lap, 2:25.6. George Hopkins, 2:29. Like, he's ready to be in the pro class now.
Yeah.
He really is.
Nicely over the...
But then I do understand how he's got to get these youth titles clicked off. You know what I mean? Like, we've got to get this. It's a program, isn't it? It's a system that needs to be completed.
Nicely over the Dragon's back there. As he goes over the finish line, clicks off another lap, the immaculate Billy Askew. We'll stick with him, follow him around so you can get, like, what it's like to be on board. Technique, amazing.
I just saw that.
Up on the
Did you see the toes in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Body position, everything where it needs to be.
Very
so
good.
in that side of things, he has everything aligned, basically.
I was saying as well, like, that what a good job they've done. And, like, hats off to Tommy as well and Billy Bolt and stuff. And Ed, big time Ed, massive shout out to Ed for getting this kid and, like, almost starting to build a brand around him at such a young age. And, like, Ed, that's a selfless act, I imagine, for Ed and that. Like, they just like him. He's part of the team. That's just something that they're doing. And, like, great. Absolutely fantastic. I just wanted to just give Tommy, Ed and Billy a bit of a shout out there for getting him under the wing and trying to build a brand, because essentially it takes away from their brands, doesn't it, when they've got a new young kid coming through and people.
Oh no, it's going to be good for everybody involved. I mean, if you're going to be associated with a rider of Billy Askew, you're going to get some good exposure, particularly like I said
good
with
racing here.
Oh, just going over the ridge there, see Billy.
Just missed that.
So your current running order. From the top, you can see basically trying to find the first lead 125 rider. You've got, let's just go through it here for you guys. Fly Racing Futures class. In the MXY1, you've got Jack Meara. He is actually the leading 125 rider, wildcarding there in 9th in the race. Then it's Rhys Jones, currently in 2nd, but moving up. Jake Walker is currently in 3rd. Then it's Tyler Hooley. Wesley McGavin is now down to 5th. Harrison Greenoff in 6th. 7th is Shane Jones. Ollie Bubb up to 8th, ahead of Chester Hyde. And then Declan Wright. 250s, you can pretty much see on your screen there. You've got Billy Askew leading the way, ahead of George Hopkins. Then Dominic Newbury for 3rd. 4th is Mackenzie Marshall. Liam Bennett is in 5th, ahead of Finn Wilson. 7th is Bayless Utton. Lennox Dickinson is 8th. 9th is Jack Taylor. Kyron Karen for 10th.
Oh, see that. I did some seamless camera changing then. I was really, really happy with myself.
There's
We're
Billy.
trying.
Yeah, absolutely. See Billy's rocking the old chain, the silver chain round his neck, all
he's
like,
done that
all like
a little bit, hasn't he? He's
rock
quite
star,
cool.
innit?
Yeah, he's cool, isn't he? He's just got that vibe, hasn't he, mate? And I think, have they done some Keck stuff for Billy yet? Have they done some different T-shirts?
I think, well, it's on its
like
way.
That? Yeah. Little Bill. Yeah, it looks like someone's taken one of our cameras out. You won't be able to see it on the screen.
No, we'll get that addressed. What you can see, though, is the speed that they come down this. Oh, no, I can't get to that camera. We haven't got that set up. So the speeds that they come down the start straight just goes to show how
Yeah, I was just saying, I was having a look at some of the qualifying times. It's like 50 odd mile an hour down there. So that's like fourth gear, absolutely pinned. You know, a motocross bike tops out around 70 mile an hour. This is for people watching who don't follow the sport. They're all just, if you've got a 125 and a 450, they're pretty much top speed is pretty much the same because it goes on the gearing, doesn't it? The sprockets. It's just how it gets there. You know, these bikes accelerate so violently. You know, like when you get up to the bigger engines. We're just trying to find, well, honestly, me and Jeff are like two lost children trying to work out buttons. Trying to find riders at the minute. So we'll get eyes back on Billy Askew, the race leader, shortly. There we are, we've got him. We're in shot. So you are watching on Dirt World TV, and this is the Fly Racing Futures class. Fly Racing bring a load of amazing products to the UK, kit, helmets, goggles. I've been testing recently, Jeff, the new goggle.
Have you?
The Fly goggle. It's actually really nice. The foam is super comfortable. So yeah, if you want to see what they're offering, go check it out. Bob recommended it to me. I said to Bob, I need some roll-offs. And he said, you want to be using the Fly goggle, yeah? So Conrad uses it. It's good enough for Conrad, it's good enough for me.
You'll use it more, though, well, as in the roll-off system.
I mean, possibly, yeah.
There's no possibly about it.
Yeah, I'm definitely more filled in.
You're going to be more likely to be filled in more than than Conrad.
They are nice. I tell you what, Bob does a lovely job with goggles, doesn't he? Got them back. They weren't cheap, mind. Next time, I'm giving him a bit of a plug for his business here, and I paid for it.
Okay, Callum's just left the booth. I think he's going to get ready to go talk to Billy Askew, who we are still following on screen. There he goes, once more time, up nicely over that section, right down the back that section is. Then he come into this little switchback. Another tabletop, up he goes, up over that, but he goes out of sight. You've got a yellow flag down there, so but it's a static. So if you're new to the sport and wondering what that is about, that's the riders can still jump. On a wave yellow, they're not allowed to jump off the ground. They can have a significant reduction in speed when it's a wave yellow and jump safely. If it's a static yellow, they can still race, but there's just like being aware that there is an incident the other side of the jump. So no problem with all those guys through there. Healthy crowd come out here to Monster Mountain here, just outside Merthyr Tydfil, as Askew goes for it on another lap. He's led so many laps. He's won every moto so far on the GTCI Revo Kawasaki. Down past pit lane he goes. You can see the track is really starting to develop now. It was by the end of racing yesterday, it was pretty beat up. We obviously have a lot of classes here at the Michelin MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee, and yeah, it's with a lot of riders on a new track. This track inevitably, in time, will bed in, will get better. The whole infrastructure, you have to remember how late and how much effort's gone into getting it done in time. We had a lot of hold-ups regards of the whole build around April, not April time, it was March, wasn't it? February, March time. We was all aware of how much rain we had and how bad the weather was. So getting up here to sort of do the track was not easy. So we fell behind a little bit on getting it done. But we're back and got it all done, and it's an amazing facility up here. You know, the amount of effort that's gone into it, all the fencing, the amount of work, just pumping the water up the hill. You can see just where Billy Askew went past, you just missed it there, a huge pipeline. And even like, that's what they've done. They've put in a massive industrial pipeline to pump water up to the top of the mountain, dug a reservoir. They can fill that reservoir in an hour, basically, from it going dry. Just turn on this massive industrial pump, and then we can fill up the reservoir and just keep the water going on. So quite incredible effort. And as I said, this will keep getting better and better the more the track beds in. So Askew, I can't quite see the board. There's no sign of it yet. No, he's still got time to go. So no sign of the one lap board yet in this one. These guys get an 18-minute plus 1 lap moto. So next time around for Billy Askew, it'll be the 1 lap board for Billy and the rest of the team out there on track, rest of the riders.
Just out of a chat with one of the cameramen, just trying to get a bit of a better view of the back of the track.
Yeah.
It's got a bit of a scaffold pole in the way, but we're good. We're good. We're just going to try and ignore it. But you can see now we've got circuit there. We've got that monster mountain. Billy Askew's just dropping it. What are the times looking like? I'm going to get there on my laps and see what he's doing, but there he is, Billy Askew, coming out from the back of the circuit. It's a huge lap, isn't it?
It's massive. Billy's getting a shift on, but his quickest lap time of the race has been a 2:25. So it just goes to show, in comparison, say with, let's see who's down in the final position. So Jack Wilson, 16th place, for example, is a 2:36. So, but it's certainly the longest lap. Okay, not long, but this is a long old lap.
I think anything sort of over, well, 2.5 minutes in motocross is a big lap. Plenty of times for the guys to rest though. There's a lot of jumps in there. I think like once you get into a flow, a place like this, if you're out of rhythm, it's going to be a nightmare for you. If you can actually get into a flow and start like finding your groove, it's probably going to be quite a pleasant place to ride and log your laps and get them in. Track-wise, I imagine it's very similar to edge track as well. That slatey ground. So I can imagine.
Yeah.
Billy's going to
he'd be used to it for sure. Well, from what I can make out, he's on his final lap now. Billy Askew, 1 to go for him and the remaining riders in this field. Callum, you want to hot leg it and try and
get down there,
grab down there, get him
younger than you, Jeff.
Yeah, your knees are probably in better conditions. Mine just decided to pack up a bit yesterday. So Callum's on his way down there now. I'll hold it here and we'll follow Billy round on 1 lap to go in this Fly Futures MXY1 and MXY2 category. Askew decided to not do the little jump into that rise, goes around the outside. Loads of line choice around here, obviously, as always. Motocross has multiple lines, but it's choosing the right one, and that will change throughout the day, of course. There's Billy just trying to get around the corner of that pole. Here he comes. He's going to be up over this step up now on the far end of the circuit. That's the furthest point away from the start and the pit area. Safely past lap traffic. Making it all look oh so easy when it's actually not. That off-camera section, he just feet up all the way around there. Really good form from Billy Askew. Goes down the back straight now. There he goes, coming up to the Dragon's back, just nicely timing it. All throttle control, body position over that. We saw some couple of big crashes there yesterday. Unfortunately, Hudson Roper, who would have been out in this class, took a huge one in practice on lap 3. He ended up breaking his collarbone. But here he goes. It's a checkered flag. I think the checkered flag's out. I would imagine it is with a whip like that. Billy Askew, let's see if we can get him up to the winner's circle. I think he's been told to get on up there. Here he comes up to Callum. So it was a race win for the 441, Billy Askew. See riding in to have a chat with Callum. As the others come over the line, there's George Hopkins. He's going to get a second place, I believe. I'll give you the full rundown just as soon as most riders come over the line. Oh, somebody's just actually rode into, or something's happened with our camera there. Somebody's either ridden into, or the wind's blown it over. Looks like it's tied to one of those markers, so I think we got a little bit too close to the action there. So they're coming in over the line. It's going to be race win in the 125s. For Reece Jones, looks like Jake Walker is going to get second in the 125s ahead of Jack Meara. Then Wesley McGavin, Harrison Greenoff. That's the provisional result in the MXY2 Fly Futures class. Billy Askew took the race win ahead of Mackenzie Marshall. Dominic Newbury across the line for third. Bayless Hutton
Like a
fourth.
gun, isn't
George
it?
Hopkins got back to fourth. Right,
Proper,
we're gonna.
like,
I'm not sure if
wind
Callum knows he's live.
Let us know when we're live. I don't even know, like.
Okay, Callum, when you're ready, dude.
It's interesting, this, isn't it? Yeah. Well, you're live anyway, mate. You just keep making it look so easy. What's the track like? How are you feeling today? Obviously, this is all brand new, isn't it? But it looks like you're very comfortable out there. I said to Jeff, it's probably a little bit like edge track with the ground.
Yeah, tracks. Yeah, I really like it. It's real technical. Like, it's fast but technical, and you gotta be like real good technique. So it suits me a lot. But yeah, I like the track a lot. Like, people are saying they don't like it. I'm loving it. Really good jumps. Yeah, it's got a nice furniture.
You have to be quite delicate on the
yeah,
throttle in place.
You can't just whack on the throttle. You got real patient around the corner. Sometimes you feel like you're going real slow and you like want to get on the power, but it just lights up as soon as you do that. But it's got real patient and just trust it really.
Yeah, no, mate, no one's stopping you this year. Like, it's really going from strength to strength, isn't it? I can't. You must be feeling good. Everything's going in the right direction. Is there anyone you want to like particularly thank like on this journey?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my team, GTI Revo Kawasaki. I'd like to thank Mark, Sam, Luke, all them who've Adam, my mechanic, everyone, and yeah, just Ash Rowd, my trainer, and everyone who's helping me out really.
Everyone seems to be doing a really good job, mate. And look, the kid's not even sweating. It's brand new. Yeah. Right, I'd say go and get yourself cleaned up, but you're all good. You just can go and chill. Right, back to Jeff. And we're on for the next moto. Obviously a lot closer.
We are indeed, and as you can see, they're watering the track there, ready to go. If you're on that start straight, you probably don't want to see a water bowser if you're behind that gate. Coming straight off onto a freshly watered start gate, but it is so hot sun, perfect blue skies, windy up here on top of the mountain as well. So we've got to keep the dust down. That will be not too bad for the riders. It's not going to, haven't watered directly into the first corner as of yet. So anyway, up this next class, here we go. We're coming out now with the Spiral Graphics Clubman MX2 category. Matt Tolley is currently leading this championship after round 1. Rider number 4, Matthew Pocock, currently in 2nd ahead of Aaron Framingham. Then Bradley Johnson for 4th. 5th is George Boyce. So yesterday, we had Chris Cawthorne won was quickest in qualifying. Rider number 22, WC, which means he's a wild card. And then we had Sam Ongley took the opening moto race win yesterday ahead of Aaron Framingham, and Matt Tolley took a 3rd. Jordan Ambler for 4th. 5th was Bradley Johnson. Then in the race 2 was Sam Ongley again, so he made it a clean sweep. Here we go. Gate drop with the Spiral Graphics Clubman MX2. Tolley with a good start. He's checking over, looking across. Looks like he's pulled the whole shot there from the outside, or has he? No, coming across in front of him. Is that Toby Lightbound?
It did look like it, didn't it?
Making a good start. Don't know if that was exactly, but we'll soon find out when we get closer to see who that is. Of course, who's going to be the first lap leader award? Looks like Toby to me.
It does look like Toby on 252 stroke as well. We can run 252 strokes with 250Fs in the Clubman.
We actually did an interview with Toby yesterday. We might have a chance to run it later on. We're obviously running a pretty tight schedule of gate drop coming straight out. But Toby is a brand manager for Bell, for Fly, for Oakley. Seven. So he's very much engrossed in the industry and this championship. And when he's not sat behind a desk taking calls and either giving people sponsorship or turning them away, he is he's out there getting whole shots and leading races.
No, he does well, to be fair, and obviously he's a true clubman. Obviously goes to work all week, and I'm sure he puts in a little bit of time training. But he's just got better and better over the last couple of years, hasn't he, Toby? He's been doing a lot more racing. I saw him at the Vets Nations last year as well. I think he's got into his older stuff. So he's got a few older KTMs that he's built up for sure. But yeah, there he is, leading the race.
As this is the far section. They come down into this little switchback here, and then there's another one coming up. There we go. It looks like they're just jumping off a cliff, basically down into a valley there, but it turns right.
That bit actually looks really cool because the backdrop there is so pretty. Look at me. Again, getting all moony, aren't I?
Into this very like AMA style, purpose-built off camber. I love that bit. And then they come in round this as like basically an S-bend, a series of a left, right.
Getting the results up here. I want to just see. So Matt Pocock's up there. I think he's actually biting at the heels of Toby Lightbound in a minute. Just there, just in shot. And then we've got Matt Toyley as well. So Matt Pocock, Matt Toyley, and Toby all going at it at the minute. All pretty close as well. Looks like obviously Matt Pocock's having a bit of a better day, because looking at the results from yesterday, he had a 4th in race 2. And just trying to find it for race 1, and we had a DNF in race 1. So Matthew Pocock, younger brother of Mel Pocock, who's on the Revo Kawasaki team in the pro class.
Yeah, and that will affect his championship, because Matt was 2nd in the championship coming into this weekend. So the DNF is never good.
No, but it's probably might light the fire. Obviously, he needs knows he needs now to tick off some really good results, and a race win would be good. We're very early on in the championship still, though, aren't we? There's a lot of racing left to go.
Yeah, we're only at round 2, and it feels like we've been going all year already, but it's been a strange season in that respect. So anyway, your Planet Moto first lap leader was Toby Lightbound. Obviously, he stayed in front since he's crossed the line. So 5 points goes to him. 4 to Matt Pocock, 3 to Tolly, you work it out, and then we top up the points at the end of the year. Whoever has the most points is going to win that Planet Moto Spanish ride holiday.
Saw George Boyce as well is closing in. So George Boyce on the number 10. He's closing into those guys. So we're going to have a 4-way battle up front of this one, which is quite interesting. I'm just trying to look, see where George got yesterday. We had 8th in Moto 2. Just trying to find him. Can you see him there, Moto?
No, I cannot. I don't know why that was the case. Why? Maybe he didn't even go out. Maybe he's not even out. Is he in this one? Yes, he
Definitely is, yeah.
No, I can't see him in that one, mate. So I don't know. Oh, yes, he was in 8th. There you go.
8th
place.
in race 2, yeah. So race 1, not too sure, but yeah. So he's in 4th right now, and we have got a 4-way battle for the lead. Looks like Matt Pocock's winding up the pressure on Toby Lightbound right now.
Okay, spin around. Let's get back to.
And we'll get to that Captain 4, Jeff. And there, Boise there, just coming into sight as well. On that Husqvarna.
Well, it's already really starting to rut out big time. We got a lot of racing to get through today. By the time the pros come out here and basically dig that track up even more.
I was saying the ground's not settled yet. You know, this is brand new up here. You know, it is, everything's so fresh still. And obviously we've gone 2 tracks on the bounds that have been pretty much purpose built, brand new tracks, Oakhanger as well. So yeah, a lot of learning as well from us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Behind the lens.
Here comes Matty Pocock. He's going to go for the big run up the inside.
Doesn't he look like Mel?
He does, yeah,
he has the same stature, doesn't he?
And then runs it up the inside of Toby, but Toby's going to fight back. He's going to. Matt is pushing him right to the outside of the track. Look at them, 4 of them going into that corner.
And George Boyce making a pass as well on Matt Toyley. So this is really cooking up the front here. The pressure pot is cooking. Looks like Toby Lightbound's not finished with Matt Pocock just yet.
Oh,
boy!
Look at that out. Matt Tolley round the outside, and Boyce. He's going to get 2 for 1 deal, is he? No, he's not quite.
Oh, no,
so
Boyce is out of it now. So who's that? No,
Sam
that's Sam
Ogley. Sam is making some serious moves that lap.
Sam's moved up like 3 or 4 positions in that last lap. So Sam is motoring. Boyce has been pushed back to 6th place now.
Here he is now, all over the back then of Matt Pocock, your new race leader. Toby Lightbound is now down to 3rd. There's that outside line. He's going to get the inside into the next corner. That one is out of our view. Who's going to pop up in front? Oh, let's stick with it. Who's going to come over that ridge in front? Oh, he's going to jump past and into the lead. So there you go. It looks to me like no,
Pocock closes him off.
Hanging tough, but he's got the inside in this one, has he? But that's the thing again. He's going to take that inside line, but Matt's going to get a run round the outside and get over the step up first. No, finally, Sam Ongley. That was an exciting lap.
Yeah, he's
fought
his way through. That was a really good lap. Be interesting to see the lap time. You know, leading up to this, it's guaranteed to be the fastest man on track right now. Matt Toyley is just watching all of that, thinking what? And Toby Lightbound, I imagine, is really considering what just happened in that last 2 minutes.
But he made a good start. He hasn't made the greatest because he got a handful of Holt shots last year, if I remember.
Yeah.
He was right in the mix with that Planet Moto first lap leader last year, Toby, so he'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, good to get him out the gate again. Loads and loads of people have come out to watch today as well. I've noticed there's loads of fans out there. If you are sat at home on the couch in South Wales and you do fancy a day out, get over here. We've got ice cream vans, there's food vans. You're going to be cool. You're going to have a really good day out. The weather's nice, so come and check it out for yourselves in real life. Not saying this isn't real life, but and there we are. There'll be a change for the lead on the board. So Sam Ongley leading the way, Matt Pocock, Matt Toyley, Toby Lightbound, Bradley Johnson just coming in there in 5th, George Boyce crossing the line 6th, Charlie West in 7th, 8th is Jake Argerman. 9th, Richie Roberts. So Richie Roberts up there in the top 10 as well, and then Max Flint, who is the Planet Moto man.
Yes, he is. He is the man that puts up the prize.
In 10th. So look, we have the business people, they're racing as well. Toby out there, Max out there. Look, this Clubman class is for you. That's what this class is for, working men.
So Ongley's starting to check out a bit now. He looked good yesterday. Said he took both motos yesterday, so he's going for that clean sweep.
Yeah, it looks like Toiler's actually working on the back of Matt Pocock now. Maybe that last lap really took it out of him because he was pushing.
They're all starting to tighten up big time there, Callum. Yeah,
behind him.
Yeah. So Tolly he went 2-3 yesterday. Put himself in good position for a good overall podium place, but it would seem that Sam Ongley, who's wild card in this event, so I don't think he did round one. Or maybe he did, but you know, regards to championship position. But he's looking good for the overall thus far. Both race wins yesterday, in control in this one. No doubt the track crew will be out very shortly with more. Well, there's the tank of water barrels, as we said. Water is not an issue up here. We're getting it pumped up industrial style.
We are. Is that how they're doing it? Are they actually pumping it up the side of the mountain?
A huge industrial, yeah, it's an incredible bit of kit.
Really?
They've dug a reservoir up here. I don't know how many gallons or litres it holds, but it only takes them an hour to refill it.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're not going to run dry.
But they have got proper mining grade equipment to be doing it. Because I imagine mines need to be moistened in ways, I don't know. I don't know how a mine works.
That's not, yeah. Not our remit.
If that is your remit, let us know. You know, like and subscribe, leave a comment below.
Talking of which, make sure you do that, of course, with Dirt World TV, and follow us all on our social media. Follow us, not only Dirt World TV, but of course Michelin MX Nationals. It's easy to find, just punch in MX Nationals on Instagram, Facebook. You'll find the page. Follow and like, same on all our channels, YouTube as well.
Yeah, and if you just come across this, that's how you're going to know if there's any more of this coming up, if you want to follow it on YouTube. So there we are, past the line again. Sam Ongley still leading the way. He looks to be settling in now. Matt Toyley just behind. Close battle with Matt Pocock right now. So that is cooking up. Trying to get eyes on the front runners there, and let's try and find them again. But yeah, Sam Ongley, Matt Toyley, Matt Pocock, Bradley Johnson, George Boyce has moved up to 5th. So Toby Lightbound had a bit of a bad lap there, down to 7th now. Charlie West in 6th. 8th is Richie Roberts, so he's moved up as well. Max Flint moving up the order into 9th, and Alex Harmer there in 10th, or Hammer, sorry. Probably try and maintain that gap. We've got another moto for these guys to go today, so can't imagine he's going to want to push it too much. He's riding a Fantic 252 stroke as well, so like I was saying to Jeff earlier on in this, you can actually ride a 250, so that could be a 2-stroke. You'll see the 2-stroke bikes have that big front pipe on them, and they sound different as well, so you'll be hearing different noises in the camera if you're new to motocross, and then you can either run that or a 250 4-stroke. 4-stroke sounding a little bit more industrial, a little bit more like a tractor, but that's more where motocross has gone to 4-strokes. But a lot of these guys opt in to pick the 252 stroke. But it's cheap power, isn't it? Cheap power. I'd say so.
Cheap power, eh?
I'd say so. I'd say so. A little bit more technical to ride though. So
yeah.
There's pros and cons. It's all right having more power, but then you've got to be able to put that down to the track. And that's where riding a 2-stroke, there's a little bit more skill involved.
So you are watching the Spiral Graphics Clubman MX2 category. Up next is the Clubman MX1, brought to you by Works Sports Insurance.
Who's that?
I don't know, some geezer I know that's got involved.
Yep, and he's got a weird facial hair.
Yeah.
And a weird shirt.
The shirt's good. I like the shirt.
It's cool.
So Ongley over the line on another lap. He's going to come blasting up this really fast start straight into what is basically like a Talladega. You know what I meant?
Yeah, it is.
Get it out. Not enough coffee actually. So.
Murder one.
Yeah, just putting anybody near us on the venue. So Ongley is not running away with it, but again, doing what he needs to do.
No, I was just saying that. Matt Toyley actually looks like he's, I think he might be creeping in a little bit, but Sam's probably just trying to manage the race. They've still got another moto to go today. So you've got to be careful, haven't you, not to burn yourself out. And,
well, that last moto for all classes is going to be...
Savage.
Yeah. Savage is a good word. Brutal, savage, hard work.
Yeah. The racing looks good today. I'm actually intrigued. I watched a little bit yesterday. The way the track's been prepped, hats off to those guys. I think it's encouraged a little bit more passing today, so it's been fun to watch so far.
Well, what we're doing now, it's the first time any event has been up here yesterday. Yeah. You know, other than the press day, but having a few bikes up here and having 40 on the line,
yeah, it's different.
You learn more about how the track cuts up.
Yeah.
Obviously yesterday, like with the markers and stuff like that, where they were drifting wide and potentially pushing the line off the side of the track. A lot of lessons learned yesterday by the track crew, and so the track is prepped differently today, no doubt about it.
I don't think they went as deep by the looks of it when they gripped it.
That was one thing, definitely. And with the water in, you know, I don't think they've laid it on so heavy. Yeah. So I sprinkled it more, and then going to try and stay on top of that throughout the day, so it doesn't, so those ruts don't get as deep, because we had quite a few like sort of heavier patches yesterday, and the ruts got so brutal.
I was speaking to one of the Icelanders. Obviously, they don't have to deal with ruts in Iceland, fortunately. It's not a thing that their ground doesn't make ruts. It's very volcanic sand, you know. And he was saying it's just really difficult because you come out of a corner and then you could end up in a rut that would like track up the face of a jump and things like that. It's just very, very, very technical, especially for like people who you know, the pro riders might make it look easy. Clubman riders, you know, they've got to be careful.
So going to the lap times, let's see how long we got left in this one. Well, we must be on close to the last lap. So.
You're going to go down there?
I'm going to go down there and get ready. Is that Sam just going over the line, though? So by my reckoning, he's on his...
Got one lap to go. So
he's lost his front plate somewhere along the line. He hasn't crashed, but that's the race leader on screen as he goes round that wide open first corner.
Looks like he's buffered that gap out as well. I thought Matt Toyley was getting a bit closer, but Tommy, sorry. But it looks like he's got a bit of a safety now. Good to go, and hopefully if nothing goes wrong, I don't want to give him a commentator.
Do you know what, I'm over that. I really am, because like it's a difficult gig, right? And all the time, like, you've got to commentate on what you're seeing. So when we get told off, and we do, they go, why do you go and mention how good he was riding on the last lap? I've been told off quite a few times.
Really?
Like, would you not say that? I'm like, well, what do you want us to say?
Nothing.
You know, commentators' curse is just a thing that's out there. You can't stop it.
No, you can't.
All right?
You can't. So you just saw Sam on. You just have a little bit of a look over then. Just check back to see where Matt was, because he'll want to start slowing down a little bit now, because getting that heart rate a little bit lower, there's no point in pushing all the way to the flag if you don't have to. We've got another 20 minutes for these guys today. So this has been the Spiral Graphics Clubman MX2 Championship race. This is race 3 of the weekend. These guys have got one more to go, and leading the way is the 723 Sam. Next name is the wild card.
Let's go and go out there in the field.
Go and
out
catch it.
There.
Out in the field.
On what is like the surface of the moon.
Do you know that
like
song?
No, and I don't want to hear it right now. And neither do people listening. Right, I'm going to go out there.
Right, there we are. Jeff's going to be on his merry way now. No, I can't see anything changing drastically unless it's any mistakes coming up to the end. Matthew Pocock been pushed back out the top 3 though. Bradley Johnson just moving his way up into 3rd place by the looks of the time in there on the last lap round. Charlie West is in 5th, 6th George Boyce, so he's held on to that position. Richie Roberts has been moving his way up the field though with Max Flynn. Looks like there's been a bit of a battle there as well. Toby Lightbound down in 9th. He's probably not going to be too happy with that. Alex Hammer at the moment rounding out the top 10. But that is that race done. Next up, we are going to have Clubman MX1, which is my class, incidentally. So Work Sports Insurance have sponsored the Clubman MX1. That's me. There we are. There's Sam Amley just crossing the line. So Work Sports Insurance, you can give us a call. We'll give you a quote on any insurance needs, life insurance, critical illness, income protection, whatever you need. We can help you out with it. So make sure you give us a shout and find us on social media, and head over to the website www.worksportsinsurance.co.uk, and we can make sure that you get the right cover for what you're doing, racing, practicing, skiing, mountain biking, whatever you need, we can sort you out. Right, we're going to go over to Jeff in a moment.
Okay, Sam, 3 for 3. Sam Ongley, you worked it. Your kit's filthy. What's the track like today compared with yesterday?
It's quite the same, just a bit less deep. Still nice and technical. Some of the ruts still catch you out a little bit, but no, it's real good fun.
It's got, it's got an AMA feel to it as you look at it.
Yeah.
Does it kind of ride like that?
Well, I've never ridden like an AMA track, but no, all the jumps are big. It's quite daunting a little bit, but no, it is fun.
Quick shout out to your sponsors, because you're getting it done this weekend.
Yeah. Shout out Caravan Tech for supplying me with a bike. Dean from Fantic, Mum, Dad, Nan, Grandad. Everyone else that's behind me, thank you.
Great stuff, Sam. Go and get washed up. Yeah. Fresh kit. We'll see him out for the final moto to see if he can make it 4 for 4.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Hold back. Think about it, so many things do be cool and look smooth. World time has come to.
We've done it. Well, there we are. This is the Work Sports Insurance MX1 Clubman class, and the 153 there on the Suzuki, he's an Icelander that's flown over this weekend to compete in this class. So that's what I mean. People want to come and race this series. So he's come all the way over. He's rented a bike from Garland. We managed to find what he managed. Honestly, this is no joke, right? Garland sold the bike that he was supposed to be renting because he completely forgot about it. I ring him on Friday, dude, have you got that bike? So Otter can come pick it up, and he's like, nope, I've sold it. So he went and bought a bike straight away and made it happen. So big shout out to Dave Garland for
good
that.
Stuff.
It's amazing, and he's on the line.
Talking of quick shout outs as well, massive shout out, of course, to the Michelin, title sponsors of this series, Milwaukee, the guys at Liat, Apico, RFX, Moto Verde, Works, Sports Insurance sponsoring this very event. Oh no, we need the door shut, paperwork going everywhere. Spiral Graphics, Syntal, Fly, DP, we've got so many people, Locked Vans, Bell, it goes on and on. 7, Carbon Comps, Oakley, Planet Moto, all these people, thank you so very much for getting behind it and also enabling us to do the stream. Big thank you for that.
It wouldn't happen without it, would it? So you just get, this is the Work Sports Insurance from yesterday.
Right, we've got paperwork.
Neat.
So somebody inadvertently the door blew open.
Right, here we are.
Right, here we go.
15-second board now. Turns to 5. The spiral 5 racing. 5-second board is up, and let's go racing. Who's going to get that all-important? Oh, shit!
Looks like Talon Aston to me. He had a good day yesterday in the results. If we can dig out where his paperwork is. Have you got it? Have you managed to regroup it, put it all back together? Ish. So, yeah, so Talon, I think he went double moto winner yesterday. And he got a flyer there. Is he going to be the Planet Moto first lap leader, though? He's got to stay there until they cross the finish line to get that award.
Be some nice chunky points, that, wouldn't it, for the weekend, if you can get another one?
But he's lost the lead here.
Oh, case in that. That triple. On the first lap, people struggle to do that, but I think it's because of that corner. They must all bunch up, and you need quite a lot of momentum for that. It still keeps blowing my mind how John Adamson managed to quad it. I don't know.
Well, I think for the press day, he took a run at it. He had a clean run. It didn't come from that corner.
Okay.
And that's why he took it on.
Still pretty crazy.
I think that was that Josh Young? I can't quite see that. Led momentarily. Again, we'll get the leaderboard up there when they cross the finish line, and then we will see. Right now, Talon Aston, number 7, is on for being the Planet Moto first lap leader, but we've still got half a lap to go.
There's the boys.
There's number 4, Billy Saunders, giving it large down the inside, trying to make some early moves.
I don't know. I've had a word with Opta, because I don't know how you qualify 3rd, or is it 4th, and then the results have really been off.
Well, that's the difference, isn't it?
Opta Hardison, you need to pull your finger out, mate.
Yeah.
We got a 6th in race 2. Not too bad.
Well, the art of doing a flying lap is very different to putting 8 or 9 of them together.
Yeah.
You know, often see the case. Some people are good at going quick for one lap. Try doing 10 in a row or whatever it is, and that's when the wheels start to fall off it a bit. You can see how deep those ruts are on the inside of that switchback as they come round.
To cut out already.
Lovely little section though. I love the whole S section. You kind of come round, a little sort of jump in the middle just to unsettle the wheels going into that berm.
I think you need that on a track like this, which is such high speed. You need those little parts of the track there, a little bit of a break. And you know, shout out to Barclay and his crew and Alfie Smith for you know, they're the brains behind all that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Working out how a track flows and how it can work.
So they're all safely coming in. So indeed, Talon Aston is the Planet Moto first lap leader. Let's get some eyes on him. There he is. So Aston with the 5 points, and then I said it counts down top 5. So it would have been Manning Co with 4, Billy Saunders for 3, Andrew Chapman for 2, and Drew Lane with 1 point. As we said, when we get to the final round, the final race of the season, we top up all the points, and we can see where he's at. Actually, my I've got that somewhere here. I have got the current Planet Moto first lap leader points.
Okay. So Talon still leading the way. Here we are on camera with him there. He's looking good. Let me just see what's the gap to Darren Manning Co. It looks like actually he's got quite a healthy lead at the minute. Obviously, the start of these races can always be pretty hectic. Motocross is one of them sports. First lap or two, you rarely even remember what's happened. So Talon doing exactly what he needs to do right now, and obviously having the perfect weekend, really. So let's wait for him to come over this mountain. We'll see this gap. I think it may be a bit closer than I thought.
Right then, going to the Planet Moto first lap leader current championship standings after, this is, by the way, this is after Oakhanger. Haven't put in yesterday's results. So it's Talon Aston coming in, was on 13 ahead of James Thompson for 8. Billy Saunders was also on 8, and then Darren Manning Co for 4, and Ashley Senior 3rd, Jude Gardler, Brian King, Charles Haskins. So when we get to round 3 at Oxford, before we get rolling, we'll give you the championship up to date of where we're at with
Talon
that.
should be in a good position going off of what happened at Oakhanger there as well.
Well, at Oakhanger, he took, he was second across the line in the opening moto, second across the line in the second moto, and then led the first lap in the final moto.
Yeah.
And that's why he's acquired 13 points.
And there is Talon on screen right now. Loads of you can't see the other cameras, but I just saw under the pan of like the paddock where people are standing and watching. You can see them all there. They're all lined the circuit. This is such a massive place, so it doesn't look like a lot of people, but there is a lot of people here watching today.
It is vast. You know, when we did the scale, it is vast. When we did the scale, the aerial shots, whatever, people saying, "Oh, it doesn't look that big," but then when you zoomed in and saw the size of the machinery, yeah, it's very big. up here. Just huge, in fact. Massive. The drive in, you get it's, you know, it's exposed up here. There is that element. You know, we are literally up.
I had the biggest
above the valleys
yesterday trying to find this place. I put the wrong postcode in and going somewhere where I could not turn my ginormous motorhome round. It was it was one of the moments when my dad was telling me you should have something smaller, it'd be better. Yeah, I should have.
Yeah, there you go.
These Welsh roads are not designed for a Bursner. They're just not. So I had a lot of interesting time. Once I did find it, and driving up to it, the approach, it just literally looks surreal. Absolutely surreal. So I did get here in the end. I was a little bit later than I wanted to be. A little bit of work, and Jeff had to do a bit more, so it's not too bad.
That's right, mate. I'm okay with that.
So here we are on screen. Talon Aspden. Is that how you pronounce it? Aspden?
I say Aspden.
Aston leading the way. Darren Manning Co, Billy Saunders there in third, Daniel Chapman in fourth, Drew Lane fifth, Jude Garland in sixth, Caleb Hicks seventh, Callum Watson in eighth, Max Wood in ninth, Charlie Roper in 10th. Obviously this class is just MX1, it's not mixed. We have completely separate classes for the Clubman guys, don't we? What, 250 and we have the 450 class. So these guys are all going to be on MX1 machines, well, most of them 350s and 450 motorcycles. And there we are, actually it looks like Darren Manning Co is closing up that gap a little bit on Talon Aspden right now, and in shot Billy Saunders was there as well, so this one is tightening up at the front. You see the MX1 class, they're always a little bit more chilled out, aren't they? I think it's a bit more of the gentleman's class. That's why I'd rather sponsor it. We have less injuries in the MX1 in the MX1 class. No, but if any of you do want to talk insurance, give us a shout. www.worksportsinsurance.co.uk. You can find me, Callum Swan, on my social media, CallumSwan27 on Instagram. And yeah, just message us, give us a shout, and we'll make sure we find something that suits you and fits your bill.
By the way, Callum does work. Don't be fooled by his Instagram account. He's seemingly riding most days, doing stuff.
It looks like that. It's all an image thing.
Yeah. He does actually do stuff. Yeah.
I have actually, do you know this year I've actually put some graft in, mate. I've been working, very proud of myself. Been working extremely hard. I've got videos to pay for next year, that's why.
Oh, okay, you're off to that. You're going to do that.
Yeah.
Cool stuff.
There's so many camera options.
We're finding our feet a little bit now. New venue, obviously just working out places to film and whatever. And got not only that, the guys are getting their eye in a bit now out there. It is a bit windy out there on course, so the guys up camera towers are in for, you know, quite busy.
Yeah, I hope they've got the sun cream on, because it's one of them days. It feels pretty cold, but it's going to burn you if you're out there and that. So make sure if you are watching here, the channel is get your sun cream on. We don't want those sunstroke pictures of anyone walking around looking like a drumstick later on. Factor 50 on. Get it on. I want to, next time they come up the start, I'm going to test out this fast. Yeah,
well, I'll tell you what, that battle Aspden is under pressure here from Darren Manning Co. He is definitely closed in on him. There he is, look at that. So, yeah.
So have we got a bit of energy in Darren Manning Co? Can he make this happen? Just trying to get a real view sort of gap. It's got to be under 2 seconds now. What do you think?
I would say when they crossed the line it was just 2.5 seconds, but that is come down at least by half a second. Those two are starting to break away, actually. They got about a 6-7 gap.
Maybe even longer
gap now. I'd say even longer over number 4, Billy Saunders. Then you've got Daniel Chapman in there as well.
Yeah, Billy Saunders looks like he's come a little bit unravelled on the last few laps. He's definitely under pressure by Daniel Chapman and Drew Lane.
They go, as I said, off then to that off-camber section. I think we might have moved one of our cameras, actually. Oh, no, there we go. We've got the guys on it now. So we go to camera 3. There they are coming in. Some of them round there. They're going to go. The leaders. There he is in the background, going into the Dragon's Back.
That's such a cool part of the track. I did see someone try and quad that this morning.
Billy Askew tried it yesterday.
Did
came
he?
up short.
Yeah. I saw someone in
Hudson
the pro
Roper.
qualifying. It was on a Kawasaki. I don't know who it was. It wasn't Billy. It was someone this morning in the qualifying.
Well, yeah. Yesterday in practice, as I said, Hudson Roper was. I don't think he went to try and quad it. He just didn't realise he was carrying so much speed.
Look at this speed through here.
And just cased it so hard.
Yeah,
basically went from about 40 miles an hour to stopping dead, and unfortunately, it literally like a ejector seat, James Bond style. He just
really?
went boom up in the air,
Did
come
he
down hard on his shoulder, and unfortunately broke his collarbone. He is massively youth class, so he's going to sit out at least a month. Luckily, a nice clean break, no need to have it plated. So Hudson, if you're watching, we wish you the best of luck with a speedy recovery.
Yeah, it does look gnarly doing that. Like I said, I saw someone do it this morning. It looked big. He did case it as well, but he managed to just get over it. But I did think if you didn't quite get your front wheel quite over that knuckle, it's going to bite you big time. But we may see some of the big 450 guys do it. It's one of them jumps that you're not going to do it unless you really have to, unless you're under pressure.
Yeah, I don't. I think they've got it dialed now, pretty much. I don't think there's any There's not going to be any heroics over that section now. Well, the pros might roll the dice. They might give it a good old...
Yeah, but if they need to, it's one of them.
Yeah, I don't... Most of these riders now, this is their third moto of the weekend, so they've pretty much got the track dialed in now. The track is different today. We sent the pros out first. They would have generated different lines from the get-go.
Yeah.
So the track will probably ride better a bit today.
Yeah,
you know, so, but it's going to dry out. No matter how much water we get on it, it's sunny
and wind.
There's a breeze up here, and well, you know, you don't have to be a scientist to work out that dries things out.
Where's the clock down to? Are we nearly at the end of this one? Let's see.
We've got 2:22 to go, Callum.
2:22. So there's a couple of laps. Well, it's 2 laps really, because they'll get the 1 lap board after they complete this lap. And these guys are lapping at about 2:40. So 2 laps to go of this moto. It looks like Darren Manico's just lost the toe now. I think Talon put in a few good laps and he's managed to edge that gap out a little bit more.
You're seeing on screen the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th as they drop down off that off camber. We're going to pick up the race leader soon once we get those cameras back in the infield working there.
There we are, there's Talon. So has he taken the 1 lap card? Maybe not.
No, it's going to be 2 to go from here. So Talon Aspden has a 2.6 second lead, so he's keeping that gap consistent. Darren Manico is definitely applied heat all race, but Aspden looking very good here. He, as we said yesterday, he went 1-1, and like Sam Ongley in the Clubman MX2 before this race, he's got to keep it focused, keep doing what he's doing, and he's looking good overall podium. This one, Callum's going to make his way over and speak to Talon. We've got about a lap and a half to go. As we watch some of the other riders come through, there's Drew Lane. He's currently 5th. A load of riders gaggling it over the finish line. Further down the field, there's Wigger going over the line. So again, if you want to follow where we're at on Speed Hive, you just quite simply go and get the app and you can get the running from top to bottom. We are currently, so it's Aston, Manico, Saunders, Chapman, Drew Lane for 5th, then it's Callum Hicks for 6th, 7th is Jude Gaillard, Callum Watson for 8th, 9th is Ryan Davis, then Max Wood is currently in 10th. Championship running order top 10. 11 to 20 is Ash Senior, then it's Josh Young, Josh Bailey, Jake Thompson, Charlie Roper, then it's Oda Jarl Haraldson, our Icelandic friend. Then we got Ollie Kingston for 17th, 18th, Ben Lightbound, and then Guy Carter 19th. Rounding out the top 20 is Thomas White. So we get back on Aston in a while. There he trying to get him over the line. That's where we're kind of missing that camera. We're down there in those S-bends, so I don't know, maybe that camera's gone down. But we'll try and get Aston over the line. And Callum will try and grab some words with him. There he is, 1 lap to go. As he rockets it back up the start straight for it on his final lap. So we are winding down action. This is Moto 3. This is the Work Sports Insurance Clubman MX1. Their first moto of the day, but their third on the weekend here at round 2 of the Michelin MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee. Again, huge shout out to everybody that makes this series happen. Simply couldn't do it without the guys at Michelin, Milwaukee, Liat, Pico, RFX, Moto Verde, of course, Work sponsoring this class, Spiral Graphics, Cinto, Fly, DP, Locks for Vans, Bell Helmets, A-Plan Insurance 7, and all those guys, Oakley, Planet Moto, of course, with the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. Thank you, everyone, for making it happen. Round 3 is going to be at Oxford. Remember to check all our social media. That's, I think, in 3 weeks' time, maybe 4. It's on the it's on July the 8th and 9th at Oxford Motor Park, another new track that we introduced last year.
You want him there, yeah? Yeah.
Right, we're just waiting for Talon Aston to cross the line here. And Callum is ready and waiting. And we're probably, here he comes, Callum. Talon over the line, takes a race win. There he goes, 3 for 3 for him then. He's going to go now and chat to Callum. We'll quickly go to a quick advert, a little quick advert for all the good people that help us make this happen. So we'll be back with Callum shortly.
So here we are with the Work Sports Insurance Clubman winner, Talon. How was it? Like, obviously you said the track was a bit tricky, a bit drier than yesterday. Are you having to ride differently? Like, are you enjoying it for a start?
Yeah, no, really enjoying it. The track's cool. Yesterday was like real deep rutted, a lot more technical yesterday. Track's a lot more fast today. A little bit, I don't know, kind of a bit more skatey, I suppose. But no, it's still good.
What was you like? How did you find the pace on the other guys? Were you doing anything differently that you saw? Because I saw you were getting closed in on at one stage, and you managed to just like pull that gap open a little bit.
Yeah, I think yesterday suited me a little bit more with how deep the ruts were and stuff, where today is not as much, and it weren't as easy today as it was yesterday. Not that it was easy, but yeah, it's a bit more closer racing today.
Yeah. Well, you earned some more points towards your Planet Moto holiday anyway, so you're doing pretty well in that. We're trying to tot all that up as we're going along. Anyone you want to thank particularly?
Yeah, Paul from PW Racing, Moto X Mad, Motocross Bike Trading, Track Industries, and Rip and Roll. Good bit of vision out there.
There we are. Talon Aspiden taking a moto win in the Work Sports Insurance Clubman MX1 class. Hopefully we see you back here in just a bit of time, and well done. Congratulations. Nice one.
Okay, here we are now then, back for the Moto Verde amateur class, MX1, MX2 combined. So this is always a good race. This is where we're starting to step it up a little bit now. The Moto Verde amateur riders, obviously that little bit faster than Clubman. Following them will be the expert class, and then it will be the opening moto of the pros. So yesterday in the Moto Verde classes, let's run through who did what. Moto 1 yesterday was won by Scott Elderfield. Amazing to see him back on a track. Punch in Scott Elderfield on YouTube. I'll say no more than that. Just go on YouTube, find Scott, just punch in Scott Elderfield. He, to this day, has still done one of the most insane things I've ever seen on a motorcycle.
Did you see that in real life? Because I did.
No, I wasn't there that day.
I was a 16 or 17-year-old kid eating some super noodles, watching the pro qualifying, and nearly I just could not believe what I'd seen.
Well, Scott showing his skill, obviously coming back, laid off a bike for a long time, had some injuries, yeah. Just coming back for a bit of fun, and he went 1-1 yesterday. Ben Clark took a second in the opening moto ahead of Josh Greedy, Walbini and Sean Wainwright. That was your top 5. Moto 2, it was Elderfield, Mellows, Josh Greedy, Rafe Broadley, Jaden Murphy. Right, here we go, gate drop, Moto Verde. Amateur class, who's going to get that whole shot? As they rip off the gate, they're charging into that first corner. Number 4, Lewis Taylor. He's been up there, I think, in the Planet Moto first lap leader. Obviously we haven't compiled the points from yesterday's racing, but regardless, he was, yeah, he's on 14 as of coming into this meeting. So starts are obviously Lewis's strong point.
Well, he race 1 he finished in 11th. Race 2 he went down.
Way down there, yeah, 34th in Moto 2, so that's why obviously going to affect us overall. They are hustling and bustling and bar banging already in the amateur class. Is that Elderfield?
Just trying to get the number. No. Just trying to
it'd be interesting to see how Scott comes through in this one then, because he's obviously went 1-1 yesterday. yeah, I'm intrigued to see if he can keep that rolling. Maybe it will start to catch up with a bit, because I said he's off the couch. He hasn't ridden in absolute ages. But obviously just such a prolific talent.
Just trying to work out who that is. They're in second right now. I'm sure when they come up this time, but we'll wait.
Yeah, we'll try and get a visual on the
271, it looks like. There's Scott Elderfield. I just saw him.
I think Ben Clark has just made a move into the lead. We'll wait and see when we get them all over. Obviously, timing doesn't start until they cross the line. Question is, who's going to get the green flag and Planet Moto Leader Award?
Like Scott Elderfield has made
that. Is Elderfield. I can tell that, Scott.
Yeah, he's already done it. He picked off a lot of riders then.
Here he comes then, Scott Elderfield out of retirement on that Husqvarna. SD Sports Home Husqvarna. He's going to get the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. Here he comes. He's going to be rattling down this start straight. Lovely tight line.
Yeah, that I'm about to say, not many people have been there, have they? Bar when the 85s are out. Seems like he's carrying a lot of corner speed through the Talladega left-hander there. Yeah, being quite creative with those lines.
Well,
definitely.
That's Scott's experience, isn't it? You know, he's raced in America. He raced mini O's with his beat Malcolm Stewart.
Honestly, this kid at one point in time beat Malcolm Stewart. So, yeah, that is Scott Elderfield, and he's still got it. I mean, I don't think he ever loses speed, do you? But it's fitness. I mean, I don't think he rides an awful lot anymore, does he?
Well, he's just started riding. His boy now races. He was running around like parents do at the Master Kids down in Cusses last weekend.
How did he go on, do you know?
He did okay. I think he qualified in the A group. Scott was happy with it as well. But Scott's been there. He's been that rider that knows the pressures of being a top tier youth rider coming through. So I think that's going to help, you know, regards of how he mentors his own kid and stuff like that. But it's just great to see him back out on track.
You can't beat experience, can you? Especially in those situations. That's why you see a lot of second generation talents coming through. I mean, even look at Hayden Deegan. Same situation, you know, Brian knows the mistakes that he made in his career and all that sort of thing, and you can mould the next generation. And I suppose that's what your job is as a parent in it as well, just try and make a better version of yourself the second time round. So obviously, doing a good job with his kid.
Well, you know what it's like. You've got young youngsters out there.
At least it's not going to take him
running
an awful lot to be better than his dad as a second generation rider. It's not going to take a lot. I started way too late in the game.
Would you say that you've made a fair few mistakes?
Oh, many. many painful ones. Put it that
I
way.
would argue that you're still making.
Still making. Hey, you don't learn without making mistakes, do you?
It's true. So, sorry, we'll just get Elderfield back on track. There he is.
I'll try and man this for you down here, Jeffro. We're on it.
Let's talk championship in the in this Moto Verde championship. Just got to find them here. As we said, we had a little moment earlier on where we had paperwork went everywhere. Because it's windy up here, and then the door blew open. Sorry to bang on about that, but suddenly like a mini tornado came sweeping. Okay, in the championship, in MX1, MX2, sorry. So, yeah, just bear with me. Carry on, Callum.
I'll carry on.
Some paperwork, yeah.
I'll carry on. Just trying to get eyes back on Scott Elderfield still leading the way. Luke Mellow's actually moving his way forward though, pushing Ben Clark a little bit further. Taylor there dropping down the position. Beanie, he's moving up. Beanie, he's, you know, come after being a youth, he's still quite young. I think Beanie is. Sean Wainwright as well. So Sean Wainwright's been out of racing for quite a while. He had last year off, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Some injuries.
Oh, who's that run off track? Can't quite see that on camera too. He's just got back on. That looked like Lewis Taylor to me that went off track.
I think so. That was number 4.
Let's give you a rundown then of the championship. This is after round 1. This is not including yesterday's race results, okay? Lewis Taylor was leading the championship coming into round 2 in the MX1 class by 9 points over Luke Mellows. John Kirk in 3rd, then Brad Thornhill for 4th, Joshua Corkle for 5th, Wainwright was 6th, Kieran York was 7th ahead of Josh Greedy, then Jamie Dixon for 9th, Callum Gordon for 10th. In the MX2 category, because again, remember, we have combined classes.
Combined class, yeah.
We have Luca Pegg leading the championship by 1 point coming into round 2, ahead of Alex Buchanan. Rafe Broadley was 3rd. Then it was Ben Clark in 4th, Dan Bruff in 5th. Charlie Palmer was in 6th, ahead of Tommy Davis. Ben White, 8th, Jude for 9th, and Grant Martin for 10th. That will obviously all change coming out of here, I'm sure, because Elderfield didn't even race round 1, so he's going to put a load of points on the board.
Yeah, definitely is. Does look like Luke Mellows is closing in on him though, Jeff.
Yeah, well, this might be a thing again with Scott just taking his time with pacing it.
Yeah, fitness is going to be a big thing for Scott. I mean, you saw that blisteringly fast lap in the first lap. That is the speed that I'm sure he'd love to be able to continue with for 20 minutes, but probably quite unachievable at the minute. I don't think he rides an awful lot. He's full-time dadding. But it does look like Luke Mellows is there, and if Elderfield makes any sort of mistake, he could find himself back, because Ben Clark is also pretty close. Lewis Taylor's up there as well, and that pack is just a couple of seconds off the back of Scott at the moment.
Like I said, carrying momentum and using that bank and then turning off. Great line choice.
Yeah,
Scotty.
Well, you can see like his bike's very stable. It's not being kicked around. Everyone else is sort of taking the race line, you know, that everyone's taken throughout the day.
Well, he's doing the opposite.
Yeah, he is.
They're all coming in tight and then drifting wide. Scott's doing coming in wide.
He's
and
chasing
then
he's chasing the dark bits on the track.
Just keeping an eye, looking over his shoulder there. He's just keeping an eye on where he's at, who's behind him. All that experience showing. Scott Elderfield, like we said, out there. Maybe it's just his own bike. I thought he might be hooked up with the guys at SC Sports Zone.
I think they're parked together.
Yeah, I might be wrong with that. I have to check that out. And there's Mellows for 2nd. Now Ben Clark is in the mix as well as we continue to follow these guys. That section, so if you're splitting the course into like 4 quarters, I'd call this like the second quarter, and it's got all those kind of hills and switchbacks on that one section over there. It's pretty funky actually, because they do feel like hills, you know, they're not like they're jumps, you know.
And everything's man-made as well.
Yeah.
I think basically all this dirt has been taken out of the ground when they've been quarrying, I imagine.
Yeah.
It's been through crushers, it's been refined, and then like, you know, this is
we're actually, this is it. This is a man-made mountain.
Yeah.
This wasn't, you know, this is all, and it's huge.
You see where it's been dug out of as well.
You almost can't comprehend that it's actually man-made. It's that bit.
Down there. Who we got down?
Like 158 on the deck. That is trying to find him. Drop down. That's Dan Holiday. Dan back up and running. So you can see it's hot. It's windy. The track's going to dry out. There's going to be definite more water intervals as we go throughout the day. We've got to get through, just basically through the racing.
Yeah. I mean, there's going to be battles going on throughout this track. Who we got here? There's a bit of a battle going on there, as the cameraman just decided to change his mind.
We have gone on the clock. We have 10:57 to go. God, that sounds good.
That I was just thinking that.
You know,
that's all I want from the start.
Yeah.
10 minutes is that's all I'm good for, man.
Yeah. So earlier on in the year, I had my annual rollout and went and raced at the Hunt Cup. It was 4 laps of like bliss. I loved it. It was joy. It was technical. The remaining 4 laps went from literally from heaven to hell, and I just despised every second out there.
It's not nice, is it?
The whole body just went into shutdown.
Really?
Oh, everything. My arms stopped working, the brain stopped working. Complete survival mode. I couldn't pull in the clutch. I had to knock it down to first gear on some of the off-camber corners just so I didn't flip it. That's coming out because I couldn't pull the clutch. I was on my YZ250 with Wells. You've got to be riding all the time.
Yeah, you know.
The body just went, that's me done, pal. Unfortunately, I still had half a load to go.
I'm alright, I just get a weird, my hand goes numb, control hand just switches off, I don't know why. I think it's a ulnar nerve and a nerve in your elbow. Nothing you can do about it, so that's just age, mate. Like, you know. Yours sounds more not riding.
Mine was not riding. It was my first race at being 50 years of age, the plus 50 class.
Yeah.
I managed to keep it rolling around and get third place and get a trophy. So it seemed a nice place to hang it up. My first race was number 28 on a Yamaha. I'm calling that as my final race.
Are you done?
28 on a Yamaha on the box.
Oh, really? That's
yeah,
it?
I'm not.
Really?
Happy to watch now and ride for a bit of fun, but
Wow.
racing is so tough.
I've actually really enjoyed racing this year. I've been doing the Evo thing, and I've loved it.
You've still got loads of time. You're on nearly 20 years young.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about hanging the boots up as well. When the kid starts taking your life over, mate.
Yeah, that's it. You know, you're going to be a schoolboy dad now, aren't you?
Yep. Forever wearing high visors. Running round track. So, Scott Elderfield. You know what? He's looking like he's managing this gap really well. And that's going to be something that he will learn, obviously, early on in his career, like back in the schoolboy days and even pro. You know, he did a bit of pro racing. Not too much, did he, when he got sort of ended when he got up there. But he'll know how to manage a race. And that's going to be really important for Scott. I mean, it looks like he's taking a lot of lines that are really energy efficient as well, which is nice. You see him just check back there and had a little look, seeing the gap that he's got, and he's just going to try and keep that buffer. I don't think anyone's got that raw speed that Scott can just pull out whenever he feels like he needs it. Look at the
Whoa,
speed.
there you
Oh,
go.
yeah.
Straight at you.
Nice.
I don't know if he knows our camera's there. Maybe he just chose that line so he knows he's going to get like some decent.
Look at that. Look at the line. Just so different to what everyone else is doing. A bit longer way around the circuit, but if you're in the lead, you haven't got the threat of someone diving up the inside, so he can manage his own race, can't he?
Yeah, Scott is just total race management mode here. He, when you're good enough, you know where to look over and when to look and all that kind of stuff. And obviously taking his time and looking over in the air, and just for me, it looks like Scott is just doing what it takes to win the race. I think he's got something in the tank if he needs it. Well, obviously, lack of bike time and race time.
I can only imagine.
Pace it out.
Yeah.
Just do what you've got to do to get it over the line. As they drop down that back section, you'll see Scotty jump back into view in a minute. There he is. So that's obviously a 180 round there, and there's a nice little section into the next rolling section. This is a fast sweeping corner. You can see it's actually still hard packed. I think Scott's taking the inside line there, so that's probably why we didn't see him. Yeah, there you go. Unfortunately, that marshal point is just in the way there.
So just take note as well, Scott Elderfield, Ben Clark, and Paul Meany, they're all wild cards. Luke Mellows is the only one who's not a wild card. How does that work with the championship, Jeff? So the wild cards...
Well, they're registered, so yeah, they should score the points that ultimately end up winning the championship.
Yeah.
I don't know the criteria exactly of like a wild card ride. I guess, I think a wild card rider can still accumulate points and still win the championship, but I guess it means you haven't got a guarantee that you're going to get an entry.
Yeah, for sure.
At every race. I think that's pretty much how that works.
So you're watching on Dirt World TV. If you're into what you're watching and you dig it, give us a like, subscribe to the YouTube channel. You can follow us on social medias as well. The MX Nationals Instagram page is going to tell you everything that you need to know about when we're going to be doing these events. So make sure you follow that page. And also my man here, Jeff. Give him a follow, and myself, Callum Swan. So Jeff Perrott, Callum Swan, we're the guys in here in the booth calling the racing behind the mic. Quite a cool shot that is of the finish line jump there, and there's all the riders coming through, completing a lap. And let's have a little look again at Scott Elderfield, who's still leading the way. I want to try and see what that gap is back to Ben Clark. It doesn't look like it's too far away. I don't know whether Ben Clark's actually maybe taking a little bit of time out of that lead, but Luke Mellows is definitely putting on the pressure as well. So those guys in a bit of a battle back there. and trying to close that gap towards the 160 of Scott Elderfield.
Sorry, yeah, one mute, so many buttons to press. Yeah, I've just wondered, this finish line corner, low to the ground camera is really cool. It just goes to show how that finish corner is really starting to develop with the ruts. They get in deep. See how high the riders are having to lift their leg up.
Yeah, they look nice and clean though. Like yesterday, they were a little bit choppy, but like I think that's because the pro riders obviously went out this morning and cut those lines in.
Exactly that, mate. You're right. We put the pros out first this time, and they will more likely to make nice arc ruts, nice and smooth, not that kind of 50 pence shape where.
Well, it would have been the
riders,
85s out first the day before, and they would have like made tighter lines and little hooks and things like that. So. Yeah, and then the amateurs sort of tend to come in, grab a handful of throttles, spin out, and all that sort of stuff. So nice getting the pros out there first. Track's definitely a lot better today in that regard.
We have 4 minutes to go in this Moto Verde amateur class, MX1, MX2. Let's do the results by class. I'm going to tell you where we're at. Scott Elderfield leading the way ahead of Lewis Taylor in MX1. Luke Mellows is third. Sean Wainwright, number 741 in fourth. Fifth is Adam Reeves. Then it's Callum Gordon for sixth. Seventh is Josh Greedy. Eighth, Brad Thornhill. Ninth is Jamie Dixon. And then rounding out the top 10 is Joshua McCorkle. In MX2,
Ben Clark is leading the way. And then we've got Jordan Roderick Evans there in second. Third, we've got Wal Beanie. Alex Buchanan in fourth right now. Archie Hicks is in fifth. Sixth, we've got Sean Springer. Good to see Sean Springer back as well, racing. Rafe Broadley is in seventh. Eighth, we've got Ben Wainwright. So we've got another Wainwright out there. There's quite a lot of those throughout the classes. In ninth, Lewis Glynn there. And then rounding out the top 10, Tommy Davies.
So that's your current running order then in both classes.
1 lap to go now. I think, Jeff, you might need to
yeah, I'll jump down there.
Walk.
I'll be looking forward to chat to Scott. That'll be good. Well, he's got to bring it home, of course. There you go, the classic potential commentator's curse. But he's got so much experience, and he's got a nice gap to work with here.
Are you confident? You've got confidence.
I'm confident in Scott bringing it home.
Next up, we're going to have the experts as well. So lots of racing left to go. Don't leave us, because the RFX Expert MX1 and MX2 will be up next. Definitely not one to miss. That's the feeder class into the Pro Championship. So we'll be seeing some really fast guys out there in the Expert class. Another Icelander as well, incidentally. So we'll be seeing him. Hopefully, he's hoping for a better start this time round. So Scott Elderfield looks like we're going to get a little bit of a win again from the 160. Like I say, like me and Jeff, well, Jeff was saying at the start of this one, make sure you go and check this kid out. Just search his name in YouTube and prepare to have your mind blown. Because he really was a bit of a talent when he was a kid. Still is, obviously still got that ability, you don't lose it. You saw on that first lap, the blistering speed was quite impressive, and the different line choices as well throughout the race. Any of his competitors should be watching this tape back and just see exactly what he was doing, because he just makes the job a lot easier for you if you can find those new bits of track that aren't going to wear you out. There's Jeff looking lost. And here we are. Scott's going to just tick off this final lap. Can he make it happen? Under no pressure. Can't see any mounting immediate pressure coming up behind him. He's managed this race absolutely perfectly. And there we are. There he is. So the gap last time round was only 1.6 seconds, but it's sort of been maintained throughout the whole race. Be interesting to see the fastest time differences when we get the lap time sheets back. And there we are, taking the checkers, the 160. Pretty pumped with that. Or is that just on? Ben Clark comes over the line second, Luke Mellows, Sean Wainwright, Rafe Broadley in fifth, Wal Beanie, Sean Simpson, Josh Greedy, Jaden Murphy, and Archie Hicks. That was the top 10. Obviously the class is mixed, and we're going to send you over to adverts now. We're going to do a bit of an advert break, and then you'll be seeing Jeff with Scott Elderfield in the winner's circle.
Scott Elderfield, is it good to be back or is it painfully hard work?
It's good and painful. Yeah, it sounded a good idea at the time to come and have a go, but yeah, no, it's good fun. Yeah, it's good to ride a different track.
So how do you find it? I mean, you know, we all get on in life, we get a bit older. Is it a case of like, you know, the skill set's still there, but the kind of body goes, oh, I don't know about
that? I've come into it having a bit of fun, not going out to win. I've come here, I've got to go to work tomorrow, I've got to drive home, so I know I can't push like I used to, but just go out and enjoy it really, and try and do what I can do.
They're trying not to win, and yet he gets 3 for 3. You're doing your own thing. We got it wrong. I thought you might be set up with the guys at SC Sportson, but not. You're doing your own thing. And tell us a little bit about what it's like being a schoolboy parent, because you were running around last week chasing your own boy.
I'm not sure what's hard work, running around or doing this. Yeah, no, it's just good fun watching the kids do it, and I just get such an excitement watching them as I do riding. So that's partly the reason that I don't really ride. I just let them do it, really.
Mate, it's a pleasure to see you back out. As I said, go on YouTube, punch in Scott Elderfield. Still one of the nuttiest things I've ever seen done on a motorcycle. Good to see you back, mate. Scott Elderfield. Superb, mate. Might see you in the next one. Go steady.
Expert MX1 Championship. So this is the feeder to the Pro Class at the MX Nationals. So we've got a lot of young guys in here, a lot of people who've worked their way through the amateurs into this class and then coming up through the ranks, leading the way right now. Let's have a little look who that is. Maybe Scott Aldridge. Yeah, it looks like Scott Aldridge, number 57, the wild card. I actually know quite a bit about Scott Aldridge, incidentally. So the lad leading this was an amazing 85cc rider. Can you remember Scott Aldridge from back in the day? Yeah, you can. So Scott Aldridge was, yeah, he was one of the best big wheel, small wheel riders in the country at one point in time.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
And yeah, I know him quite well. Like, to be fair, actually, when I first started riding, Scott is younger than me, but he was on, I think he was on a 65, and he actually taught me how to ride. And we used to go down this wasteland in Nottingham. So pretty cool to see him. But he's been out of the sport for years. I think he had a terrible accident, came out the track, hit somebody, and it scarred him when he was a kid. Didn't want to ride anymore. Grew up in boots for years, like 10 years. So it's amazing to see him back, and look at him, he's leading the expert class.
Well, he's looking good for potentially picking up 5 points for the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. Again, where we're at after round 1, not including yesterday's racing, James Dodd has been leading the Planet Moto Expert First Lap Leader. He's on a 13 points ahead of Declan Whittle on 12.
Yeah.
Stay on top of the socials, by the way, when we come to do that, because we're going to tell you after this weekend who's leading what or whatever. There's the Planet Moto First Lap Leader logo. Who is going to be across the line first to claim those 5 points? Remember, top 5 only. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It looks like it's your man. He's going to get the Planet Moto First Lap Leader.
I'll tell you something as well. He will be doing this on a shoestring. Scott does not spend any money. I remember him used to turn up to race at Sherwood on an enduro bike, win. He'd ridden there on it, and had
rode there as well.
Rode there on it, had no knobbies on the tyre, and he can just show up and win. The kid blows my mind. Natural talent, really is natural talent.
That's one thing. Turning up to a motocross, but riding.
Mate, he'd ride there with no knobbies, like full road tyres, and win. Like, never seen nothing. Honestly, you'd think I was lying. I'm not. It was crazy. But you can see the kid's got talent.
Yeah, nicely up over that, hitting the downside perfect through there. Look how it's starting to rut out through there, those little nasty kickers. It definitely has this kind of Southern California feel to it up here, overlooking basically a good old part of Wales. From up here you can see for miles and miles.
Yeah, the sunset was pretty romantic last night.
It was, wasn't it? It was all very nice, yeah.
There was people running over there to take pictures and stuff, I saw. It was great. It was very, very nice. It was picturesque.
Well, we've got all the elements to make it feel like Southern California at the minute. We've got the sun, we've got the wind. If you've ever been to Parlour or Glen Helen, both of those venues.
Literally Parlour.
The wind always seems to be windy at Glen Helen and Parlour. Great venues, though. If you ever get a chance to go out to Southern California in your lifetime, to either go and ride on a ride holiday or just go and watch a Pro AMA National or a Supercross, I highly recommend it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd like to actually go to, where were they this weekend?
Hangtown.
Hangtown, yeah. That to me looks like a more exciting track to watch.
Yeah, it's like a sort of prairie land just outside of San Francisco.
Yeah. I've never been to North California. It looks quite a nice place.
Yeah, it's a good place to be, mate. Well, we're not there. We are in South Wales, making it look like Southern California.
Yeah, it's like a copy.
And again, I want to give a huge shout out to Darren Lewis and all the team that have just built this facility, you know, from nowhere, basically. The level of investment that Darren's put into this, just the attention to detail from the Marshall huts, for example.
I've seen them.
He hasn't used like shabby wood. It's like all top quality wood
timber,
that's going to last. Just things like that. So, and this place will obviously only keep getting better and better, and it will. This is the first ever event. The infrastructure is going to get better.
Yeah.
It's going to start looking better aesthetically, as you know, like there's talk that they might even start planting all the infield and putting grass down.
Yeah, I think they're going to grass
all
the
that
infield.
stuff. So
they're going to build a supercross track apparently, and a practice track.
Yeah.
So amazing, really. Like, it's good for Wales as well. It's good for Wales. It's good, you know. They're probably going to provide jobs for people in the local area and all that sort of thing. So it's.
There's Ben Edwards going through in second place. I just want to highlight those rollers. I'll tell you what, they are energy sapping over a moto because you don't kind of really get over them. You've got to just manual your weight, pull on the bars over all of them at speed.
I imagine this track's going to start tiring Scott out because I know that suspension is definitely not set up in any way. That bike is out of the box. I promise you. I promise you.
Well, you're saying that, not me. So if there's any comeback on that,
I just know.
That's you saying that.
I just know. So I'm sure we'll find out if he manages to cross the line in the lead. But Ben Edwards looks like he's there. He's there waiting for any sort of mistakes. The number 3 of Ben Edwards will be ready to pounce. And Ashley Greedy moving his way up as well with Josh Waterman.
Okay.
Those guys moving up the order.
Let's. We're going to split the classes here. The current top 10 then after 1 or 2 full laps. I think it's the second. Yeah, anyway, Scott Aldridge leads away. Ben Edwards for second. Josh Waterman is third. Jaden Ashwell's in fourth. Number 44, Corey Southwood for fifth. Then it's Ryan Thompson in sixth. Richard Bird is currently in seventh. Eighth is Glenn Phillips, local boy, ex-teammate of mine, actually, from way back in 2000 when we was on the Animal TMs. It's good to see Glenn out there. Harry Bradley for ninth. Josh Peters in 10th in the MX2 category. It's another Welshman, Ashley Greedy. There he is on screen. Whizzing through there. Henry Siddiqui is currently in second in the MX2. Then another Welshman, Shane Carlos, back racing up here, so that's cool. He's in third. Josh Coleman for fourth. Then it's number 719, Jimmy Marsden. Kieran Banks is currently in sixth, ahead of Aldous Freebergs in seventh. Niall Cregan is in eighth, ahead of Charlie Griffiths. And in 10th in the MX2 is Callum Murfitt. There you go, that's the running order for those guys. We're just trying to pick up the leader here. In the meantime, there's you can see the dust sweeping across. That's not necessarily coming from the track. That's just more.
I think it's the tractors.
Yeah,
riding up and down there,
basically out there watering the track. So we've got a bit of a humdinger for second and third at the minute. Look at this. You've got.
Oh, it's warming up.
Yeah.
Josh Waterman actually has pulled through from about fifth, so he is really on the move. Josh should be on to the left there of.
Well, that's Ash Greedy.
Oh, no, hang on.
Well, no, that's the leading MX2 rider, Ash Greedy,
sorry,
on an MX2 bike, 250, blitzing past Ben Edwards. So a clear lead in the MX2 category for Ash.
Ash Greedy is
Ash is full of it, isn't he? A big star of arena cross down the years. He's played the bad boy, and he's played it very well.
Well, he even got banned for it.
Yeah, but you know, he's not a bad bloke. That's the point.
He's not.
Kind of.
He just
hammed it up really, and just kind of made it. So okay, he was
a bit of a showman. He overstepped the mark. Go and have a little look on YouTube and type in Ashley Greedy.
Yeah. But he's a top lad, Ash. I've got a lot of
Ash.
time for him, and of course this is a local track for him. But none of them have had the advantage of being up here practicing or anything.
No.
So, but he'll have a load of fans here. I've already seen a load of people, like from South Wales that I know out here, just saying, "Oh, it's just cool to have this venue right on our doorstep."
Oh, mate, yeah, because a lot of these guys, you've got to imagine they have to drive into England, to ride some tracks. I mean, obviously they've got their own, like Buell's just down the road. There are some good facilities around here, but you know what it's like. You get bored of riding the same stuff all the time.
Yeah.
This is great for the guys in Wales.
Well, there he is. It stretched away very quickly from Ben Edwards.
Hang on.
Ben Edwards was leading, so we've lost the leader. Yeah, Ben Edwards is currently now leading. So the actual race leader is Ash Greedy on an MX2 bike.
Yeah.
That's currently where we're at. So Greedy leading the whole race.
Not sure what happened to Scott Aldridge. I did see a massive pile of dust kick up at the side of the track, so I think he may have gone off the side, like down one of the bankings at the side. I'm not sure.
Well, fair play. I mean, Scott won't thank you for it, but you did call it. You did kind of say that he was going to sort of struggle to keep that pace going.
I just know that he will be on a completely stock bike. With more than likely a bolt tyre or a tyre is borrowed off somebody. Out of a bin. That's Scott.
There's first and second in the shot. Edwards still running that ride. Look how fast he came up to the camera. That gives you a real indication of what the sport of motocross is actually like when you're down on ground level. Let's see if these two rattle around the outside as well. Let's stick with this camera angle. Look at that.
Absolutely on its limit. Love it.
Oh, what's happened there, Ash? Oh, has he stalled in the bike gone? What's happened?
What's going on?
Puncher. It's got to be a puncher.
No, it's not a puncher.
It is. It's a rear wheel puncher, isn't it?
The tyres look good to me.
Okay, well, I don't know what's parked it up there. I mean, a two-stroke, normally, like if it goes, it goes. It seizes, it stops.
Yeah, that's weird.
Unless he's got some kind of electrical problem, we'll try and figure that out. He's back up and running. He's there, look. So he hasn't lost too much ground. But what went on there? I'm trying to...
So weird. The bike looks fine.
I reckon that could be some kind of electrical issue then.
Could it be a shock though, or something like that? Maybe.
Don't know, but he's. Let's see how much ground. Well, he hasn't lost too much ground, has he?
No, but he's not charging. Oh.
Okay, so we got That's obviously a Yamaha rider down there. We can't see the number.
Is that my Icelandic, mate? No.
But of course, we've got really good first aid team here, and the track crew are all on it. So Ash Greedy is now back on the back of Ben Edwards. Really don't know what went on there.
That was
kind of threw his hands up in the air.
He just went, what is happening?
I think it could be some kind of electrical issue. Maybe it's not quite firing like it should. At top end speed, maybe. Obviously, we're in the commentary booth, so we can't hear what the bike's actually doing.
No, it's a bit of a strange one, though. We can only sort of guess. Let's just see what... looks like Ben Edwards is pulling away quite a bit, though, doesn't it, now? I don't know.
Yeah, it's really
maybe
bizarre.
he's sort of regrouped. Sometimes when something like that happens, though, it can make you really nervous, can't it? Especially on a track like this, when you've got jumps and stuff. You do not want the bike stopping.
Yeah, I don't think it was rider error. Like I said, the way that Ash threw his hands up in the air back to his pit crew and pit lane was just to say, like, something's gone wrong with the bike. That's the kind of thing he was indicating. I don't think it has anything to do with riders in his way or anything like that. But he hasn't lost much ground, so whatever it is, it might clear itself out. Let's see if he gets a run on these rollers. But Ben Edwards from up there in Scotland making the trip to Wales. There you are. We have got a genuine British Championship. Riders coming from all over the country. We get riders coming over from Ireland. We get riders coming over from the Isle of Man.
Yeah, the Irish boys, big shout out to those guys because they do that trip all the time. And shout out to my friends as well who come from Iceland all the time as well.
It's a long way to come.
Yeah, Either Parkinson, he's out here in this one. He's in 29th in the minute. You know, like these guys, they're leading their championships back home, and they need to be pushed to get better. You know?
You've been to Iceland. This has a kind of like Icelandic landscape to it a little bit at the top.
Yeah. The track's very different to the guys. They don't get ruts like this. It's very different. But yeah, no, looking at it, you can be.
Well, it looks like whatever the problem was,
is finished.
Ash Greedy is back up to speed. I'm wondering if he had like a stone stuck in the brake or something,
Possibly,
or gear lever.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe he couldn't shift, I don't know. But either way, he's just like that. He's gone, right, whatever the problem is, I'll pick it back up, and he's gone back into the race lead.
And it looks like he's on a gas as well, which would be the carb model of the KTM range.
Yeah.
So I was, because when you're saying electrical, like, it could be.
I thought that, but then, yeah, it's not got that on it,
No,
has it?
it's
So
not got all the EFI kit. Well, you can still have, like, ignition issues, can't you? But, like, less chance. He looks good at the minute. He's whatever it was, he's figured it out and he's moving forward. So Ashley Greedy leading the way over Ben Edwards, this Scotsman at the minute. He will be pushed back to second. And we've got Josh Waterman still there in third. Jaden Ashwell, all the way South Africa. Jaden Ashwell, you know, they're from all over the place. He's in fourth position right now. Josh Coleman's fifth. Henry Siddiqui is sixth. Corey Southwoods in 7th, Ryan Thompson in 8th, Jimmy Margerson 9th, and Josh Peters in 10th. That's obviously not in the race order, strictly because MX1 and MX2 are split. So there could be some MX1 and MX2 guys mixed in with that. Just like the guy you're watching on the screen, Ashley Greedy, who is actually leading the race, but also leading MX2.
yes, this is a great class. This is the expert class, and again, this championship, the Michelin MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee, forward thinking in the process of developing riders, because there's always been a big kind of void from being a club rider to going into pros, and that was the only step you could really make. But because we put the MX1 and MX2 together in the fastest 40, realistically that's only 20 places for the MX2 and MX1. So we kind of created this amateur and expert classes, so you can come through and get up to speed, and if you're then really good, you can go into the fastest 40 for the next year.
Yeah, which I think, like you said, it's necessary, because it's such a shock going from, before you never ever got like club riders then stepping up to pro, or like, you know, there wasn't, because it wasn't there. You couldn't actually warm yourself up to it. this is the perfect class for
But it
them.
goes beyond that as well, Callum. It's not. It's where we're at with the sport and how much it costs and whatever. And you know, there's only a handful of riders in the UK that do this as a full-time job, and yet we've got riders super talented like Ash Greedy. Okay, and he's just one example of many that are supremely talented, but does a regular job.
Yeah.
So he can't get out and train and ride all the time, and yet he's clearly fast enough. You know, like if he had more like backing or whatever to go
Of
pro.
course, he could still ride pro, but it's probably not.
But then, so he's going to then, if he goes into pros and tries and race pros every weekend without being able to train properly in the week and whatever, that's when you get disheartened, hurt yourself, push beyond your limits. So this class is perfect, the expert class.
I've noticed, and you'll see it when they come round next time, just watch Ash's line down the start straight, through the rollers, and then up over that triple step up. It will remind you of Scott Elderfield.
Yeah.
Very similar.
So that's that experience,
that's
track
the experience, you know,
craft.
the same guys, people who used to be pros, who still understand, you know, learning the track like that, because you'll see he takes very similar line choices to what Elderfield was taking. So you'll see, he's going to definitely not do it now because I've said it. And to be fair,
you know it.
Ben Edwards is a little bit closer, so I don't know whether he'll want to risk going all the way out there. And
Look at Edwards though; he's going to go right up the left,
see,
right hand side.
he didn't do it. He didn't do it that time round.
Oh, he's on him now. What a race this is, and here comes Josh Waterman making it a three-way battle. What a humdinger of a opening expert moto, RFX expert moto. Ben's got the run through the whoops. He goes off track. He's going to have to yield, is he? Right, I'm not sure what's going to happen there. No, look, he's doing it right. Well done, Ben.
Good.
No advantage gained. He went off track, and that's the kind of ruling I want to see in the UK a bit more. You know,
big time.
like the AMAs.
Well, that he did that professionally. He gave the position back, and that's it. He goes
That's
at
it,
it again.
simple as that.
One of them, innit?
Because obviously sometimes when you mark a track closely with fencing or rope, and you need that runoff space because, you know, riders make mistakes, go off track.
Yeah, you do.
This is a brilliant race in this RFX expert class.
Do you know what's even more brilliant? They're not even actually racing each other. It makes no difference to Ashley Greedy if Ben Edwards got round
I know.
him.
That's
He
a valid
just
point.
wants to race him anyway, just because it's Ash.
Yeah, valid point that, mate. So Greedy still leading the MX2 category. Josh Coleman is actually in second, 16 seconds behind. Henry Siddiqui is third in the MX2, ahead of Jimmy Marsden for fourth. Kieran Banks is in fifth. Then it's Aldous Freebergs for sixth. Niall Cregan is in seventh, 9.45. Then it's Matt Bayliss out there on a two-stroke. Good to see Matt coming out, another arena cross specialist.
Yeah, definitely.
Then we've got Charlie Griffiths and Harvey Cashmore in the MX1 category. It is Ben Edwards, as you can see, battling almost unnecessarily with Ash Greedy. But the reason he's having to do that is because he's got Josh Waterman right up his tailpipe, breathing all his exhaust fumes. Then it's Jaden Ashwell for third, Corey Southwood fourth, 7.12 is Josh Peters for fifth.
Waterman's through.
So you got a new race leader then in the MX1 expert category, and that is Josh Waterman, your new race leader, number 19 as a wild card. He said a healthy turnout of people from South Wales coming out to watch. We are, as the crow flies, probably only about 3 miles from Merthyr Tydfil.
Yeah.
So obviously a major
As the
South
crow
Wales
flies,
town.
as the car drives, about 9 hours from Merthyr Tydfil. You know.
Look at Waterman having the duck from that roost
Shale.
thrown at him.
Yeah, because because there is quite a nice little bit of dirt on this track because they've built it up. But I think when it gets down to the base, you've still got that like chalky, flinty Welsh ground. You know, so that's going to be firing like bullets at the guys behind.
Oh God, see, you know when you said, "Am I done with racing?"
It's
that's
horrible,
another.
isn't it? It's so horrible.
It's just not pleasant. You got to want to race. You got to want to be out there if you're going to get roosted with
because
dirt
it
and muck.
actually hurts.
Yes,
it actually really hurts. Tiny. I mean, this ground's been crushed, so most of the big rocks aren't there, but you still got these tiny little sharp bleeders that just oh man, it is like bullets hitting you.
I think I couldn't quite see whether they got the 1 lap to go board there. It must have been close. I think they might be on their last lap, Callum. So it might be worth you going out there just to grab whoever's going to win this race. It looks like Josh Waterman potentially. Greedy's leading the race though, so we'll probably end up chatting. But look at that, Ben Edwards is back past Josh Waterman. So what a battle in this RFX expert class. The rider in front of the whole moto, number 33, Ash Greedy, comfortably going to win his class. Remember, he's on a 250, so he's an MX2 rider, leading the way. And if he does win this moto, it would be interesting because Callum will get a chance to find out what was all that about when mid-moto there, when Ash sort of pulled it up, waved his arms in the air like there was clearly something going on with him. That off camber, you get a sense of how deep that is as they drop round down there. So it looks like to me, listen, I'm not sure because we missed the 1 lap to go. On the timing, lap times would suggest that maybe they didn't quite get it over the line. So it might be 1 lap to go this time around. Ooh, Ash just going a little bit off balance through there. Let's see, maybe it's they didn't quite get over the line. It looks like he's still charging. Is it going to be the checkered flag or is it going to be 1 to go? It's the checkered flag, so Ash Greedy takes the race win in MX2. MX1 goes to Ben Edwards. We're going to go to a quick ad and then we'll be down there with Callum.
We live? We may be live, I don't know. So. We'll wait and see. Yeah, we're live. So, you just told me what, just tell the viewers what actually happened, because you were putting your hand up and you were just a bit...
So halfway through, once I got the lead, I went through the rollers, and I think because we were on a carb 2-stroke, she bogged out and just cut out on me. I thought she'd seized, and then she sort of bumped herself, got going again, and I was like...
It took you a lap though, didn't it?
Yeah, I was like, do I go again? And I was like, I don't want to hit these triples.
Yeah.
But no, we got away with the win, and well...
That was mate. Well, we were saying you didn't actually even need to win that race,
no,
because you weren't ready.
No, I know.
But in here you wanted to win.
Yeah,
arms are full. How long have you sort of been off the bike?
Well, I had 8 months off over the winter, and then I done 2 rides before round 1.
Oh, really?
I was not ready.
Especially at Ogang.
Yeah, was rough. We get
No, that meant whatever it is. So we're high as well, so altitude.
Yeah. March Power Sports, Bob from Oakley, just everyone, Bell Helmets, just everyone.
Yeah. Have a good day, mate. Hopefully we'll see you back up here again on the next one. Ashley Greedy. Yeah, mate, I wouldn't want that round
Beyond tires, Michelin has applied its high expertise in a product range for everyday use. No matter the weather. No matter the type of grounds. No matter your ambition. Michelin cares about you however you choose to move. Discover our product range for a safer and stress-free life in motion now.
Right, here we are at the top of the mountain here just outside Merthyr Tydfil with last year's MX2 champion Jamie Carpenter. Jamie stepping up to the MX1 class, obviously new team as well. Now you're riding for the Cab Screens Crescent team. First and foremost, how's it going with the adaptation in general to the 450? How are you finding that?
Pretty good overall. It's been a bit rocky. We've had plenty of stuff to improve. We were a bit late on the new bike, only a couple of weeks before the season started, and then we didn't have many parts. But luckily, in the past few weeks, we've finally got a few bits and we've made some big steps. I had my best result last week, British Championship, with 6th place in the race. And yeah, just constantly building and learning on the bigger bike.
Who's, obviously predominantly your decision to move up, because there's no age limit. You could have stayed down. You just obviously fell coming straight off a title. I mean, your first pro title. Let's not kid ourselves here. So you could have stayed down. You could have gone for another title, and all that. But straight on up. What was the reasoning with that?
I mean, first in the MX Nationals Pro MX2 Championship, and then second in the British. Yeah, I couldn't really done much better. And then I'm 23, so I age out of the GP doing on a 250, and just felt like it was my time to have a next challenge. Almost lost a year and a half of COVID kind of racing, so all of a sudden it's bang, I'm on the age limit. So yeah, and I always kind of thought my riding style that 450 is where I'll eventually be. So just thought it was the right decision and the right deal with the team to get started on that next chapter.
They're a bit more of an animal, aren't they? How are you finding that with the physicality of it, that kind of side of things? Are you noticing more strains on your body, the weight of the bikes and the power?
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think racing one's completely different to practicing on one. You can do all the practicing you want, and then until you get put in that scenario with riders around you and having to take different lines, and yeah, it's a different animal, and you've got to be prepared for it.
Let's talk about so far. Obviously, round one was hard graph for a lot of riders, particularly the Sunday when the Ute Pros rolled out. So obviously you didn't get off to the best of start. You had a bike issue, so just talk us about that and how you're feeling coming into Monster Mountain.
Yeah, round one was quite a while ago now. It was pretty extreme conditions with the weather. It was on the borderline of cancelling or not, and there was a lot of standing water. But the team at MX Nationals made it happen. In the first race, unfortunately, I had to pit stop for goggles, which wasn't great on the first lap. I came through to 9th, which was an okay result. And then the second race, I believe I was running comfortably in 6th until a few laps to go, my bike stopped, so it was a DNF. So not the start to the championship I like, but we're quite a way down the line now, made a lot of improvements, so hopefully I can have some consistent results for the rest of the year. Yeah, I'm going to back you up there. Jamie definitely has. Since round one, I can see that you are getting more adapted to the bike, not just the MX1 class, but the bike, the team, all those things. So nothing we need to know about from a rider standpoint. You're 100% healthy, no little niggling injuries or anything like that? Yeah, no injuries at all. I did have quite a big crash at Fox Hills. This how long ago is that? About a month ago now. But yeah, nothing broken, just a few aches and pains. But no, I'm all good now. I'm ready to go again.
Good stuff. Well, there you go. Jamie Carpenter, 184 on the Cabs Greens Crescent Jam, last year's MX2 champion. Jamie, have a good weekend, mate.
Cheers.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Hold back, think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Okay, folks, welcome back. This is it. We are going racing with the Liat MX1 and a Pico MX2 fastest 40 championship. This is going to be an absolute ripper. The track is going to be interesting to see how this track develops with the pro riders on it, racing at speed with all the aggression for a championship. Let's quickly go through qualifying this morning. Conrad Muse was the quickest rider in the Pro MX2, the Elite MX1 category. Conrad Muse went quickest with a time of 2:06.549. Josh Gilbert, his teammate on the Crendon Fast Track Honda racing team, he was 2:06.845. Then it was Ivo Monticelli for third with a time of 2:08. So the Honda boys nearly about a second and a half clear of everybody else. Harry Kulas came in with a 2:09.07, so he was a second further back. Then it was John Adamson for fifth. Jamie Carpenter came in seventh with a time of 2:11. Liam Knight was eighth with 2:11.44. Then it was Stewie Edmonds for ninth for 2:11.54. So the mid-pack is real tight. 10th was Tom Grimshaw, also on a 2:11. In the MX2 category, get this. Topping qualifying on the GRT Impact Machine KTM was Joe Brooks in his
nice.
Yeah, in his rookie year. He got a time of 2:10.571. So it just goes to show the difference in the times between the MX1 bikes and the 450.
I think that's the nature of this place as well. Like, there's a lot of places where it's high speed, isn't it?
Charlie Cole, who's having some real run of form recently, his confidence is right up on that Blades Kawasaki. He came in second with a time of 2:12. So Brooks laid down some lap there, nearly a second and a half quicker than everybody else in the MX2. Then McCormick came in third with a 2:13.24. Then it was Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki for fourth, 2:13.2. And again, the mid-pack, the top, so the race is going to be tight. Yeah. Callum Mitchell for fifth on the Lexa machine with a 2:13.37. Jamie Wainwright, out there, kind of doing his own thing now on a KTM.
Yeah, I think he's got a little bit of help from Redline, Redline Motorcycles, but yeah, they're just working their own program now.
He was sixth. Seventh was Charlie Hayman. Bailey Johnson, round one winner, that championship leader. Not so good for him. He was down in eighth on that two-stroke. He obviously took his first ever pro victory at Oakhanger. It was quite emotional actually being down there and seeing Dad Carl and everybody, you know, just a great,
it was amazing,
really.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's where we're at with the qualifying. This is going to be good. You'd expect certainly the 450s to get to that corner before the 250s.
These guys, they're going to start gating up now.
Okay, they're going to get behind the gate. We're going to restack them. So just hold tight, folks, because we are going racing anytime soon with the opening Elite Moto MX1, MX2, brought to you by Liat and Apico Factory Racing. Okay, welcome back. Here we go. We are going to get locked and loaded. We've got throw screen down there, but there we go. This is the pros down there. You saw a quick glimpse of Joe Brooks, who top qualifying as we work our way along. Hopefully our cameraman will keep it on 2 legs. It's there's some deep old ruts coming out of that start. We hope he doesn't go a perler.
Well, as they drop off the grates, it just digs a huge hole, doesn't it?
Tony Craig back at it again. Coming down from Scotland. It's just great to see him with us. Right, they're locked and they're loaded. This is the Liat MX1 Pros and the Apico MX2 Elite Pro riders all mixed together. Championship, Conrad Muse. He took a clean sweep at round 1 of the championship. Harry Koulas is in second, 2 seconds, and 2/3 was Josh Gilbert. Bailey Johnson, as we said, leads MX2 ahead of Callum Mitchell. Jake Millward, who's out with a bad injury in his elbow. Here we go, gate drop. The elite riders are off the line. Who's going to get the whole shot? Right down the pipe, it's Harry Koulas on the Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha with an absolute ripper.
John Adamson up there as well on the number 2 on the Acer scaffolding gas. Sorry, nearly.
So Koulas hugging those tight lines. This is going to be some moto because the Honda boys were quick in qualifying. That looked like Conrad Muse. He's really starting to get comfortable on that Honda. Or was it Gilbert? No, I think it's Muse because he had the red plate. Yeah, it was Conrad making moves. So Harry has his 2 main rivals breathing down his neck already. This one is going to be a 25-minute plus 1 lap moto, and Muse is already muscling his way into the lead on that Crendon fast track.
And obviously
Honda,
with Muse and Gilbert being teammates as well, like they're both in their own little battle mentally as well, aren't they? To be that number 1 guy on the team, it's got to be really difficult because they're fighting for a championship and they're also fighting for top dog as well under the awning.
You hear it time and time again, Callum, like if your teammate, one of the first rules is beat your teammate.
Yeah, 100%. Because they're the one who's going to get the nice stuff. You know what I mean? When stuff,
when
the shiny stuff starts floating in.
Well, maybe. It depends how the team structure is, but ultimately, you know, if you got more chance of obviously having that and staying on the firm, as it were, if you're the top dog in the team. So
100%.
But Josh has come on really good, and this is a bit of Josh Gilbert round here actually.
It
hard
is.
pack, rutty. Having said that, Muse's track down in Shepton Mallet is brutal. It is stony, it's hard pack, so it's very similar to what Conrad practices on as well.
Yeah, they're both probably specialists in this sort of field then, aren't they? But I saw Gilbert in qualifying. I mean, I know Conrad Muse just pipped him, but Gilbert looked really, really comfortable around here. So, you know, I don't know. I think they're going to be very close. Conrad just, I think, has got the little bit of edge when it comes down to raw speed. Gilbert's very good as the race sort of develops and moves on. So we'll see. I think they've both got their strengths, and it will definitely get close.
He's already trying to get that move done early doors on Harry Koulas. There's Conrad coming into that rutted corner. Oh, he gets a little bit hung up there.
He stood up.
Yeah, stood up a bit.
Oh, Gilbert up the inside. Didn't quite make it happen. They're going to be coming round onto the start straight now. Look at that. Do you know what? You should just be a camera button man. You're very good at it.
Well, it's kind of new technology that we're working with this new live stream. We've got me and Callum are dangerously, they've given us the capability of choosing the cameras, which actually I'm not that comfortable with. I don't want that responsibility, but anyway, we don't always choose it. It's just if we see something nice, we can press a button and say, look, there you go. So we're not directing it entirely. I don't want you to give a start, you know, giving us grief, by the way, because we are not the directors. We just, but we get the opportunity to occasionally just dive in there if we see something cool on camera.
But Conrad's looking really good though on these opening laps. He's put the gas down, hasn't he? He's built that gap up. It looks like Gilbert has found his way through as well. So the 2 Crendon fast track Honda guys, 1 and 2 at the minute. By the looks of it, Harry Koulas is being pushed back to 3rd. Yep, there we are. I think Gilbert is through. So it's going to be a drag race now till the end of this one, I think. I don't think Gilbert's going to want to yield. He really wants to put the fight to his teammate Conrad Muse. Yeah, just because they're teammates, this is an individual sport, isn't it? You're fighting for yourself.
Exactly that. And as we said, there's bragging rights. There's also the small matter of fact that Conrad Muse has won both races at the opening round. Obviously, way too early, first moto of round 2. 6-round series, perfect season.
Yeah.
He won't be thinking that yet, but you know, at the same time, don't for a second think that he hasn't pulled it.
No, he's got GP experience, hasn't he? But I mean, like, you can say Gilbert's got some experience. He hasn't got the same Grand Prix experience, but Gilbert spent a bit of time last year in America doing all that stuff, done some AMA races. So, you know, he has got some credible experience as well to go toe-to-toe with Conrad Mewes.
Well, you can see on screen there, the top 10, they are all 450 riders, so they are the Liat MX1 riders in the mix there. That's the top 10. I don't need to run that. You can see it on screen. So let's go down to the MX2 category and tell you who's leading that. It's currently the Chambers Racing Team's Glenn McCormick is leading the way ahead of Jamie Wainwright, number 40. Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tools Kawasaki, Even Strokes Kawasaki for third. Then it's Sam Nunn on the Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha for fourth. Joe Brooks, who was quickest in qualifying, the young rookie rider, he's currently in fifth on the GRT Impact KTM. Lewis Hall, wildcarding on that Meredith Fantic.
Yeah,
two-stroke.
I saw it on his Instagram and stuff. He looks pretty good on it, to be fair. He went Ashtown the other day.
Yeah.
Definitely looks like it suits him.
Yeah, he loves the two-stroke, does Animal, his nickname, because he just basically, Animal just goes hard at it all the time. In seventh, Bailey Johnson, championship leader, down in eighth. Not so good for him on the Verdi Shillo machine, KTM. And then it's Callum Mitchell, who's also second in the championship, number 32 on the Lexa machine. He is down in ninth. Josh Taylor currently in 10th. So there you go. That's the top 10 in MX2.
It actually looks like Conrad's pulling away quite drastically right now. It's like, see what that gap is. I mean,
Yeah, well, next time around we'll be able to check it out. But
he's dropped the hammer, that's for sure.
He has indeed, as he goes down that far back section. Furthest point, nice little still. Oh, just clipping the top. I guess that must be getting pretty rutty on the face of that down behind there. We can't see it from our angle, of
when
course.
you see these guys make little mistakes like that,
See how the
believe
bike,
me, there's some reason.
Yeah, how that bike was twitching around in those ruts coming up to it. And of course, we're at that stage now as well where the track is starting to bake a little bit. So when they stick water on it, unless we get out there and start ripping it, which, you know, with a busy schedule, you know, and the amount of riders we've got, it's going to be difficult to do that. So when they put water down on it, those shiny spots become literally like greasy like ice.
That's why it's important. You'll see, like, well, I don't know whether you see it on the broadcast, but in between all the races, I've actually got one of these fancy bowsers that blast water from the side, don't they? So here we've got sort of runoff lanes for the machinery to drive around the track, and they can blow water onto the track from the sides. Like traditionally, old school bowsers, they blow out the back, don't they? So you'd have to actually put the digger onto the racetrack. So they've got the right machinery to be able to do it. It's just a case of managing the track. Looks actually like the gap wasn't as big. Gilbert seems to have pulled a little bit back now, which is interesting. Maybe it was just a visual perspective, though.
Well, the rear end of that Crendon fast track Honda, also a True 7 as well, Honda racing machine, was dancing around a little bit out of that first corner. But
those shocks are going to be
But
scolding
look,
hot by the
this
end
is
of
the thing, right, with motocross. Like, to get the perfect setup is very rare. You know, you sometimes you're gonna have to compensate a little bit on some of the bumps, and it won't always handle as great as you'd like it.
Yeah.
And that's what motocross is. Bikes dance around, and
well, it looks like he's got quite a reactive bike. You know, like, so it depends on the rider as well, like what you want. Like his bike, you can see when it hits a bump, it doesn't hang around to get the shot back up to its top, to the top of its stroke. So some people prefer a bike that sits lower on the rear and into the bumps.
I mean, he looks really comfortable because he is. I was just going to make reference to, like, Jet Lawrence, of course. You know, that's like that's as good as a Honda as you're going to get. That's a factory HRC machine.
Yeah.
And as good as Jet is, and you still see him going around on a lap, and that thing still dances and kicks around.
That's
you know,
just what they do.
That's
part of motocross,
going fast over rough ground. It's just physics. That bike is going to bounce around somewhere. You're never going to have it.
They're on the edge of what's capable, from the tyres, the suspension.
Yeah, you're never going to have it go pointing in the right direction that you want it all the time, and that's what makes the sport so beautiful.
Yeah, it is. Thing is, sometimes, like, when you're going as quick as these guys, you have to sacrifice comfort as well. Like, you know, like a bike that we'd enjoy to ride, they would find probably dangerous. You know what I mean? Because it's not reacting quick enough for what they need. And we'd ride their bike and think, what the hell is this? I mean, you've ridden factory bikes, and I bet you think they feel like garbage when you get on them.
Yeah, for sure. I rode Jeffrey Hurlin's bike a couple of times.
I bet it was horrific.
Down the years, different years, and for me it was just like, oh my god, like how does he go? How does he go fast on this?
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
He's going way faster than me, so that bike works different. Yeah, basically that's it. So bike setup is obviously key. Loving that off-camber turn, the way the ruts are formed around there. But back with the race leader, Conrad Muse, he's just popped over the finish line. The gap is opening up. There he goes. Again, see that thing dancing around.
5 or 6 seconds now.
Yeah, he's really opened the gap up. Let's see what the gap is. We're still waiting for the timing to catch up.
You can see he's really pushing. You know, like, what's it saying on there? What's the gap?
Still waiting for that to refresh the gap between them. I know the gap's 5 seconds to Harry Koulas, so just I'm not going to tamper with that too much, but timing just needs to catch up on our timing monitor here. But Muse looking good. Going back to the MX2 category, let's see what's going on there. Jamie Wainwright now finds himself in the lead. If we can pick up on rider number 40, that would be amazing. We're going to try and get our director to get out to the comms there, to the TV crew out there, the cameraman, if we can pick up Jamie Wainwright as the leading MX2 rider.
Yeah, he's on an orange bike, KTM.
So once we find Jamie, hopefully we'll give him some airtime. That's a proper ding-dong battle going on there between Sam Nunn, we just saw going down there, down past the mechanics area. We can't quite pick that back up, but let's go back to the start. Look at the speeds that they come down this straight. That's some of the back end riders. Look at this, coming straight at the camera. Who's that? Couldn't quite work out that, but you get
the
a
top
real sense of
speed
speed.
in qualifying was just shy of 60 miles an hour.
It's a fast circuit, we did say that.
Yeah.
So we're looking for Jamie Wainwright, rider number 40 out there. He is leading the MX2 category, ahead of Glenn McCormick. Joe Brooks now up to 3rd in that battle in the MX2. Carlton Husband is in 4th, rider number 6. Then we briefly saw that drag race between Sam Nunn on the cab screens, Crescent Yamaha, against Charlie Heyman on the True 7 Honda Academy machine. There's Liam Knight. Liam's quite a way down the field. I think he might have been, yeah, he is. He must have made a mistake. He is basically the last runner in the MX1 category. Look how he's having to work the bike and his body through those rollers. Every time he hits that bump, that's going straight through your body.
So he's riding for the Gabriel Solutions KTM team.
And it's just a sapping sport. And in this heat and this kind of track, there was Conrad sliding his way round. There he is. We're going to pick him up. No, we're not. Trying to find him out there. These riders are going around so quick, our cameramen struggle to keep up. There's Koulas. He is currently in 3rd on that cab screens Crescent Yamaha.
Last year's champion.
Yep.
A year before's champion.
Another dynamite start. Yeah, I mean, he's won this multiple times.
I think it's a few times.
I think it's 3 times, isn't it? So he's but he's going to have his work cut out this year, I think. The Honda boys are looking good at this stage. There's Conrad just going out of view, and off the top of that, hopefully we'll stick with it. There's Tom Murphy just realising that he is already being lapped, so he's already looking over his shoulder, waiting for the rest of them. Here's the battle further down the field then, as they cross the finish line. There was Sam Nunn.
There we are, there's Jamie Wainwright.
There's Wainwright, there we go. That is your MX2 race leader on that KTM. Of course, he was with the Revo team last year. Didn't kind of really work out for the guys there, both parties, but you know, all amicable, nothing bad.
It happens. You know, sometimes I think Jamie was so comfortable riding the KTM as well. If we're all honest with each other, and I don't think he gelled with everything quite as he had imagined. And you know, that's just life, isn't it? That's how it works sometimes. So he should have Glenn McCormick behind him.
Yeah, Glenn is directly, in fact, I'd say that gap is probably pretty close at the minute. It looks like McCormick might be closing in a little bit as we're trying to keep him. There he is. We're going to keep with him, hopefully. Your race MX2 race winner, sorry, leader currently. There we go. We get to see round the back of that corner now. Change the camera angle slightly as they pop back in over that step up. Obviously, you can see the heavy machinery in the background there to work the circuit.
There's some serious machinery around this place. Millions of pounds worth of diggers, tractors.
Well, the soil and the dig in which they excavate all the soil out of the ground here. Who's that gone down? Is that Tony Craig? 3 million quid a pop.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, you heard me right. Yeah.
What? Explain.
The diggers to get the dirt out of the ground here at the quarry, and that's helped build this track. Effectively helped build this mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just a cool 3 million quid each.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a fair few of them down there. So we've had some pretty heavy machinery available to us to build this circuit. But of course, this circuit built by the whole thing by Alfie, by the way. Alfie and Justin have been up here back and forth down the last year or so. They haven't done it in one hit. They kind of came here towards the tail end of last year, got the base built, kind of got all that done, kind of bashed it into shape, and then once the bad weather stopped recently, they come back out and then topped it.
Yeah, because we should have been here a bit earlier.
Yeah, we should have been, yeah.
That's one of those things, you can't control the weather, but what a nice weekend for it. And there's seriously a lot of people here watching. You can see them littered around the banks everywhere. You can see in that shot there, look at all the people watching there. I think it's not facts. I think it's the most tickets that we've ever sold.
I believe so, yeah.
To come and watch an MX National.
There's that was Ivor Monticelli going through there, I think it was. Anyway, there's Grimshaw all over the back of Mira. So Tom Grimshaw, they are currently racing for that 5th position. A good ride from Jason Mira. Doesn't come as a surprise to me because, again, we've got this kind of loose terrain, hard-packed terrain, very similar to surfaces in Ireland, other than Desert Martin. They've got a lot of tracks over there that have kind of got that granite base, you know?
Ground granite. It's like riverbed granite, isn't it, almost?
Wainwright just went off the track a bit there. There is McCormick trying to chase him in. We're back with the race lead. No, that's second place, Josh Gilbert. Unless we've lost the race leader, who's now got the gap is, according to my laps, and what I'm looking at here, is just 1.18 seconds. I think it's more than that. I don't know why. I don't think Speed Hive has caught up with it all. Yeah, it's he's setting a pretty impressive lap time, Conrad. Well, it's certainly not 1.8 seconds. Now it's suddenly refreshed it. We're up to 12-second lead for Conrad Muse. He is absolutely ripping.
Over a second a lap. On the best lap, faster than Josh Gilbert's best lap. So
he is, I mean, again, for a lot of us in British motocross, no surprise that Dave Thorpe DT made a move for Conrad Muse.
Yeah.
I think Conrad was a little bit sort of disillusioned with where he was at with Grand Prix motocross. I don't think he's over keen on travelling and all those kind of things. So when an opportunity came along to concentrate on British motocross in MX1
and earn a proper living as well,
and earn a living with a team that is just, let's be honest, not far down the road from where he lives.
Yeah, it all seems to work well, doesn't it? I think like it was sort of the right place, right time sort of deal, wasn't it?
Yeah, and on top of that, we all kind of knew that Tommy was coming towards the end of his career anyway, which was a genuine case.
Yeah,
and Dave's got to plan for the the future, and it seemed clearly it's working out. It was the right time to go for Conrad. Conrad put pen to paper, and in this championship, clearly he's making it work.
Did
also
he do a
British
2-year deal, or was it?
Don't know the ins and outs of it,
but
sure,
I don't know. But I think he seems pretty comfortable where he is. You always see when you go round there, everyone seems to be happy, smiling, don't they? There's not. Everything's going on, and they've also got their development team as well, haven't they? True 7
Academy team,
Academy team with Charlie Heyman and Callum Green. Talk about those two. Whereabouts are they in the race? Let's have a little look. So Heyman is up to 16th. Yeah, Charlie Heyman and Callum Green.
Wow, Conrad just.
Callum Green's in 11th. So Callum Green having a good ride on the True 7.
Conrad is looking good, feeling good. I mean, he just launched the Dragon's back. I mean,
did he?
Oh yeah, he quadded out.
Yeah, that's big.
That is big.
And where they're landing on the top of it, you know, that little pocket where they can get on the gas, it's really quite small. You have to be very precise.
It's and of course Conrad, like many or a good handful of British riders this year, with the Arena Cross being British only riders, went and rode that, and it was a steep learning curve, and I think obviously we were part of that, and he said it really helped him. You know, he sharpened up his skills, he learned a lot straight away on the 450, you know, throwing it around in an arena, and he was blisteringly quick. I mean, Tommy won the title, but Conrad often set, you know, the quickest lap times and whatnot.
I think sometimes, like, Tommy's skill in the super, you know, been doing a bit of supercross years ago, probably came into play around there, didn't it? Like, Conrad didn't quite have the commitment in some certain areas to try and, like, force a pass. But yeah, like, he's coming on strong, isn't he? I think he's only just getting started, if I'm honest. Conrad's still a young lad. Yeah. Got plenty more years left in the tank.
And you know, obviously I hope that they guys go do Arena Cross again next year, and that would be cool, because it definitely had a different vibe to it this year. And you know, it's just a good series in the winter when we can't get out and race motocross. Definitely. People to go and follow. But this is motocross, and this is the Michelin MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee, and you are watching the championship leader. He went 1-1 at round 1 at Oakhanger. Very, very different conditions than here. Very. Sand. It almost got to enduro mode in that second moto. It was almost survival. Out here, the sun is shining. We don't have a wet race at this round, I can tell you that.
No, you're watching us on Dirt World TV. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Follow Michelin MX Nationals on social media, Instagram and Facebook. You can even follow Jeff Perrett.
You can. I don't, to be honest, I don't do as much as I should. I'm too busy yabbering on the phone normally to do social media posts and whatever, but I will start to step it up going forward. Not that my life's that entertaining, I find.
Well, we're Blue Crew, aren't we?
Going forward we are, yeah. So I'll be announcing more about my involvement with that as we get towards the end of the season. But yeah, now working with the guys at Yamaha UK to help develop the Blue Crew program, so I'm looking forward to that going forward.
Hopefully more than one YZ85.
Yeah, well, that's the aim, obviously. You know, that's got to start somewhere. You know, so across the Blue Crew, it's quite a cool incentive. Obviously, like, if you signed up to it, you get to ride the super finale, which is going to happen at the Motocross of Nations. Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, I saw that when I went to the one in Italy.
Yeah,
it's really cool. Massive thing.
Huge effort. So yeah, I'm looking forward to being involved with that and working on that going forward, along with all these other projects. But for now, here and now, we are watching your championship leader, Conrad News, on the Crendon Fast Track Honda True 7 team. And as we said, the True 7 Jake Nichols got involved, started an Academy 250 team to work alongside these guys. They've got Charlie Heyman. Oh, it's not just 250, sorry, because you've got Callum Green out there in this race as well on the MX1 bike.
Well, is Callum Green on an MX1 bike? Because when I saw him this morning, it did sound 250.
Unless he's gone back to a 250, but he certainly started the season on.
I know he did, yeah.
On one.
He's looking good, actually. Callum Green in 11th, so that's cracking.
Yeah. So let's go back to, let's just refresh. So I'm going to go split them by class here. Top 10 in the in the MX1 class, brought to you by Liat. It's Conrad News leading the way ahead of Josh Gilbert, his teammate. Then it's Harry Koulas, rider 151 in third. Ivo Monticelli on the Acer United Gas machine in fourth. Jason Mirror for fifth. Then in sixth on the Chambers Race machine, Tom Grimshaw nursing his way back from an injury. John Adamson out there in seventh on the second Acer United Gas. Jamie Carpenter in eighth on the second of the cab screens Crescent Yamahas. Dennis Dan Thornhill for ninth. He is on the Chambers Racing machine. Then Stuart Edmonds on the Stewie Briggs Honda out there in 10th. In the 250s, Callum, you can rock on with them.
Yeah, Carlton Husband out there on the Phoenix Tools Kawasaki. Jamie Wainwright's in second now, been pushed back. He's doing his own program with Redline Motorcycles, I believe. Glenn McCormick there. Is he a Chambers guy? Glenn
yes.
McCormick, yeah, he's in third. Charlie Heyman is in 4th. So Charlie Heyman is on the True 7. Yeah, the junior program to what you're seeing Conrad Muse on. Callum Mitchell there in 5th place. Lewis Hall on the Fantic there is in 6th. So doing a great job, Lewis Hall. Coming back to racing, nice to see. Joe Brooks out there.
There's Joe right on cue,
7th.
on camera. Yeah, he's currently 7th, the rookie rider in MX2.
Yeah.
Chasing down Louis Kessler, who of course is on an MX1 bike.
Right, okay, yeah, that's one confused me there. And then you've got Charlie Cole, Sam Dunn and Ben Franklin rounding out the top 10.
Just want to highlight how close riders get to the camera. Oh, it's back up now. We've just had a camera turned upside down by one of the riders. But we've managed to correct that the right way up, because we're trying to get those GoPros, those little cameras next to close to the track, and occasionally riders do clip them.
Well, you've got to get close to the action, haven't you?
Yeah, well, we're trying to get as close as we can. That was Gilbert going through the shot there, but there we go, Kulas coming through, and there is, that is that marker that went through.
Yeah,
top
we're looking
three.
for Ivo Monticelli. So Ivo injured himself at the first round in Oakhanger, I'm sure he did. So Ivo injured himself, so he's come back to racing. So he's not going to be where he wants to be right now, is he? He's in a warm-up mode. He's in a mission to sort of get himself back into shape. That takes time. It takes time at this level of racing, that's for sure.
Just stick with this little battle. That's the best one we can see on track right now. They are not racing for class. This is just track position because, as I said, Brooks is on the smaller bike. Look at that. See the off-camera how it works there, the different lines. That was kind of cool to watch. We're going to try and pick up the race leader again sometime soon. There is that Conrad in shot there. He's going so darn quick around this circuit right now. What is his lap time?
I think the lap times is horrifically quicker than everyone else's. So.
Let's see how far ahead he is. He's got the gap up last time around.
20 seconds nearly.
Now doing the Dragon's Back in a different way. He's not jumping off the top one, he's jumping over the highest point now.
That'd be way quicker.
You've got to have so much confidence to do that, because if you clip the top and you've got your body positioning wrong, it's good night Vienna.
We've got 2 laps to go now in this fastest 40, Liat and a Pico.
Blue flags are waving, that signifies slower traffic.
God, look at
to
the speed.
Basically get out of the way. So Joe Brooks there was got the blue flag to let them know that the race leader is approaching fast, and
That
just
was
like that,
unbelievable how much speed
but
he
he's
carried around.
actually doubling them now, not casing them like the others were manualing.
They're massive as well.
He is absolutely ripping. I just would love to see Conrad get a run on GP racing and get some confidence
I wish he
in it.
could ride like this in the GP. He'd be in the top 5. He could be. It's just, yeah.
But having said that, like we said, you know, it's hard to make a living in Grand Prix motocross, top end, sharp end. And
yeah, Conrad probably makes more money just doing domestic racing.
I don't know if he does or he doesn't, but you know, he doesn't have to do all the travelling. He can be at home. He can get into a nice routine.
Yeah.
I think he's clearly happy with where he's at in his career.
Doesn't he? Yeah, for sure. And let's be honest, this is still top tier motocross racing. You know what I mean? He could go anywhere in the world and be well up there. You know, so Conrad Muse, he's made a brilliant career out of this. It's very difficult to do.
You know, you've got to deal with pressure whenever you're a high-level sportsman or woman. You know, you just do. And Conrad has had that tag from coming off autos and being on 65. It was being branded around then as our next world champion, our next big star. He's had to live with that. It's not always easy. Then he went and won an 85 junior world title, which probably even like amplified it further. You know, beating the likes of Jay Sexton.
Yeah,
he was racing in that one. You know, and a few others.
But a lot of these
Lawrence
kids that get the high.
Hunter Lawrence was in the same race.
You know, you've only got to look at like Ryder Di Francesco, Adam Cianciarello. A lot of the hype kids from when they're coming up through 85s when they get to pro, because they've got all that pressure on their back. It doesn't always help them. You know, it can be quite a hindrance as well at the same time.
It definitely can, mate. There's no doubt about that. So he's, you know, like we've been on to him other times saying. Sat down and done a man in the van interview with him and sort of said, you know, so why can't you replicate that? He can answer it because he didn't know. He's like, I wish I could give you that answer. Like, it's not like I'm not trying.
Look at that, Jesus.
Well, we got one to go, and the speed that Conrad gets around this circuit, I better get gone and make sure that we grab him for a chat. So I'll leave you with my good friend Callum to bring you home in this opening Elite Pro MX1, MX2 race brought to you by Liat and Apico.
Yeah, and you're watching on Dirt World TV. Please, if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe for more of this racing action. Obviously, we're going to be coming back throughout the year doing different race meetings. So if you're liking what you're seeing, make sure you follow, like, subscribe, even ring the little bell at the top so it'll notify you whenever we're going to go live. And there you can see Conrad Muse just coming round. He's going to be taking the last lap board this time round, and just looks so comfortable. I mean, you've only got to look at the things that he's doing around the track that's so different to everyone else, and a lot of that's down to just pure confidence, you know. It takes a lot of belief in your bike to be able to do that. It just looks like he's just lapped his teammate, Charlie Heyman there. Charlie must have got a bit of a bad start. He's running around 16th position right now. There we are, Conrad Muse, absolute masterclass. And he did the same in qualifying as well, so he's got the fastest qualifying. He's gone, and hopefully he's going to tick off the first race win. I mean, he's going on to having a perfect day. Seconds in the lead over his teammate Josh Gilbert. I mean, that's something to do. There we are. Pops a little wheelie. He knows he's got the job done. There is a confident Conrad Muse just about to take the checkered flag. The 4.26 takes race win number 1 of the Liat Pro MX1 and a Pico Pro MX2 fastest 40. We're going to send it over to Jeff, and he'll have a little word with Conrad to see what happened in that race.
Okay, we're here with Moto 1 winner, another victory for Conrad Muse on the Crendon Fast Track Honda Racing machine. I was just checking out, he's got his heart monitor on here, and he was just stopping that. What was you up to? What was your heart rate?
200 then.
200. That's about the speed you were going around this circuit, by the way. Did you enjoy that? It looked like you was having a lot of fun, particularly down this straight, down past the signalling area.
Yeah, it was awesome. They put a bit of water down on the first turn, so I was a little bit hesitant there. I come out in about 4th or 5th, I think. But yeah, I got to work fast. I went straight to the outside, didn't follow, carried my speed through the rollers, and by the 3rd turn I was into the lead. So it was, yeah, I was intense on the first lap. And then just rode my own race, pulled a gap. I didn't feel, honestly, I was just in such a rhythm, so smooth, and I didn't feel too, didn't feel like I was pushing too hard, and I still have for sure plenty more in the tank for Moto 2. So yeah, good way to start the day.
We were saying how much you're really getting to grips with the 450 and how you feel comfortable with the team and stuff like that. Also, this track, your practice track is, okay, not too dissimilar, kind of hard clay and a bit rocky, so the conditions you're comfortable in, basically.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would love it if we had a practice track this size, but nah, it's a smaller version. We've got plenty of big jumps there, nice jumps, stony ground. I would say for sure this gets a lot more ruttier, like the turns are rutting up so much, but yeah, keep getting ruttier, keep getting bumpier, because I love those conditions, so yeah.
Race winner Conrad Muse, we're going to try and grab a word as well with the MX2 winner. Conrad, well done. Let's just quickly, if we're still rolling, I think we are, let's just quickly get Carlton in, because obviously the 2 winners. Carlton, all right, mate, well done. Have we got any water for Carlton? We'll get to it in a minute. Yeah. Hot, dry conditions. Do you get tracks like this up north where you're from?
No, not really. The closest we have to our 2 local tracks, Schoolhouse and Ironworks, are pretty similar, but it's a bit more extreme. The ruts are deeper, bumps are bigger, and yeah, it's a lot harder.
It's, you know, it's the same for everyone. It's a brand new track. Nobody's got an advantage here, so it's a new track in progress. It's brutal already. Yeah. So is it one that you enjoyed, and do you think going forward, you know, when it settles more and they develop the track, that it's just going to keep getting better and better?
Yeah. Better, more lines.
The team's going good. You obviously want to thank them. Anybody else you want to give a thanks to?
Yeah, big thanks to Phoenix, Even Strokes, Kawasaki, Barry, my mum and dad, my girlfriend, my little girl, everyone for being here.
So they've got all modern gadgets on the bike. Just quickly explain what this is here. Look.
I don't know, the new GoPro, someone just come and put it on.
Oh, awesome, right, there you go. So he's going to have onboard footage. Where will we get to see that?
I'm not too sure, I don't even know the...
Okay, people just attaching things to Carlton's bike, but he got the job done, takes the victory in the MX2 at Pico class. Okay, we are going to go to a short ad break. We're going to get back with Block 2's racing. That will be the Sintol Super Mini 85s coming up next for their final race here at round 2 of the Michelin MX Nationals. And he said Monster Mountain. It's Monster Mountain. I'm getting confused. It's hot. I'm delirious.
Introducing the Fly Racing F16 riding gear in black, gray, and high vis. The F16 jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs. Lightweight, durable polyester construction for maximum performance and a comfortable fit. Our F16 pant features a mesh comfort liner to keep you cool and comfortable. Multi-directional stretch ribbing for flexibility and low-profile stretch leg cuffs. Soft Flex protective rubber details creates vents for airflow. The ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. Ratchet enclosure and waist belt allow for adjustability. The F16 riding gear from Fly Racing.
Welcome back, folks. We have just done a very quick bit of track maintenance. You can actually see that, there you go. The guys, the Bowsers are out there doing their thing, getting as much water down as possible because it's actually getting hotter and hotter. There's a shining example as it sprays over the top of our camera. The amount of water that's going down. So, this is the Sintal Super Mini. Big wheel and small wheel 85 riders. Good to see Arthur Moore lining back up because on the last lap of that opening moto, he took a big old crash, whacked himself up a little bit. So it's good to see him lining back up, number 67 there with the white helmet. On the small wheel category, but he would have lost valuable points, unfortunately. Anyway, let's go back to the walking along the start line there. So a little difficult to stay on 2 feet. Here we go then. Who is going to grab the whole shot? And also, we'll be back to the Planet Moto first lap leader. So let's see who's going to get that. This is their final moto of round 2. They've had 3. This is their 4th moto. Can Charlie Richmond take the overall victory in the big wheels? Who's going to get it in the small wheels? And the gate drops and there's a tear into that first corner. It looks like Richmond again. He hits a big old huckabuck coming in though, but he keeps it on 2 wheels. But has he grabbed the whole shot? I'm not sure if he has. He's going down the inside. Fighting it. But is it Jamie Keith maybe around the outside? He's going to get a run. I can't quite see the number yet. No, it's I think that's Alfie Getters Green. It is. Alfie Getters Green grabbed the whole shot, I guess, depending on where the whole shot line was. We don't do whole shot awards here at the Michelin MX Nationals, but we do the first lap leader award, and Alfie Getters Green is on his way. Look at this track now compared to how it was in the opening moto for these little 85cc riders. It is hard going when you've got little wheels and those ruts are deep, when you've had the big 450s chewing it out.
They've put a lot of water down as well.
Yeah, well, we saw it going directly over one of our trackside cameras.
Yeah, a lot of water down. They've done a bit of track work on some areas. But, yeah, it's going to be...
Josh Vale goes, powers round the outside. So Vale realises potentially this is going to be tight for the overall here because you had Charlie Richmond going basically 3-2-1. You've had Jamie Keith with a couple of good results and Josh Vale. So a lot is going to hinge on this last moto, I think, for the overall.
Doesn't Josh Vale look like a man?
Yes. Like I said, he's ready.
He's got his legs are looking thick, aren't they? You know, he's definitely filled out a lot.
He is ready for a 1-2-5, but he opted to stay down to try and win this championship. He's obviously making a good fist of it right now because he leads the way and the championship at this point, I think. So looking good. Is that Jamie Keith there? Normally he's in that MX gear.
You see them sliding around a little bit. They've been putting a lot of water. This face has been reworked. God, I was just looking at the diggers out on track there. That's why I was in a bit late. Like, these guys are fixing the track to the point the kids, you know, like they were coming around on this roll. It was amazing. Like, and then all the machines sort of in tandem just come off the circuit. It was great.
Yeah, we're going to try and reposition a couple of cameras. We've got some fixed ones. The guys are out there moving them around. So just bear with us while we do that to try and give you a different angle from some of the racing that you've seen already today. The little static cameras, we can just kind of peg them up wherever we want, anywhere on the track. So the guys are out there moving them around as they come back across the start line. Your Planet Moto first lap leader is Josh Vale. There he is on screen. 5 points go to him in his quest to be that guy that gets that Spanish motocross holiday at the end of the season.
Yeah, so I've just got the results from the first moto of today. That's race 3 of the weekend of this one. Charlie Richmond led the way over Jamie Keith, then back to Josh Vale. So these guys all chopping and changing, in slightly different positions this time round. Jamie Keith looking like he's quite consistent. Alfie Getters Green up to 3rd this time. Finished 4th in the last one. So a few different changes up the front. I think Josh Vale's going to want to try and break away from this one, though, isn't he, and run away with it. Looks like he's pulling a nice gap at the minute.
Yeah, I think because it's the overall probably hinges on it. I think if he takes the victory in this one, so again, what he's had a pretty consistent was he had 3.
Third, and then he won
Took
a
a race win yesterday, didn't he? I think as well.
No.
So yeah. Jamie Keith currently second. Alfie Green is in third in the moto. Then it's Lewis Spratt, as you can see on the screen there.
Yeah, so he won the first moto yesterday, Josh Vale did, and then he was second to Jamie Keith in the second moto. So it's probably between those two guys, isn't it, Jamie Keith and Josh Vale?
Well, Richmond's had like 3-2-1.
He's been very consistent,
so
yeah.
He hasn't made such a good start in this one, though. I'm trying to find him. He's outside the top 10. In fact, he is down in 17th on the opening lap. So that would arguably rule out the overall.
He could even like throw away a third, because Alfie Green's had quite a good weekend with a 4th, and we had another 4th. Yeah, so. But then he didn't. Yeah, he didn't have quite the race 2 yesterday. He was anyway. So yeah, it's going to be tight.
It is going to be tight. I'm just trying to work out who the lead in. I'm trying to separate the classes here, but unfortunately, oh, here we go. They've finally done it. Speed Hive. Joel Winstanley Dawson, rider 236, is currently leading the small wheel category further down the field. We will try to get some eyes on him later in the race. Ollie Waters is currently in second. Then you've got Ollie Truman for third, number 51. Lucas Lee for fourth. Charlie Ward in the small wheels is fifth, number 107. Then it's Archie Butterfield, 311. Arthur Moore, like I said, after ringing his bell pretty hard in that previous moto, in 7th. Then it's Chad Prince. Bit of a racing pedigree there.
Yeah, just a little bit. He's still quite young, though, isn't he?
Yeah,
Chad?
he's very young, but Chad is the son of Neil Prince, former British champion and GP rider, and of course team manager for Cass Honda back in the day, and now team manager for SC Sports Homes, Husqvarna. So Chad is out there, and
Arguably
Dad is
has
watching.
One of the coolest bikes.
Who
in
has?
his garage as well.
Oh,
Neil. He's got a full R&D factory RM250. The thing
Lovely.
is, I think it's Yoshi Suter's. It's
Oh, yeah,
very, very
would be.
special piece of kit.
And just to give everybody a name check, Tyler Cooper is the final place rider in the small wheels. There you go. That's what's going on with that. So we are sticking with the race leader. Oh, we've got a faller. We've got so many cameras now working. We've gone nuts with the cameras now. Who's that? Is that Stanley Siebert? He normally wears a bright orange lid. Can't see until they pick the bike up. Still can't see in this sunlight. Yeah, that's Stan. That's unfortunately Stan Siebert going down right in front of our
he was
camera.
in 24th anyway, so he's going to be all
up and running
way
though.
Back now.
Just a little topple over, basically.
Easy done though when you have these sort of ruts and you're coming in with a lot of speed, especially if they've fixed other parts of the track. You know, you might be coming in carrying a bit more speed than what you were doing, and you know, you can just stand it up in a corner, tips over. It's one of those things. But Josh Vale is making this look very easy right now.
Well, motocross isn't. When you said there, like, you know, it's easily done. Yeah, on any track.
Yeah, yeah.
On one as technical as this, it's a
well,
tough old
race
sport.
Tracks are different as well. Like tracks like this is arguably what we'd say like a Grand Prix style track, as in how it's sized and stuff. We're probably not that used to racing on things like this in the UK. There's nothing really of this size. I mean, apart from Matley Basin, and there's a few.
We're definitely, this is a unique new venue for us in the UK. You heard Carlton Husband say it, actually. It's just like, man, like, it's a big old unit. It's a big old track to get round.
And do you know what? Just as a big shout out to the track crew and team, the difference from yesterday to today in track conditions is night and day. Like, I think they learn very quick. It was like that, and they've gone, right, okay, let's go to the drawing boards, let's do this slightly differently. And from just an observer looking in, it looks like the racing's been a lot better, you know. So yeah, hats off to them guys. You know, they're obviously learning it and learning the track, learning the dirt, and they're making it work.
Josh Vale looks like he's enjoying this one. He's keeping a check as he goes down that start straight. You know, for riders of these caliber to go in a straight line, yes, there's rocks out there, you know, and you know, lumps of dirt and whatever, but they're so confident at national level to just look across in a straight line or even look behind them. Shouldn't really do it, but of course, coming back up the start straight, you can just look across to the finish line. And obviously a big track like this enables you to do that. There's a lot of switchbacks, so you don't necessarily always have to look behind you.
No.
You can look across
Yeah, he's
safer
just managing
option.
his race, isn't he? I mean, what has he got now? What sort of lead? It looks 5 seconds, 5-6 seconds. So he's in a comfortable spot. He just needs to learn to manage that situation now, doesn't he? And just pace himself. You can go overboard, can't you? And make it difficult for yourself.
What's your take, Callum, as if in a race, if you were like leading a race or not leading a race, and looking around and checking it yourself, what's going on?
I don't know.
I was always okay with that. I had a lot of people say, like, you should stop, let's focus forward and whatever. But
my dad, I'll be honest with you, my dad used to go insane if I did that. I haven't done a lot of winning for a long time. Not since sort of AMCA seniors times. A long time ago. But yeah, there's argument, there's for and against. I think as you become more of an advanced rider, it's okay to do it. And I think when you maybe first starting to get your feet wet in winning, maybe you don't need to do that. Maybe it is probably better to just focus on just racing forward, because you probably haven't got the experience to manage that race. And looking behind you and seeing them coming just might add to the pressure, make you tighten up. And if you're comfortable, I don't think there's an issue in it.
No, I'd agree. I think the better you get, you're so acutely aware of where you are on the track, what's going on. There is Joel Winstanley. We finally pinned him down. If we can stick with that rider on screen currently, he is the leading small wheel rider, rider 236.
In a bright zebra.
As he heads over towards the lagoon over there, where we've got all the track building equipment.
Looks like he's wearing a kit that matches my shirt.
Your shirt is lively. Nice little view. I don't think we've had much today of this nice tabletop, basically right behind our TV truck. As I can hear outside that bike. There he is, the race leader.
Absolutely.
I could hear that from inside our TV truck here. He had that thing absolutely lit. Going up the start straight, getting everything he can out of it. There is, I just missed him, Ollie Waters. We're just trying to catch him. He was second in the small wheel class, so he was last lap around at least.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I was trying to get him going through there.
We just, there he is, the race leader again, absolutely on the pipe.
Does that not sound good?
Yeah. Got that rear, maybe, I don't know if this is his weight, but you'd still spring the suspension to his weight, whatever. But Josh seems very comfortable at the bike set. He has that rear end's quite low.
Quite low.
Very low.
Yeah, it does look like that. Obviously, like, I think, it's like almost like AMA sort of style setting up your bike. Turn with the rear. Again, with a high speed track like this,
but also because of his size, that might help him. So he's not. So he doesn't then have to get up the front so much, and he can kind of steer with the rear, like you said, lean over the back a bit more.
Probably helps him a little bit.
So that's probably just a conscious thing that they've probably done with the bike setup.
I think on an 85, when you become as big as him, like when you're a taller rider as well, you have to like try and get the cockpit opened up a little bit as well. Like, it's harder. I think it's quite hard to settle an 85 for a fast rider and a big rider like Josh. I don't know whether he's using the bigger frames. Some of the guys opt to use the bigger frames. Not sure whether he is or not. It's quite a costly thing to do. You don't see many people doing it, but it is something that riders definitely choose to go for.
Okay, so Vel is we got what we got left, 2:22 to go in this one. So we're again trying to hunt him down on track. Still got our fixed cameras here on the finish corner, and those ruts are getting deeper and deeper. Look at that. Ollie Waters, both feet off, trying to work his way. And these 85 kids are now going like they're avoiding those inside ruts. Great little line there from Josh Bell. Nice. Going super tight, probably where the bigger bikes couldn't get.
It looks like a nice line, actually. It doesn't look like it's been too chopped out.
There's Ollie Waters on the Matt Gardner racing machine, small wheel.
Someone needs to get his pipe blown out when he's pulled off as well. There's a massive dent in that.
Is there? I didn't see that.
Josh Vale drag racing down the start straight there.
So, actually, he's showing us in the big wheels. I thought he was actually small wheel, so my bad, but I was convinced that number 55 is a small wheel rider. Don't know why he's not showing on our timing monitor here. I can't actually see him anywhere on it, so he might have a transponder issue. Don't see him, do you?
Quite possibly.
He's not showing on our timing screen, number 55, Ollie Waters, so I got no idea what position he's in. Currently, it's showing on our timing, without Ollie on it, Joel Winstanley leading the small wheels, 236 ahead of Lucas Lee.
So let's hope there's someone in that ACU van down there writing down.
Yeah.
Doing the old school lap marking.
We had Arthur Moore in third, Ollie Truman for fourth, then it was Archie Butterfield for fifth, Charlie Ward in sixth, Chad Prince for seventh, and then in eighth in the small wheels is Tyler Cooper.
I love this shot.
Yeah, and a couple of them are so stylish. I think I saw Richmond go over earlier on, all cranked sideways, laying it down.
We'll wait for some of the big boys to come for a look at that. Lovely.
Sweet little popping jump, that.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's not little,
And
for
here's
the
Joel
average guy.
Stanley.
There he is, there's Joel. Again, he has good racing pedigree. His uncle Matt, top British Championship rider, GP rider, then went to Supermoto.
I think he won multiple Supermoto championships. I always remember a story about his uncle. Showed up to an AMCA race meeting, went in the experts around Caister, hard pack track, on Supermoto slicks, and won. I'm not even joking you. It was the most mental thing I've ever seen. It is quite a hard packed track, and it was one of them days where it wasn't too rutted out and stuff, and he destroyed everyone. I couldn't believe it. Like, it made no sense to me.
There's Lucas Lee going over the line. He is in the small wheels and currently in second position, rider number 11. We have got next time around.
1 lap to go.
Now, I was just going to say, he's probably just about to take the 1 lap board, and right on cue he did. Callum is going to get down there to potentially speak to Josh Vell. Josh, of course, riding for the SJP Moto KTM team. These guys have banged out a few championships in their time as he rolls past small wheel rider Arthur Moore there. He's currently in third, Arthur, in the small wheels on the free flow Madison Crescent Yamaha. That's the running order, but he's now a lap down, but as be the case with some of these small wheel riders. And don't kid yourself, those small wheels make a big difference. There might only be a couple of inches difference in the wheel diameter for big wheel to small wheel, but it makes such a difference as a racer, the corner speed and the way the bike tracks over the jumps and bumps. And of course, just traditionally, the big wheel riders are just that bit bigger, stronger, fitter. If you look at some of the small wheels, they are exactly that. The riders are really small, freshly coming out of the 65 class. And this is the class really where we see like some riders have a major growth spurt on and basically become young adults, you know, as young teenagers. All of a sudden they start growling at you a bit more. They've got a lump in their throat and they've got whiskers are starting to grow. But yeah, so there's a varying age difference in ability as well with size and strength. Josh, of course, is at the high end of that. He is absolutely, when this season's done, ready to hop it up onto a 125. Arguably, he could get on one now and you know, get in there and probably run top 5, potentially in the 125 class. But we'll see that from him next year. There he is, final time around that very difficult off camber. Lovely though, on the pegs, balls of his feet. We're going to follow him home, and he is going to, 2 race wins over the weekend. I think he's had a second and a third in the others, so he's looking good for a potential overall victory here. There it is then, Josh Vell. He takes the checkered flag. 2 wins out of the weekend. That should be good enough for the overall. We're going to find out as he goes go and speak to Callum anytime soon. We're going to go to a very quick commercial, and then we'll be back with Callum talking to Josh Vell.
every day it's like a new adventure. You know, you can be on different kind of track. You can ride motocross, some track, and yeah, every track are really different. The way of riding your bike, the technical, everything, and it's really what I like when I ride.
So, we're here with Josh Vale. You just won the big wheel super mini class. You told me this morning, no, after the first race this morning, you didn't feel as comfortable, but you felt a little bit like your usual self then. Are we going to continue this going forward then?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I found a rhythm in that race and I felt good on the bike. I've not been very well all week and I didn't feel very strong and I kept messing everything up, but in that race I felt like my usual self, so it's good.
Yeah, me and Jeff noticed, like, the way you run your bike, you're quite low on the back end, aren't you? A little bit AMA style. Is that because of your height, you wanted, like, to steer with the rear and stuff, or...?
Yeah, I mean, I just got to get this year done with. Hopefully I can win it and then move up with the big boys, so...
Yeah, mate, you are definitely ready for a 125. You're looking big, you're looking ready. Are you excited to get onto the 125 next year?
Yeah, I'm excited to race with everyone that I was with last year and the year before and see what we can do on the 125.
Yeah, you just need to get the job done. Anyone you want to thank in particular?
I'd like to thank SJP Moto, all my other local sponsors, Beckwood, Plumdale, my mum and dad, to get me here, and that's it.
Yeah. Well done, mate, and congratulations.
Okay, back to it. We have an empty start gate there, as you can see, because we're just chucking some water down. Yet again, it's just getting warmer and warmer up here. We're obviously getting towards early afternoon, mid-afternoon. So getting some, keeping on top of it. And we're going to get the Fly Futures class out here soon. We still got some riders coming in off the track, actually, which is why we were just a little bit delayed in loading up the next start. We got, maybe looks like we got a bit of track maintenance going on, so that could be a small delay. In the meantime then, we'll just very quickly go to another advert or two, just while they're doing some track maintenance, and we will be back shortly with the Fly Futures. Okay. Yes, this is the Futures class coming out for the their fourth and final moto of the weekend. Their second on the day, of course. It's again, we're going to see who's going to get this. These are separated classes, remember. we have the MX2 category. Won every race so far, number 441 in the 250 youth category. Billy Askew on the GTCI Revo machine. 125s, Rhys Jones was looking good in this championship. He's had an indifferent weekend. He hasn't had all his own way, that's for sure. But Jake Walker is out there as well, riding injured. Jack Meara, Wesley McGavin, Harrison Greenoff, Ollie Bubb. That was the running order. Shane Jones, Chester Hyde, Freddie Gardner, Max Smith. That was the top 10 in the previous race earlier on today. Yep. That was the 125s. The 250s was Askew, Mackenzie Marshall, Dominic Newbury, Bayliss Utting. Then it was George Hopkins, Liam Bennett, Finn Wilson, Lennox Dickinson, Cade Rains, and Kyron Karen. Okay, let's buckle in for these testosterone-fueled young gents and ladies. I'm not sure if we've got any girls out there actually in this class. We have a few girl riders at some of the classes as we go through the series, but I don't think we've got any girls racing. But there's a lot more girls racing motocross these days, and that is just brilliant.
Suspense. I can feel it.
Is that what you're doing? Is that why you're quiet?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, don't make those noises. It's very off-putting.
No, haunted.
Right. This is going to be a tough one for these guys. In fact, this final block of motos for all riders is going to be super competitive. We are still doing some track maintenance. Look, that's why we haven't got them off the gate. There we go. I'm not sure who's in charge of that giant Tonka tool, whether it's Alfie in there or Justin. But anyway, here we go. Green flag is up.
Yeah, here we are. Final run of the day. I'm sure they're going to be happy with that. The sun's coming out. It's getting hot now.
It's hot. It's getting hot.
Warm out there.
Let's go to that camera there so you can get a wide-angle view of they go charging into the first corner. There we go. 5-second board is round. So any time now, 5 seconds. Who is going to get the whole shot?
Nice
They've put
view,
some
actually.
water down on the track. Whoa, coming in hot as George Hopkins.
Yeah.
Wow, he was on it. Number 4 there.
I saw him just trying to turn on that dry stuff on the inside. It was just sliding.
But his lead is short-lived because normal service has resumed. Oh, has it? I take that back.
Oh, my gosh, okay.
George is battling for it with Billy Askew, but Billy with the undercut.
Let's be honest, they're all going to start getting fed up of Billy just winning and winning and winning, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
It's got to stop.
Yeah, somebody's got to put a stop to it. The question is how, because he's that good in this class at the moment. He slips it up the inside and goes into his regular position that we so often see him, even last year in the Big Wheel 85, similar kind of deal. And off he goes on another green flag lap, leading the way. So we will get them all over the finish line, of course, and then we will be able to tell you
I mean, it will definitely be
race.
one of them riders who's very eligible for the first lap.
Yes. He did.
Planet Moto.
Yeah.
He's going to, you know.
He won it last year, didn't he? I think
possibly so. He was very dominant last year as well.
So he is, yeah, a good bet for a good amount of TV time is Billy Askew.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's no one. It annoys me that there's no other youth rider sort of stepping up to that level. But is it just the fact that is it luck? Is it just the time when he's come into it? Is it you know?
It's none of that. You make your own luck. He's talented. He works hard. He's got a good team around him. You put all those contributing factors together, and you've got a great shot at being out front, winning championships, winning races. So. No, it's not. I wouldn't say it's luck at all. I mean, the kid is clearly talented.
Oh, without a doubt. I just wish he was out there in EMX.
Well, I think hopefully that will come.
Yeah.
I'd love to think that we will see him out there doing some of those rounds.
I don't know. Has he done any European stuff on 85s and things like that?
Not that I recall. Not many.
Didn't really, which is unusual. Which is unusual for someone to develop like he has done without going international. Which says that it's possible.
Okay, so. There he comes, slingshotting his way back onto the start straight.
That line's lovely, isn't it? But it's one of them, like, it's not a line you're going to take if you're defending.
And here comes the rest of the chasing field. A lot of them now favouring the outside because they've watered heavily down through the middle. Somebody taking a punt down the inside. Varying lines, though, it just goes to show, you see, that's
It's
good track design, it's wide enough.
And it's going to change where you go through the next corner and the next corner and the next corner, even to like the end of the rollers. You know, like what you do here changes all of that. You know, it is very well designed and very well thought of.
Okay, I don't know what's we got.
Yep, we're just trying to sort this out. Do not panic. We'll be back. There we are. God, it's cooking up in here.
Yeah, it is. The racing, you can see how gnarly is a good word. Gnarly, savage,
it's
brutal,
looking
tough.
more and more and more
More
like
and more
SoCal,
AMA, Southern California motocross.
Is.
But it's not. It's South Wales.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd sort of
right
be saying that we'd be racing in South Wales and it looking like a Californian motocross track, but, you know,
right outside
sport never ceases to surprise me and amaze me, the stuff that happens in our sport.
I love the, like when you're driving into this facility, all the signs and everything. You see that big digger they've got parked up as well with Monster Mountain on it. It's just so cool. They really have thought of different things, and you can see that it's still a baby. It's still very much in its infancy, but I think they have been trying to build this place for about a year. The one good thing about it, we've got never going to get any sound noise issues because there's absolutely nothing here.
There's nothing around at all, but we are so high up. If the wind did carry it, they might hear it in Swansea.
Yeah, yeah. The only people that are going to moan about it is God, I think. In this side.
And he's a motocross fan, or she. I mean, you know, I don't want to get caught into that state.
What is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was nearly getting sick then, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I think what you're seeing on screen, because our cameras have just gone down a little bit here in our commentary booth, so I'm hoping that you are seeing Billy Askew rip up the start straight. There you go. So let's give you a rundown then. We're one complete whole lap in. So we'll do it by class. You know who's winning. Billy Askew is going to lead the way in the MX2, MXY2 category here in the Fly Futures. Ahead of number 5, Liam Bennett. Jack Taylor, number 22, is up to third. Then it's Donovan Newbury for fourth. Mackenzie Marshall, triple 5, finds himself in fifth. And George Hopkins, that fast start from George Hopkins. Jake Walker is currently in seventh. Eighth is Freddie Gardner, and ninth Tyler Hooley. 10th is Finn Wilson. And of course, the Planet Moto first lap leader points went to Billy Askew. 4 points in the bag for him. With regard to the 1-2-5, so I'm just trying to get this them separated on our screen here. Jake Walker is leading the 1-2-5 category, number 99, ahead of Freddie Gardner. Tyler Hooley in for third, 101. In fourth is Reese Jones. So the 1-2-5 class is going to be tight for the overall. As I said, Wesley McGavin fifth. Sixth is Jack Meara. Seventh is Harrison Greenoff. Then it's Max Smith for eighth. Ninth, Ollie Bubb moving up a spot ahead of Louis Perrin Brown. There you go. That is the top 10 in both classes. Your race leader comfortably pulling away. He's now got a 6 or 7 second lead.
I'm back.
He's back in the room. So we're going to move some cameras about while we're out there and just because we're trying to give you variation here. Also, you're not seeing the same camera angles all day. We've got some little small roaming ones.
They're currently little like GoPro things?
Yeah, they're currently offline, where we sort of try to get them repositioned in a different spot. out on track for you guys. It's very much the Billy Askew show. Fly Futures MXY2 category.
His technique is so good. He's such a young rider. Because he hasn't been on a big bike for very long.
No, not at all. But he's always good with throttle control, balance and line choice. So what he's doing is he doesn't override the 250. A lot of kids coming off of an 85 or a 125 will absolutely rev the bangers off of it, popping valves left, right and centre. You don't have to ride a 250 four-stroke like that. You can, obviously. You know, and they do.
That's not where they make power.
Not always,
no. Or lower down in the RPM than what you would on it.
For those that don't know, obviously a four-stroke has more torque, more low RPM, more traction, easy to use power. And his sweet spot really is kind of in the mid-range, and whatever, and that is where Billy tends to ride it most of the time.
He did say after the first, when I spoke to him, he said he just had to be really, because some areas, like some part of this track is so grippy, like when you walk out here, just walk on the track, really grippy, really tacky, but there's some areas like on the jump faces where it's pretty slick. So he was saying that he just had to be really careful with his throttle control and just make sure that, like these guys, it's not just getting on the bike and riding it. They're trying to stop the back wheel from losing traction, obviously, because if you're losing traction from your back wheel, you're not driving forward, and that's got to be a big factor, you know. Yeah, I was just saying, like, you know, it's such an art to get to learn what your back wheel's doing, because if you start losing traction, you're no longer going forward, you're staying still, or in a fashion. You've got to learn to read how your tyres are biting into the ground. I think that's what Billy's very good at doing. Very smooth on the throttle.
Yeah, he is well, as proven. You know, he's won every moto so far this year, and he's looking set for another one. Just apologies while we are just sorting out some different camera angles. We're kind of limited to what you can see at the minute. Trying to get these others back online and working for you. So things are definitely hotting up here. It's definitely getting faster. The track's drying. Okay, what I mean by that is it's probably getting slower in the corners, but down the straights, the guys are probably like it's probably as hard back as it's been in the day. Well, you can see that speed that somebody's coming straight down the camera barrel there.
And the guys are chucking water on it so often as well. It's such a hot day outside.
Yeah.
Like, I can feel it cooking up in here as well. Me and Jeff basically sat in an oven. Computers running, sun's being down on it. Maximum.
I still got to go for the sympathy vote, because I would still, I think just about being here. Big shout out to all our marshals and track crew. They are out there all day, non-stop. We don't have a lunch break at the Michelin MX Nationals. Action starts at 9 o'clock on a Sunday, and it relentlessly goes through until the last pro moto.
Yeah, 3, 4 o'clock in the evening.
So massive kudos to our marshals, our medical team, our incredible track team out there doing their best to lay on top quality motocross in the UK. So thank you everybody involved in the Michelin MX Nationals, and of course, as I said, all our incredible sponsors that make such a difference. Michelin in particular, they were with us from the get-go. I don't know if they had that much confidence, if they knew where it was going. Maybe they knew something we didn't. But they have backed this series to the hilt from the start. I think the early conversations between the guys were sort of the beginning of 2013. First championship year was 2014.
Well, let's be honest, without Michelin, we wouldn't be doing this right now. We wouldn't be putting out a live stream. So
we definitely would not. No.
Massive thank you to those guys.
So massive shout out to them, to the guys at Milwaukee as well, stepping up as like sort of second tier or joint title sponsors, as it were. And then we've got just an array of top brands in the sport getting behind us. Liat, sponsoring the Pro MX1 class, Pico Pro MX2. We've got RFX, Moto Verde, Work Sports Insurance, Spiral Graphics, Cintal Lubricants, Fly Racing, Bell, DP. We got Locks for Vans, A-Plan Insurance, 7. I mean, what a brand that is to have involved. Carbon Comps, Oakley, Planet Moto, First Lap Leader Award, and all these varying other people that get behind the series. This is our 10th anniversary year. No talk yet of where we're going from here. I should be interested to see where the championship does go after 10 years. Things clearly work with it. Is it time to maybe like freshen things up with some different classes? I'm just throwing this out there. I don't know. Do you have to fix something that's not really broken? I don't know.
It's definitely not broken in ways like the riders seem to choose us as like the top tier amateur championship. I mean, I know what you mean, but I think it's because we're just watching the same thing over and over again. You know what I mean? Like that's what, you know, that's same as anything, isn't it? But development's always good, and we've got some great guys behind the scenes. I'm sure with Jeff's big old logo, great. They'll be able to work some companies out and develop this even further, so you get a better experience.
I don't know what I mean, mate. This is nothing to do with me. Don't give me that responsibility. But conversations, you know, are constantly being had. Obviously, the way we are going to progress the sport, clearly, is with more media. Hopefully keep polishing up on the live stream, get that to an even better standard, you know, just keep working, get it better. And then hopefully more partners will come on board to want to be part of it. There's so many contributing factors, but our sport absolutely needs to get with the program when it comes to commercialism and like modern day media. It needs to be priority number one as far as I'm concerned.
We need to see more sponsors that are outside of the sport coming
But
in.
we're only going to get those guys if we keep producing a live stream, keep improving it.
Oh, for sure.
Make the riders heroes, follow their story, document what they're doing in the week away from racing, all those kind of things. So, yep, that's what we need to do, and hopefully...
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Make sure you follow all these guys on their Instagrams and Facebooks. Billy Askew, you know, like he's got quite a big following, does a lot of YouTube stuff with Tommy Searle. So yeah, make sure you are getting behind these guys. It's a good point, and let's make them superstars, because that's what they deserve. They're putting their life on the line to entertain us all at the minute. So.
Yeah, and it's an action-packed sport, but there's more to the story than what you just see when the guys are racing. You know, they are athletes. You know, if you want to get to the top of this game, you have to be a professional athlete. You won't get there if you're not. And it's a sacrifice. I mean, if you've been watching the news recently in the UK, Adam Peaty has been featuring a lot recently. You know, our Olympic champion swimmer, world champion, just saying about the strains and stresses of life at the top. The sacrifices you have to make, and then you have to continue to make to stay there. It's tough, you know. It's like it's what these guys want to do, of course. You know, like nobody's making them do it, but to earn a crust, to earn a living in this sport, you have to be wholeheartedly 100% dedicated. It's not, and that's what a lot of us, like we've said it before, Callum. You know, like. If you're into the sport, does drive you a little bit potty, a bit loopy, that the general conception of the sport is maybe like bad guys riding bikes and girls and hoodlums causing mayhem everywhere. It's not. It's a professional sport.
It is. And these guys, like, the thing as well, with these guys, they're not earning huge amounts of money, because unfortunately it's one of those sports that doesn't pay huge amounts of money, and they're literally sacrificing. Look, we know they're doing it out of choice. They're not in a prison. They're choosing to sacrifice their teens, their 20s, you know, all the way until their 30s before that. A lot of them don't even drink. You know, they're in the gym from the age of 13, working on how to be better, and like that. It's just amazing, isn't it? Same for like the Olympic guys. They're not earning crazy money. They're just doing it because they absolutely love it.
Yeah, sacrifices do have to be made. Going back to the drinking, I can cutely say that I made up for it in my 40s. So I was playing catch up. Still am. Still am.
I can't believe you're 50.
I know, neither can I. My body has absolutely sussed on that I'm 50.
Oh, it knows.
Oh God, yeah.
Was it instant? Like,
yeah. No, riding wise, like I said, the last time I rode, it was just like, sorry, mate, I'm shutting down.
You're done. I can't believe it.
No, I'll still ride, mate, but I don't. It's going to take a lot to see me at a race, put it that way. Well, out on track at a race.
Yeah. Would you fancy racing here today?
No. That's a straight answer to that. I'm not going to lie. It's look at that blue sky. Where it's just too demanding. It's getting demanding in
Could
this
you see
commentary
yourself
booth.
hitting these jumps?
Yes, I could, but
stiff.
in my own time. And that's the difference.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to do it in a race environment.
If I was here on a practice day, I'd imagine I'd have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'd have a lot of fun, but not.
And that's not to be sniffed at. Riding a motocross bike and an off-road motorcycle. And listen, we're biased, we know we are, but it's a utopia moment for me. It's one of only a few moments in life where I ride and I do what I do, and I can't really tell you what I'm thinking about. It's one of the only times where I just go into like
not dying.
Well, you're thinking so hard about the riding and the racing or whatever you're doing that you haven't got room in your head for anything else.
No.
So you do absolutely switch off from everyday woes.
I need to do that, but sometimes when I've got a lot going on in my head and I'm busy and I'm stressed, I won't go riding because I'm like, I don't know, I can't fit that mental strain into my mind. Sometimes I feel like I need to do that just to switch my mind off, but it's a tough old game, isn't it? It's a tough old game. You've probably been there as well when you're so stressed and you're like, do you know what, going riding is just not going to help anything.
Well, we've said it, and we've said it many times before. It is one of the most demanding sports in the world that you're ever going to do.
Yeah,
that's not me and Callum bigging it up. If you're watching this and you're like, you guys are talking nonsense, Google doesn't lie, does it?
No.
Apparently.
No.
The internet doesn't lie.
The heart, it's an adrenaline sport. Same as like fighting in MMA or something like that. You've got someone trying to beat you up. With this, you've got a bike that's trying to kill you. So it's the same thing. It's an adrenaline sport, so that means the heart rates are incredibly high.
Well, I'm not sure if you were listening when I asked Conrad then what his heart rate was up to in that. 200.
Yeah, there we are.
There
It's crazy. And they've got to sustain that for 20 minutes, 25 minutes. That's where it's difficult, and it's different to MMA, boxing and stuff like that, because they're in a ring for a short amount of time, then they get a break. Yeah, they're absolutely on the edge of what they're physically capable to do. Motocross is a bit similar, as in the heart rates, but it's for a lot longer period of time. So it is one of them. I think it's up there with MMA, boxing and stuff as some of the hardest sports in the world. I think it may actually be the hardest. I can't remember. I think last time I googled it. Yeah, possibly right.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. Right. Well, let's that's kind of sold the sport how tough it is. So get into it if you really want to challenge yourself. Anyway, going back to this checkered flag, we better go and grab him. It's my turn.
Sure,
I'm going to get down there and get Billy. Here we are, Billy Askew. Looks like he hasn't even been out for a ride. Hardly any dust and dirt on his face. Another clean sweep weekend. I've got a feeling I'm going to be speaking a lot to you this year. How was that final moto?
Yeah, the final moto was good. Went nice and smooth. Just got a good start and then passed a few people and then just sort of rode my own race. Chilled out a bit. There was no point going crazy and just getting a massive gap. It's end of the weekend, we've had a good weekend, and just didn't want to crash or anything, so just took it steady and yeah, brought it home really.
Follow that man, it'll be all over YouTube. He's now even more of a star of Tommy's vlog than Tommy. Good one, mate. Quick thank to all your team.
Yeah, thanks to all my team, GTCI, Revo Kawasaki, thanks to Nick at GTCI, thanks to TSWP Suspension for making my bike handle nice, thanks to Sam, Mark, Luke and all the boys that helped me, and yeah, appreciate all of it, thank you.
Good stuff. Billy's going to move out. We're very quickly going to get Reece Jones in there, stacking up on the start here, unless we can spin him round. No, we'll stay as we are. Move on out. Let's get Reece in. Likewise, Reece, you're making a good job of this life on the 125. Another race win in that one and an overall victory. You must be pleased.
I just need to get better with my technique on the starts and try to get out front that and
up.
to get some points in that as well. We'll try to do a few more of them.
Yeah.
See how we can do.
Great stuff. We'll see you on the podium. There you go, Reece Jones, winner of the Fly Futures 125. Well done, mate. Good stuff. We are now going to the Clubman class MX2. Great work, mate.
So this is a Spiral Graphics Clubman MX2. This is going to be the final race of the weekend. Sam Ongley taking the win in the first moto. Coming through actually as well. Really, really did a hard charge through to the front. So let's see who's going to get the start this time round. It looks like Ongley again on that Fantic 252 stroke. Is someone going to come up the inside? See what's going to happen coming back through the rollers. Looks like Sam Ongley. Yeah. So there we are. There is the 723 of Sam Ongley on that lovely Fantic machine. Looks like George Boyce with a good start as well. So the number 10, George Boyce, is up there. He's been putting in the work recently as well. I've been following him on his Instagram. He's definitely been training hard to try and get better.
Well, I just came back to see somebody going way off track there. I hope they didn't gain an advantage. It looks like Sam Ongley back out where he finished off.
Yep, it does, and George Boyce is just behind him, I think, and I'm not sure who the rest of them are. Just trying to get a bit of a wider camera pan. It's hard to see the numbers on the start.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
that's what me and Jeff are relying on. We don't have a transponder on the first corner, so we have to wait really until they come round. Looks like...
Well, I think that's Ongley. I'm pretty certain it is.
That's Ongley leading the way. Quite convincingly as well. That was quite cool. So Ongley had to fight his way to the front in Moto 1 today. Obviously that was the third moto of the weekend. This time round though, good start. Made it a lot easier for himself.
I think, was that 31? Charlie West? I think it might have been Charlie West in there. Who's that gone down?
Down. 99, is it? 90. It might have been Matthew Fuller.
Okay, they're going to come back over. So who's going to get the Planet Moto first lap leader? It's Ongley. He's going to be first over the stripe. There he is. So he is your Planet Moto first lap leader.
Charlie Weston is just behind him.
Yeah, I
and
thought
George
that was
Boyce
Charlie.
Just
There you go then,
Charlie.
Sam Ongley, 5 points for him, 4 for Charlie West.
Some rev limiter in going on there.
Oh, look at that. That is baked like that is so Southern California.
It is
at the end of the
you know what it looks
a practice day, like at the end of the
Do
day.
you know what track it looks like right now? Lake Elsinore.
Yeah.
Literally.
It does.
Yeah, it looks like Lake Elsinore. Even with the fences and
A
stuff.
little bit, yeah. If they were painted white, it would be. Yeah, done some hot and dusty motos round there.
Oh, it's horrible down there, isn't it?
Well, it is at the end of the day,
Oh,
yeah.
oh,
Mid-afternoon,
no.
no one.
Everyone
I often
goes
wonder why everybody got there so early and bashed out the
From
motos.
like 1
and I
o'clock,
didn't.
it's done,
Yeah.
isn't it?
A nice different shot this time of the guys hopping up over that tabletop. Directly behind our, almost jumping over our ambulance crew there, parked to the side of the track.
Quite convenient
There's
place.
some new angles going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
We've had a few tweaks. Oh, that's nice. It's quite cool.
Just zoomed in a bit more. Our main cameraman on the outside of the first corner can pan round, and because of his elevated view, can film pretty much most of the track from there.
Oh, George Boyce isn't losing the toe this time. He dropped quite a bit in the first race. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe a bit of a mistake or something, but looks like the number 10 of George Boyce is staying with Charlie West this time round. Matthew Pocock, who had a blinder of a start to the race in the first one today, he's back there in 4th. Richie Roberts on the Ruts Racing Yamaha, he's there in 5th. Toby Lightbound, obviously our Bell pilots manager.
Well, yeah, doesn't
Brand
stop
manager.
at Bell, Fly, 7, Oakley. Kind of in charge of a lot of the beer, not beer, that's the company name, beer, RFX, yeah. Of the motocross brands, basically, like Oakley.
So he's the man that decides whether you're going to get your sponsorship or not.
I think eventually it come down to him. Yeah, it might go to. But yeah, they get behind quite a lot. They've got a lot of brands to work with. Obviously, you know, they're behind. For example, you've got the Crendon Fast Track Honda True
Yeah. There's quite
team
a few teams actually
in
that
Fly.
they support. Yeah, exactly.
Then you've got Cabs Greens, Crescent Yamaha, 7.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of brands that they work. Teams that they work with. Well, it is, from a temperature standpoint, it is definitely starting to get warmer here in South Wales. Mid-afternoon sun is beating down. We're just coming into 3 o'clock, so...
well, I'm wafting myself, but I'm wafting myself with warm air.
That's not going to work, is it?
It's just warm.
Yeah. All these little things. As we said, we are getting back to live streaming with Dirt World TV after a little hiatus. We had some issues at round 1 at Oakhanger beyond our control. That's not, that is legit. We were working very close, obviously, on Army land, and we had a real issue there with an Army radar jammer that was really playing havoc with putting out our signal. We're not going to argue with the British military.
I think it was the American.
Was it?
The American.
I'm not going to argue with
yeah.
either of them anyway, because
No.
we were, you know. So Oakhanger was a tough one for us, but we are going to keep making this thing better and better. Certainly, as we get to Oxford, we'll have an opportunity to do more pre-recorded interviews, stuff like that. Obviously, Oxford is a track we know well.
It was such a fun track to ride. I rode Oxford last night. Do you know what? I might even do the Saturday again because it was so enjoyable.
I'm going to start a page, Let's Money Race. I think we should start that hashtag, Let's Money Race.
I think I'm better than I was going.
I think you are. I think you've improved.
A lot.
Your fashion sense not necessarily has, but your riding ability has. So I think we should see out there, hashtag Let's Money Race. It's happening.
Like, subscribe, comment. All of the above.
No, I think we need that, because then you can come into the booth on Sunday and just say, you know, you can give us all the lowdown on...
I can, yeah. I need to get the old 125 screaming around there, don't I?
Maybe you and I need to get back to doing the track preview as well.
Yeah, we can do. I could get you on one of my two strokes.
Yeah. Anyway, that's where coming up. Anything like that, of course, Championship, mxnationals.co.uk. information on there. We are splattered all over social media. We have now our new social media queen, Charlie Neary, is now on board doing a lot of the social media to stay on top of what's going on in the championship throughout the year, and obviously on race weekends.
So, are you riding a 2-stroke or a 250F at the minute?
250F I've got. YZ 250F.
What's
I'm going to
wrong
be
with you?
swapping that in.
You're getting a
Hopefully
2-stroke?
at the end of the year I'm going to get myself a 125, mate.
Mate, my 125 is the funnest bike I've ever ridden.
There you go.
I nearly had to
that's the
sell
reason.
it the other day, and no, I'm not gonna. I can't. I cannot let it leave my side. I love it so much. The full GYTR one. I've got the GYTR engine package, all that. It's just phenomenal. So good. I'm like 15 3/4 stone.
You stick to the 125, and then maybe in the off season we'll have to have like one of those secret duels that nobody sees, like a face-off.
I think you've got me, if I'm honest.
Like a race behind closed doors that nobody ever sees, which was the greatest race ever.
Maybe if I raced all season, so I've got a bit of fitness. If we
Sorry, I
just-
can't believe what I've just said there. I'm basically saying that you and I having a race will probably be the best race ever seen.
Definitely would.
I can
It'd be the
categorically tell you
worst
it
thing.
will be probably the worst thing.
Yeah, Jeff would
you've ever
smoke
seen.
me on the first few laps, and then I think I'd creep up on him just through being a bit younger.
Yeah.
When Jeff's arms fall off.
Yeah, yeah.
That's basically how it would go.
Yeah, when it comes to the point where my fingers are welded to the handlebars.
To be fair, I'm very fortunate I don't get arm pull.
Well, I never used to get it, but I've certainly found out what it's like
but
since.
don't normally, you know. Like, I normally just get everywhere ache and stop working instead of on.
Okay, we're sticking with Sam Ongley here. We have 3:31 to go, so let's work that out. His lap times are around the 2:46 mark. By the time he crosses the line, there's going to be 2 laps to go. He's not going to get the 1 lap to go board this time around, but it will be after that. So when he crosses the finish line, there's going to be 2 to go.
Down a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be 2 to go when he crosses the finish line. He still currently leads this Spiral Graphics Clubman MX2 class. Rider 723 on the plate. Charlie West is still in second. Then it's George Boyce, number 10, for third. Fourth is Matthew Pocock. Fifth is currently 111 Richie Roberts ahead of Chris Corthorn. Wildcard in rider 22. Then it's Matt Tolley for 7th. 8th is Toby Lightbound, 771. Then we've got Jordan Ambler for 9th. 10th is Hayden Stevens. Let's do 11 to 15. It's Jake O'Gorman. Then it's Aaron Framingham. Jordan Meredith is 13th ahead of Max Flint. Max is Mr. Planet Moto.
Yeah, he is indeed, yeah.
Yeah, so he's out there.
I bet it feels like home for him this weekend.
It does like a bit like Spain. Jamie Collins is 15th. 16th is Alex Hamer. Bradley Johnston for 17th. 18th is Matthew Fuller. Then you got Elliot Cook for 19th. And 20th is Danny Townsend. So no 1 lap board. It's going to be next time around, definitely, because he's crossed the finish line with 2:07 to go. Lap times are 2:46. Well, he's got one. He's going to be 1 lap board next time around.
Well, I've got the Jazzy shirt ready to go now.
Yeah, it's good. I feel like I should do more.
Do you think you could run that?
But then I don't think it will work, does it? You know, we need one elaborate
I'm just
character,
a little bit weird.
and then I'll go more corporate with sponsors t-shirts on.
Well, you know, if they're going to pay for them to be on me, then I'll wear
Oh,
them.
here we go. Look, yeah. He's sat there shamelessly selling himself on live TV.
I am
Swab.
available for any clothing.
You are.
I would wear the fly clothing stuff, but they don't bring it into the UK, so, you know, it is
Well,
what
you
it
hadn't
is.
helped yourself by saying that. But anyway, there we go.
Well, Jason Thomas, if you are watching, I need clothes. I need t-shirts.
I would say yes, you do.
I do. And if he will see with his own eyes why in a moment.
Yeah, he's going to get out there and speak to Sam Ongley if Sam keeps it upright for another lap and a half. There he comes. You can see we have really been fighting it. This brand new, amazing venue up here, a lot exposed. Obviously, wind. You know, we're up high. The sun has been beating down since basically Thursday evening up here. The track is going to need time to settle. So you've got to bear that in mind. This
I
is
think
all
the whole
fresh
track
dirt.
will sink. You know,
gravity.
Like, it will all sink.
You know,
and build back up, and she'll be good to go.
You know, when the championship comes back, if it comes back here next year, the gravity would have done its bit. All that soil would have sunk down, it would have settled. I don't think we'd have so much loose dirt kicking around.
No.
It would be easy. And of course, the guys by then would have manipulated the track more. They would probably worked more wood chip into the dirt.
Even today from tomorrow, it's got better.
Yeah.
So that's just going to show you what was to come.
Yeah, exactly. And with more time, it was the same with all the tracks. I met, like when we first went to Matterley, it was a similar deal.
Oh God, remember that?
You know, and yet down the years, they've worked sawdust and wood chippings and stuff into the soil.
Yeah.
You know, it takes time to evolve. Anything takes time to evolve, particularly, you know, a high-end motocross track. But let's be honest, it's getting absolutely ragged by over 300 competitors this weekend.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's done. The track team have done an amazing job. Okay, we're going to have one lap to go for our race leader. There he goes.
Out then, matey.
Yeah, you get yourself out there. He's going to be coming round soon. So Callum's off to go and speak to potentially Sam Ongley. It could well be. He's right in the driving seat should anything happen. Charlie West is there in second. There's Ongley away on his final lap here in the Spiral Graphics Clubman MX2, the 250cc category. Coming up next is the Work Sports Insurance Clubman MX1 for their final moto of the day. Then we will go to the Moto Verde amateur class for their final moto, then on to the RFX experts, and then we finish the day's racing with another 25 minutes plus one lap moto for the Liat MX1 and a Pico MX2 Elite Pro riders. We'll wrap up the day's racing here at Monster Mountain, just marginally south east of Merthyr Tydfil. It's an amazing landscape that's been sculptured, built by Alfie Smith and Justin Barclay, but obviously huge kudos, massive shout out to Darren Lewis and all his team up here that have just thrown everything they've got at it. Time, the investment, it's just monumental to give us a brand new race circuit. Just everything about it. I'm sure the infrastructure will improve, all those things, but just to get this track done in the period of time that we had, and with the weather up against us, when we are, either way you look at it, we've lost another couple of tracks recently off the tour, out of British motocross. So to have a new one crop up to this almost like GP AMA spec is just massive. So well done for everybody for the effort that's been put into this incredible Monster Mountain venue. And it would just be great for Welsh motocross in particular. It feels already like Welsh motocross now has a home. That they can place that they can call their own, so that's awesome. And we're just going to bring him across the line if we can find him on our screens. Callum will be down there to grab him anyway. We go see if we can get closer to the finish line cam. Here he should be coming up soon. There he goes, up the inside. We're not going to actually get him going over the finish line, but he goes over the line now. There he goes, takes the checkered flag. It's another race win for Sam Ongley. We're going to go to a very quick 30-second ad around that and then get back to Callum down there, who's going to be speaking to Sam.
Beyond tires, Michelin has applied its high expertise in a product range for everyday use. No matter the weather. No matter the type of grounds. No matter your ambition. Michelin cares about you however you choose to move. Discover our product range for a safer and stress-free life in motion now.
So, mate, nearly a perfect weekend. It's all gone to plan, hasn't it, really? So, for a part-timer, how are you feeling? You a bit tired now?
I'm done. I need about 3 weeks off now.
Well, looking jazzy, mate. CI Sport hooking you up. Yeah. Looking like these are, this is your little thing you got going on.
Shout out to myself, eh?
Yeah, shout out to himself. This is your team, right? Yeah. Anything you want to say about that?
It's just not run to plan this year. Back at Hawkstone, he's getting better, but it's been a bit of a rubbish start to the year, so just wish he gets better, and hopefully we get him back out on track soon.
Yes, because the team boss is out now to come out to represent. Do we want to do that? Do we want to be out racing?
No, I'll stick to the mechanic and he needs to come back so I can swap paces, but yeah, just wish him all the best, and hopefully he gets back out soon.
I mean, obviously you've had a really good day. Is there anyone like you particularly want to thank that helps the team out and things like that?
Yeah, definitely. Well, my private sponsor, Caravan Tech, for helping me out. My mum, my dad, Gifford Distribution, CI Sport, Deck Pipes, just everyone else, massive thank you.
Yeah, no worries. You're looking good anyway. The helmet sort of matches my Southern California vibe going on today. Or probably Meridian, but go with that. Well, do you want me to grab that bottle off you?
Okay, apologies for the little camera break up there. It's definitely, the wind is starting to pick up and varying bits and pieces. We're doing our very best to sort that out. You can see one of the guys out there in the, I'm not sure, I'm not up to speed with my bulldozers. It's a D something. Anyway, they're out there taking those braking bumps off that have formed into that first corner. Because coming up next, we have the Works Sports Insurance Clubman MX1 coming to the line. As you can see them lined up there, just a bit of track maintenance. You can see the work, the effort that goes in to running a modern day motocross national, particularly on a track like this. We have a lot of riders over 2 days at the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee, and that track gets beaten down pretty badly. When you've got that amount of riders going over it in this dry weather, and like I said, a brand new circuit. So as soon as those guys get that bulldozer off the first corner, we are going at it in this Works Sports Insurance. Talon Aspden is looking good here. He has, I'm going to say it, he has won all 3 motos, so he is in a strong position to certainly win the overall. Can he get the job done and get the maximum clean sweep? It doesn't matter if he does, you know, if he gets to top 3.
Yeah, no,
4,
he could sort of
chill out. Going to win the overall, isn't he? He can kind of chill out. But when you've got 3 on the board out of 4, you, I don't care who you are, you go to the line going, let's get this done.
Well, the thing is, when you, it helps when you know you can win as well, doesn't it? Because you know, he'll be full of confidence right now. And he's definitely going to be, in a good mental position. Right, we've got the green flag.
What's it like out there, Callum? It seems like it's getting hotter.
We've lost a few of these Clubman riders now.
I can understand that. They've probably gone, I'm done, I'm spent.
Yeah.
Don't need more in my life. It's
Sam
a tough
said
game.
it's rough. Yeah, it's real rough. But he said it's fun.
Good. I mean, that's, if you're not having fun, then you shouldn't be in it.
Yeah, exactly. So they've got the 15-second board now. Now they've got the fly spiral 5-second card. Gate's going to drop any minute now. Oh, look at that. You were very good then, weren't you?
Into a freshly groomed first corner, and it is again Talon Aspden in the lead. Is he? No, he's going to be...
no, I think he's just managed to hold it off then, just by a gnat's tooth.
Oh, I don't know. Has he? Yeah, maybe he has. He's turned tighter. No, he's still in second.
No, yeah.
Doesn't that looks to me like Daniel Chapman has pulled the holy in that one. Rider number 90 on the Honda. I think that's, let's see as he comes up over. No, number 30. I'm just trying to find it on my list here. Where, God, always away in it. Jude Garland. There you go. Should know these riders by now, but at the same time, we didn't really have much chance to get to know the new kit, the new riders at round one.
Jude's going to hopefully get himself some points on the Planet Moto first lap leader table. Nice hole shot with did Talon go off the track then?
He did, and they're conscious of the TV, but he did. But at the same time, did he gain an advantage?
I don't know. He passed
Well,
him,
it's not for us to say, for starters. It's going to be up to the clerk of the course and racing, you know, all the guys out there that make those calls.
Yeah, I think if I was him, I would definitely probably yield that back and then go for it again. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, he didn't actually overtake him with the move. I mean, he obviously passed him when they got to the next section.
Yeah.
So I think that will be okay. That will stand. But as I said, that's not up to us and me and Callum. That is up to the guys out there that run the race direction, basically.
Yeah, you're right. It's hard to cut. And we've probably got some officials over the other side that know what went on. But from our point of view, it's hard to see. So where is Darren Manning Co? Is he not up there this time?
Well, we're going to get them over the line, as we always do, and then our Speed Hive timing will refresh. I say that, just waiting for the internet to do its thing. God, modern life, how much we depend on that, eh?
Tell you what, Talon's really has had the perfect weekend. If he can nail this, that's going to be
well,
he's looking
good to get the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. Here he comes round. Is he going to hold on to it across the line? He's only got to get around this corner and he's going to get it done. So another 5 points to his quest to win that Planet Moto First Lap Leader Championship.
So as they came over the line, Talon Aspiden was leading the way, followed by Daniel Chapman. Drew Lane there in third. Billy Saunders fourth. Caleb Hicks in fifth. Sixth was Darren Manning Co. So he's all the way down to sixth. Jude Gayland in seventh. Eighth is Callum Watson. Ninth was Ollie Kingston. And 10th was Josh Bailey. Ashley Senior was in 11th. Richard Evans was 12th. 13th was Rory Wotton. 14th is Ben Jones. 15th Thomas White. 16th Ryan Davies. 17th Max Wood. 18th was Odder Henderson. 19th was Josh Young. And 20th was Guy Carter. So Odder is one of the Icelanders that's came over.
He doesn't sound Welsh.
No. Well, do you want to know a fact?
One of your factoids always entertain me because it's probably always wrong, but I always believe it anyway.
This was told to me by Ethor's grandfather, Icelandic guy over there. Apparently, the Icelandic language is a mixture of Old Danish and Welsh because the Vikings used to sail across to England and swap fish for women, for Welsh women.
I really hope you've got that fact right, because that is a bold statement to say on a live stream.
This is ancient history.
Okay.
This is ancient history, and this is Viking days. This is what happened, and then so a lot of Welsh went to Iceland, populated it because they were trying to populate Iceland at the time. So Ethor says when he comes to Wales and he looks at some of the signs and things like that, he can sort of, see the Icelandic in it. Yeah, so just a little bit of a fact.
And today's oracle of unwanted knowledge is brought to you by Callum Swan.
Yeah, no, but there is a tie between Wales and Iceland. Quite a big tie. There's a lot of Welsh blood there.
Tune in to the MX Nationals Dirt World TV because you'll probably learn more than you bargained for.
David Attenborough over here, mate.
Back to the racing. No, that's an interesting fact.
No, yeah, it's old history.
I joke about it, but I'll probably be telling somebody that in the week now.
It's one of these horrid history things, isn't it? It's just how it was. Brutal times, mate.
Not so well. It is brutal times out there on the track because it's probably the most demanding it's been all weekend at this point. After your fourth moto is always energy sapping. I don't care how fit you are. Day 2, after racing solidly on day 1, tends to catch up with you.
Yeah.
Particularly, obviously, these Clubman riders.
They'll be feeling it. We've all been there.
Well, we've seen it, haven't we, by some of them not even lining up on the gate. But right now, Talon Aston is doing what he needs to do. We are currently... Oh, no, he's not. He's dropped down to second.
Chapman.
Okay. So, maybe a little slip-off there when we were talking about, you know, Welsh language.
Welsh, yeah, the Welsh Icelandic thing.
Oh, he nearly ran it off the side of the track
so
there.
How far back is it? Talon's 7 seconds back.
So Chapman's got, he's had a good lap there to gap the field by about 7 seconds.
And even the lap time.
Wow.
Yeah, like...
So he is so much quicker, like nearly like 9 seconds quicker than any other rider on track that last lap around. No, not quite 9 seconds. No, Talon had a bad lap. There you go. That's more like it. But that's still some. That is some lap from Daniel Chapman.
5 seconds, yeah.
Wow. Like he got on the pipe. Look at those ruts through that bit there now.
See how technical that part of the track is.
Yeah. We are winding it down here. We are on the Works Sports Insurance Clubman MX1. We have 3 motos after this to wrap it up here at Monster Mountain for round 2 of the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. Coming up after this race, stick around folks, don't go anywhere, because we have the Moto Verde amateur class, then we have the RFX experts, and then we finish the day with the Liat MX1 and a Pico MX2 Elite Fastest 40 moto.
We do. And talking about Work Sports Insurance, that's my company. If you are in a position to want to get yourself insured for motocross, mountain biking, whatever it is you're doing, or just normal day, normal life, we do mortgages as well. So yeah, my partner in crime, Melissa, she's a mortgage advisor. So we literally are a one-stop shop for everything you need to protect your family, protect your house. And also a mortgage shop as well. So get in touch with us if that's something you want to do. Find us on Instagram. You can find me as well, Callum Swan, and yeah, we'll get you hooked up with something appropriate for you. www.worksportsinsurance.co.uk.
I got hooked up, didn't I?
You did, mate. You're muted.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I got myself hooked up, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was back in the game, I thought I'd better get some insurance just in case I throw myself down the track.
You've got to do it. That's why it's worth every penny.
Yeah, well, listen, we know the sport is amazing. It's just grueling, it's whatever, but it's professional, and but everybody goes into it. It's listen, as I said before, it's not a sport to be taken lightly.
No.
The rewards from it are incredible, overwhelming. By that I mean the sense of achievement.
Yeah.
That you've accomplished it when you finish a moto and you've put everything into all that. It's incredible.
That's why we do it.
Yeah, exactly. But you can't sugarcoat it. It is a dangerous sport, but that's part of the appeal. So
when you've got kids racing as well, the main I'll just do a little. The main policy that I try and sell parents of kids who are racing, because it costs so much. We all know, like a kid on an 85 is going to sink 20 grand a year. If you're riding at a good level, it could be 10 to 20 grand a year riding. So we do policies as well. Like, so if you had a kid and you weren't around anymore, something happened to you, we can make sure that your income keeps coming into the family until that kid reaches adulthood as well. So that stops. Like, imagine losing a parent and then losing your sport as well. I want to make sure that that doesn't happen. So these are things we can do for this. You know, we can do all sorts of things to make sure that you're all safe, protected properly.
And that's the main thing, to try and be safe. And we're getting through it so far this weekend. It's been relatively good. We haven't had too many incidents. Racing's been frenetic, but safe for the best part. So that's also a testament to the to the track crew and they're maintaining the track, but also to the riders, because I think what they've also done is, because the track is challenging, they've also treated the track with respect. New track, people still finding their way with it, all that kind of thing. Of course, you know, when we come back next year, and I don't know what this calendar is or schedule, but I would have thought the level of investment gone into this venue, it's not for a one-year deal. No. So it looks like we'll probably be back next year, and if we are, of course, these guys will know their way around this track a bit better next
year.
year.
Yeah, sure. And I think, like we said, the track will settle down as well. But I think it's fine. It's good. It's running good. Like you say, it's challenging, so the speed's a little bit slower probably now. People are respecting it. No one wants to go home injured, do they? So, yeah, it's probably a good thing that the track is demanding, because it's a constant reminder, isn't it? Just come on, stay on your toes, stay on your toes. You're not going to have a chance to break around here. Talon Aspidon's fell down to 3rd now. Do you think he's in that mode that we spoke about, where he's like, yeah, you know what? I've got the overall anyway.
Yeah, championship, you know, just being smart. He's probably thinking, do you know what? It would have been good if I was in a position and I felt good to go for the maximum score and go all 4 motos.
Yeah.
But if he's feeling a bit fatigued, not feeling the vibe,
even the best lap still, he's miles away.
Just bring it home, do what you do, take the overall victory.
For sure.
And think about the championship. So, having said that, though, he is looking like he's on the back there now of Darren Manning Co. So where are they? We're trying to pick them up as they come up. They're behind. There they go, just across the start straight. So we're still following the leader, who is Daniel Chapman, who's having a good moto here. Nice and steady as you go. He put in those early, well, basically the end of lap 1, lap 2, lap 3, really got the hammer down.
He did. I mean, that best lap is pretty spectacular, isn't it? So just to put it into context, he got a 2:46.851. So let's say a 2:47, and the next best was a 2:51. So you know, it's a lot. It's 4 seconds. That's a lot of time to make up in racing. And you're watching a pretty good show of him right now. Let's have a little look at some of these riders coming back through here. There's the 91. That was Mitchell Garham.
Hot. Yes, it is. But you know, you're not out there. That's even tougher, mate. We are going to follow Daniel round. I think he is going to get, well, here we go. Look at that. I've timed that perfectly. The time has elapsed now. So, is that right? It looks, I don't know. Speed Hive is all over the gaff here. Don't know if our computers are getting hot.
Time 13.
Yeah, so actually it doesn't look like he is going to get the 1 lap board this time around.
Probably 2 more laps or so.
I don't know. Well, I guess we're still running full length. I don't think we've cut races down because of the heat or track conditions or anything like that. I think we're going the distance.
What's going on here? Right, there we are. There's Talon.
He can stay. He can stay where he is. Daniel Manning Co. You know, Aston is going to get the overall with a 1-1-1-3.
Yeah, but when you're thinking about championships, there's no wild cards at the front of this one, is there? You know, it's important. Probably if you can get those extra points, it's well worth it. If it comes to you,
yeah.
You don't force it, because that's when it's going to come.
No, 1 lap to go. So, as I said, I kind of wondered what was going on with the lap.
This always misses a lap.
Yeah, so we're behind a bit.
So Jeff will get out there.
Yeah, I'll get out there. I've got to keep an eye on the racing because, yeah, well, I know it's going to be any one of potentially those top 3 that's going to be joining me out there for a chat. Right now, it's Daniel Chapman leading the way. I'll leave you with Swanee to bring this one home, and we will possibly be speaking to Daniel in about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, Daniel Chapman's currently got a nearly an 8-second lead on Talon. So it looks like Talon actually made his way round Danny Manning Co now. So Talon moving his way forward. That's going to be a definite overall podium finish. I'm just going to read you outside the top 10. Obviously, you can see the top 10 on the screen there. At the moment, Ashley Senior, he is in 11th. 12th is Richard Evans. 13th is Rory Wotton. Ben Jones is in 14th. Thomas White is in 15th. Ryan Davies in 16th. 17th is Max Wood. 18th is Odder Handresen. 19th, we've got Josh Young. And rounding out the top 20, Guy Carter. So it looks like Daniel Chapman, he's had a perfect race. And I'm sure he's going to wish that the whole weekend went this way for him, because he was able to just absolutely wind the wick on early on and build out that gap in nearly an 8-second lead over the other guys now. I'm not sure whether Talon's got to second or not, because I've got one screen saying he is and one screen saying he isn't, so we'll see. Just watch Daniel on his victory lap. Very well done indeed. There we are, a couple more corners to go. So over the Dragon's back, Daniel Chapman, give yourself a pat on the back, mate, because that was some performance, and with the fastest lap of the race by over 4 seconds, that was some result. He's going to be very, very happy with that, I imagine, and just cruised around this last lap to take the finish. And there we are, one very happy man. Coming over the line in second was Darren Manning Co, and then Talon Aspenden for third. Right, we're going to hand this over to Jeff in just a moment, where we'll give you a little rundown with Daniel.
Perfect. Leave that in. That'd be great. That'd be good. Just come forward a bit more. Come forward. I want to get the deflated.
Should I go back? Sorry.
No, let's get him in. Let's get the. Okay, we are live down here with Daniel Chapman. I know what the Michelin Man is all about. We're starting to feel like that. It's late in the day. Daniel Chapman, what a way to finish round 2. Your first ever win at Michelin MX Nationals. How does that feel?
Very good, very, very good. It's been very hard. Come back after 6 years, so just trying to
doing something right. Talk us through the track. Obviously a brand new circuit. It's tough, it's brutal, it's sunny, it's hot. Did you enjoy that? I guess winning you did.
I like it when it's more rutty and technical, but it's very, very challenging, very hard. Crucial to get a good start, so it's made it easier really.
Good stuff. You obviously got people, or maybe you don't, helping you out. Tell us who's behind you.
Dan Chapman.
Dan Chapman. Dan Chapman Racing, end of. He is the only sponsor.
My dad and obviously my other half at home, Amy with the 2 kids, she lets me chase my hobby. So, yeah, thanks
well
very
done.
much.
Well done. Thanks for that. Daniel, superb. Well done. Hopefully the first of many more race wins for Dan Chapman. Go and get washed up. Have a safe journey home. There you are. He is your winner in Moto 4 of the Clubman class MX1. Good stuff.
Thank you very much. Very good. Track's sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're never going to get it right the first time. But you're not going to be that one. Once it's fenced, yeah, over here and they can work it, get more sort of but the conditions, yeah,
You can just go down the side, mate.
Yeah. We'll keep all the good work anyway. Thanks. You own dirt or is that no, I don't. I actually own I make the pizza. I always like all this stuff. Yeah.
Here we are. This is their final race of the day. This is the amateur class. Just trying to find my sheets to see where everyone finished in the last one. Here we are. So this is the Moto Verde Amateur MX1 MX2 Championship, race 3. Scott Elderfield, yes, of course, took the race win quite convincingly and looked amazing. And then amateur MX2, it was Ben Clark. So is Elderfield going to be up for another one? It's very hot outside now. It's very hot where we are. There's a bike just stuck on the track there by the looks of it. They're trying to get that sorted. Maybe it's locked up. So they'll probably get that bike off the track and try and get this race going anyway. But just want to show you a bit of that. Just getting that bike into a safe area. Looks like the engine seized on that. So here we are, the riders are on the line, they're all ready. They don't want to be sat there too long because it is warming up here in sunny South Wales. And once we've got that track in a safe spot, we will be go. And like I said, will we see Scott Elderfield absolutely dominate this one again? Not ridden for a long time. Not ridden for a long time. So straight off the couch for Scott. Still got it. Looks a lot leaner than when he last came back. God, that was probably 2-3
You know what that
years
is?
ago. What's that?
Being a parent.
Oh yeah, running round after the kids. Yeah, that, you know it. But he did go through a bit of a phase where he was a bit bigger. He's still fast. But yeah, he looks a little bit more like he's in race shape now. Ish. Dad race shape. At the very minimum.
Okay, here we go then. Moto Verde amateur class. There's right next to the box. Who's going to pull the whole shot? Greedy was on the
good start.
Last.
God, that looked like Sean Wainwright. Actually.
I think that was Sean. Yeah, 741. Sean is a previous MX Nationals champion. 2 on the spin, wasn't it? And then he got injured and had to take a whole year out.
So he's working his way back into fitness. That does look like Sean Wainwright.
I would say they're probably the most prolific, winningest family in MX Nationals history. I would have thought.
Probably, yeah.
No, we just need to look into that because between him or
even
Ben,
in British motocross.
Yeah, they've, you know, oh.
Because you got him. Ben, Jamie, Howard.
Yeah.
Howard doesn't do this, but he does the British Championship.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like.
But between Sean and Ben, they've definitely racked up a few Michelin MX Nationals titles between them. He's off to a good start in this one.
Oh, he looks good. Yeah, definitely. So Sean Wainwright, third in the third race of today. So third race of the weekend. So this being the fourth and final moto. Hopefully he can, you know, we're getting a start. It might just help him hang on there a little bit. Elderfield's definitely going to come through this field, though. I'm not sure where he is right now, but I wouldn't count him out because he can't.
But then he's got the energy to push on through. That's the thing with it, isn't it?
There's Elderfield.
There's Elderfield. He was looking around 7th or 8th. It looked like to me in that all-black kit. He's got the skills. He's got the minerals. He's still got the fitness. We're about to find out.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Looks like Sean's being ragged off that bike left, right and centre as well. Those big legs getting stuck in the ruts. Sean's quite a tall guy. Sean and Ben, you'd never know they were related, would you? Just like chalk and cheese.
This has got so gnarly. Those ruts must be pretty deep through there.
Yeah, they certainly look it. Getting the bikes all upset, a bit off balance. Sean just taking that inside line. Some of them are going to get that now. You're going to get those like ruts with like knuckles in, aren't you, that stand the bike up?
Yeah, all those ruts now would have dug out. Like the early practice ruts would have been all nice and smooth.
Yeah.
Nice kind
Even
of like
probably
curved.
from the first race to now as well.
Yeah, but now they've got jagged. They've got like holes in them.
Yeah.
They rattle your kidneys and lower back.
Yeah.
That's the thing with it. That's why you've got to be fit to race motocross. And that's why me and Callum don't race as much.
Do you wear a kidney belt?
I'm old school. I used to, but I don't. Yeah,
No,
don't much anymore.
I don't, but like it used to be a thing. Do you reckon that's because bikes have got better, or?
I think it became just a more of a sort of fashion thing, really.
Yeah, people don't really wear them anymore.
No, exactly. Should do. It definitely helps. Okay, your Planet Moto first lap leader was indeed Sean Wainwright. There he is, but he is getting hounded in second position in this Moto Verde Amateur MX class by Luke Mellows.
Yeah, it looks like Luke's going to come through around the outside. Sean Wainwright, though, trying to get on the power. Can he hold him off? No, Mellows going to hold the inside line here. Wainwright's going to have to...
No, Mellows, has he got it? I think Mellows, has, like you said, has he muscled his way through? I think he has.
But Sean Wainwright trying to get up the inside of him again. He's not giving up on this one, Jeff.
So Luke Mellows takes the lead in this one. Number 44, based down there in Weston-super-Mare, not too far. Only takes about an hour and a half to get here from there. Luke,
right,
obviously...
drive home for you is going to be fine then, is it?
Yeah, not too bad. So Luke making a kind of comeback to racing over the last couple of years. He disappeared from it for a little while. Former like top AMCA rider.
Yeah.
Does a lot with Michelin anyway, actually. A Michelin-sponsored rider, and he's done a few sort of Michelin training schools and whatnot. So good to see Luke getting back into it.
Yeah.
You've got Josh Greedy currently there in third, younger brother of Ash. Then we got Jaden Murphy for fourth. Scott Elderfield is now up to fifth, so let's keep an eye on that. Adam Reeves, who's traditionally a fast starter, he's currently in sixth, or he was last year in the Clubman class.
It looks like Sean's catching right the way back up to Mellows now.
Yeah,
though.
great
That's
race.
tightening up, and Josh Greedy's getting a bit of that action as well. He's saying, I don't want to lose this toe. Oh, Sean made a mistake off the track. Now it's Greedy. Greedy's going to have a pop at Mellows.
Well, like you heard Billy Askew say in his interview, and he's young, you know, old head on young shoulders. We have got to a state with this track where obviously you've got to go as fast as you can, but you don't want to what we call override.
Yeah.
Try too hard. You've got to
go wrong.
You've got to kind of find that nice flow and not attack the corners too much and stand it up in those ruts, kill all your momentum. So it's that balance of like controlled aggression right now.
Yeah.
That's how you've got to ride this circuit in its
that's
current
right. I was
guise.
thinking maybe Scott's going to struggle a little bit more now. It's, you know, there's not that grip in the ground. He won't be able to go like full beast mode and get the hammer down quite so easily. He's going to have to be a little bit more patient with it probably.
There they go. Oh, who's that airing out? Was that Jaden Murphy? I think Scott Elderfield still in fifth. Okay, sixth is Adam Reeves, as we said. Then it's Jonathan Roderick Evans for seventh. Jamie Dixon. Oh no, that's all changed. Scott Elderfield's up to fourth now. Jaden Murphy for fifth. Then it's Wal Beanie for sixth. Jamie Dixon is currently in seventh. Eighth is Adam Reeves. Lewis Taylor for ninth, and then Jacob Bowden for 10th. Is Wal Beanie out there? I can't see what he's been riding today. Is he on a 125 two-stroke or is he on a 250 two-stroke?
I think he's on a 125.
Okay, in which case Wal is giving it large out there compared with the bigger bikes. Let's separate these Moto Verde amateur riders by class. In the MX1 category, that's the 450 machines. It's Luke Mellows leading the way ahead of Josh Greedy, Sean Wainwright, Scott Elderfield, Jamie Dixon is your top five. Then it's Adam Reeves, Lewis Taylor, Jacob Bowden, Joshua McCorkle, and then Henry Partridge for 10th. In the MX2 category, it's Jaden Murphy leading the way ahead of Wal Beanie, then Ben Clark. Rafe Broadley is currently in fourth, ahead of Sean Springer. Sixth is Jonathan Roderick Evans, seventh Charlie Palmer, eighth is Lewis Glynn, and ninth is Dan Bruff, and then rounding out the top 10 is Tommy Davies. There you go, that's the top 10 in both classes.
There we are, look, Sean Wainwright's coming back at Josh Greedy now. Is that for the lead? Where's Luke Mellows gone? Have we lost Luke Mellows?
Maybe just there off one of our camera angles, we missed him. Maybe behind one of those massive mounds where we didn't get can't cover all the circuit. Luke might have just toppled over because it looks like he has gone out of the lead. Didn't see that happen. I was obviously reading down the top 10 in both classes, but
no, I mean I didn't see it happen. I was watching, so.
Yeah, so I think maybe behind one of those big mounds we saw a change for the lead.
Obviously, Josh Greedy will have a big fan base here, won't he, this weekend?
Oh yeah.
He's a Welsh boy from the valleys.
Yeah, the Greedy family will be loving it up here. All their mates will be up here.
So he's going to be, he's going to try and get this one in there. He's going to try and do everything he can to try and get a race win, because that's going to feel so good, especially in your hometown, in front of friends and family. There's nothing that can beat that. feeling. But Sean Wainwright does not want to let that happen. Look, he's really pushing for this one, Jeff.
Yeah, he is. He is on him. They're going to come back round to the start. They're going to come into the shot any time now. There they go, kicking up dust and letting it all hang out is Josh Greedy.
Oh, I can feel that pain. I just felt
what being roosted.
Oh, God, I can feel it.
I said it so many times. I'm going to say it again. I don't care if I'm repeating myself here. You've got to, like, you know, this sport gets under your skin. It's an amazing thing, you know, that sense of achievement.
Yeah.
Because you do put yourself through the ringer.
Yeah.
Okay, it's this almost sadistic enjoyment racing motocross.
When you're behind a 450 like that going up the straight, it's like someone standing in front of you with an airsoft gun, just shooting you.
Yeah.
Like, but a machine gun airsoft gun. Those rocks are coming. You got to think those bikes are traveling at 60 mile an hour. The rocks are coming out the back at 100 mile an hour.
Take up motocross. That's our endorsement right there. Don't listen to what we got to say. It is absolutely brilliant.
You got it, but this is why
the minute you have your first go on it, though, and
so
that
good.
exhilaration of like, and it's just you with a crash helmet on. There's no, you know, it's just that utopia kind of moment riding a dirt bike. Racing is obviously tough, but as we said, the rewards, the gratification when you have a good weekend and you know that you've earned it.
And what a sport to get into! Like, it's accessible for you can go and pick a motocross bike up for £1,000 and go to your local track and have a really good day.
Yeah, and of course,
you know,
like now as well, of course, you know, we got the electric bikes coming through, so we got all the the balance bikes, we got the Revies, the Stasics, all those kind of things. Your
help.
boy has just started on one of them.
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
And
you know, this is, and there's all sorts of schools out there as well where you can rent a bike and they'll teach you how to. I think Dave Thorpe does one, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Dave Thorpe does one. And
yeah, most of the UK
Kawasaki.
Manufacturers all do them now.
Yeah, or even hit up some of the motocross coaches. I know Josh Spinks, he has an old Honda XR that he can teach people to, you know, just get on a bike and learn. So this is it's amazing. We need more people out here. We need more people doing it. And you know,
there's Mellows. Quite right. He obviously did
he must have done.
Throw it away a little bit. So currently leading
up to third.
Yeah, well, he's leading the MX2. I was just going to say that. So Wall leading the MX2 category. These are amateur riders, but we score them separately on the CC, the displacement of their bike. So, but the 450 class are known as the MX1 category. MX2 is 250s, and we now allow 252 strokes in with that as well.
Yeah.
Or anything lower than a 250. And by reckoning that we believe that, well, I haven't seen him out there this weekend, so I can just assume
hear
normally,
a 125 though.
Yeah, so he is on a 125. This will be good for him. You know, he's racing the 125 Youth British Championship. So
has he done some BMX?
I don't think he's got to too many.
No.
He wants to do it, but again, it's the funds, it's budgeting, it's, you know, traveling around Europe is a
ridiculous
expensive deal these days, and then you've got to have all the paperwork in line now, don't you? With all that now. Let's not get into the politics, but now we're out of Europe, you've got all that going on. So yeah, it's undertaking, but what an experience it is traveling around Europe, and I can testify to that as a former GP racer. Not only obviously do I look back fondly on my racing career and the on-track moments, I definitely remember fondly the road tripping, the friends that I made, the countries I visited.
Random places.
Just brilliant.
That you've seen.
Oh, there we go. We just saw a shot. Wainwright was definitely under pressure from Walbini as they dropped off that really cool kind of corner hip jump. There he is. Is that Wall behind him? I think somebody directly behind him. Or so Scott.
Actually, looks like Walbini's on a 252 stroke.
Yeah, I think he might be. That's what I said about. I don't think
he might be right.
We'll try and get confirmation on that. But your race leader.
It looks like he's on a 2. I just saw the pipe
this is good.
And I was like, nah, that's a 250.
Right. I'm liking this, and I'll tell you why I'm liking it, because I just saw...
Greedy.
No, Greedy's leading the way. Yeah, Elderfield looks like he's starting to pick up the pace here. There's your top three, virtually all on the same
I'm liking
jump.
Walbini for this, though, as well. It could happen.
Oh, steady now, Josh.
Yeah, that's going to happen. These ruts are getting so deep that what happened then is just the rut just kicked his foot off the foot peg. And
unfortunately, that camera's playing up a little bit, but that was just gives you an angle of that off camber coming in we'll get back to it with Greedy here then. Wainwright hanging in there, There's
all race, and he's not let him go.
I don't think Scott's got enough in the tank to get these guys as good as he is. But it's understandable, he's been off a bike for a very long time, as in racing anyway. And there's no substitute for that. 250 left on the clock to go. They're doing a lap time of 240. So we are going to be looking at about 2 laps to go from here then, I reckon. Whoa, Greedy knows he's in a race. This is brilliant. Look at them, all top 3, all spread out like the red arrows.
On the inside, he's going to work it. He's going. Greedy's going to go a bit wider.
Look at Beanie. He has got the drive. I'll tell you what, Walbeanie's going to get a run. He's going to get a run on this straight. Watch this. The guy at the back is going to suddenly shoot up to second, I reckon. Maybe even first. No. Is he going to get...
Wainwright squeezed the 450 then and just gave him... Can he hold it?
Yeah,
He's
really tough corner.
This is so good.
Beanie is timing his charge
Sean
really
put
well
on a
here.
charge then for the lead as well, and then...
Wall's gone off track. He's going to have to hang that up, give that back to Wainwright. Just pushing a little bit too hard.
Right, here we are. Game's on again. So much line choice right now.
This is a great final moto in the Moto Verde amateur class. Of course, Moto Verde, salt-free cleanup.
Wow.
Really getting behind.
Did you see Walbeanie's inside line then? It really worked. I
Look
could
at
see
scrubbing
that.
over
When
that.
they went around that corner, I thought those insides don't look bad, and they didn't take them. But I suppose when you get tired and you're on a 450, it's hard to just get the bike.
Bit of leg swag from Greedy there. Straight legging it over the top. Is he going to hold on to the lead? It doesn't look like it to me. Just need to get the right of that. There we go. He's just about holding on. And it looks like Beanie's now up to second. So Walbeanie has made a move on Sean Wainwright. Elderfield, he's got a lap and a half to go. I can't see him getting in the mix for this top 3. There it is. Beanie comes charging in. Muscle move up the inside of Greedy.
Yeah.
Greedy's going to have the Welsh fans behind him this last lap. He's going to have to dig deep to get one over on Walbeanie.
No, I think
already Beanie's starting to check out.
I think Sean's going to...
if anything, Josh is going to be under pressure here from Jamie Wainwright. It's going to be 1 lap to go next time around. Or is it 39 seconds? Do you reckon they're going to get... This is going to be touch and go.
It will be close.
Obviously, how we do it is that we've got a time. These guys, when their time runs out, we put the 1 lap board up. And these guys, the clock is ticking down. 23 seconds. I'll tell you what, I don't think we are going to see the 1 lap board here. This is going to be real touch and go. Unless we've shortened the race distances and nobody's told us. Touch and go, 13 seconds, 12 seconds. He's going to get over the line here, isn't he? I didn't see a 1 lap board, did you?
No.
No, so we got 2 to go.
No, there is.
There is. Okay. So that was touch and go. Oh, no, maybe it's me looking at this again, mate. I'll tell you what it is.
I think because of the start, the first lap doesn't get red. That timer starts when they cross the finish line.
Yeah, but what it is, I think we've got a slight lag on our timing here as well, what we're using on our timing screens. And that's what it was. So we're a bit delayed. Apologies for that. So it is 1 to go. Callum's going to go out there and potentially speak to...
Is it my turn? Or is
yeah,
it
it's your turn. We're getting late in the day. It's easy to forget. It's your turn to go and have a chat. Out there in the blazing Welsh afternoon sun. It's been, weather-wise, a glorious 2 days up here on top of the valleys. Overlooking Merthyr Tydfil and the South Welsh countryside. Walbeanie looking good, just dragging his foot around there, but that's no real criticism. That is just deep old ruts on the inside of that corner there. So Wal looking very good. It'll be a nice race win for him. I'm sure he's got plenty to say to Callum if he can keep it upright for these final half a lap. Taking some nice smooth lines. Has a little look over his shoulder there just to check out how much of a lead he actually has, as he has basically got a quarter of a lap to go here to bring it home. And then we can find out. I'm just trying to look at that exhaust pipe. That to me is that's a 250 two-stroke that Wall's on. Now we've actually been able to focus on him at the front. You can tell by the exhaust on the front of that bike, if it kind of double backs on itself, a 125 pipe pretty much comes sort of straight out of the front of the cylinder and just kind of turns one way and up round. A 250 or 500 tends to sort of double back on itself a bit more. So here he comes. Walbini should get the checkered flag and get victory in this final Moto Verde amateur class. Flag should be out. Is he going to get it? He did. He crossed the finish line. There it goes. So the race win. We're going to go to a very, very quick advert, and then we will get down there and listen to what Wall's got to say to Callum. Okay, unfortunately, Walbini was probably unaware that I'm sure he realised he took the victory, but maybe hot and flustered and missed his opportunity there to come and talk to Callum and thank some of the people that have got behind him. We're trying to find him, but now I think we're going to struggle to get him out there. We've got this next race coming off the line, which is the RFX Expert class. As you can see them starting to roll in for their final moto. So we've got 2 to go. We've got this, the Race FX, or RFX Expert class so far. Ash Greedy has taken the victory in all 3 of the MX2 category. Again, this is a class where we have mixed displacement bikes, mixed CC. We have 250 and 450. All in the same race but being scored separately. So in the MX2 category, that's the 250 class, Ashley Greedy has taken all 3 race wins. Josh Waterman took the opening moto in the 450 class, the MX1 class, and then Ben Edwards has had 2 race wins thereafter, and Waterman has been behind him in both. So this is going to be interesting. By my maths, it basically hinges on this. If Waterman takes the last moto victory. Okay, we've got a rider there, so let's try and speak to Wall real quickly if we can. We're going to have to be so quick with this.
It looks really savage. I think I'd be fine with this. Yeah. Wait for these to
Right, well, Beanie, let's make this quick. They're about to go. Well, how did that feel, mate? It looks absolutely brutal out there.
Yeah, it's really hard out there, square edge. And alright start, plug my way through.
Okay, here we go then. This is the RFX Expert final moto of the day, and I was saying this is going to be interesting because who is going to take the race overall victory in the MX1 category?
Thank you, particular.
Oh, we got first turn fallers there. Is that going to be one of the title contenders? Is that Ben Edwards? No.
He's been like the main man behind it all. Team PB Sports.
Can't quite see him.
Paul Shorter. He's
Matt Bayliss gone down. Matt Bayliss, number 17, is caught up with that. Yeah, so Bayliss hit the deck. Right, as I was saying, with the MX1 category, you had Waterman with a race win and then 2 seconds. Edwards has had 2 race wins and a second. So if Waterman can get the MX1 victory in this one, that should give him the overall victory on a points break, because if there's a tie on points, it usually goes to the rider with the highest finish in the final moto. So this is going to be all on it in this MX1 category. Ash Greedy has got some movement, basically. He's won all 3 races, so he can afford to maybe take it a little bit easier and bring it home in the top 5 in this one to claim the overall. But knowing Ash, he will not do that any way, shape or form. There he is, charging into second spot. I think that might be Fraser Norrie out front. I'm just trying to find a 44. No, Corey Southwood, another rider from South Wales. So Corey, he's down number 44 in our list of riders here. So Corey is, I said, South Wales have turned out loads. Well, Wales as general, but South Wales down the years has produced a lot of really good riders. Glenn Phillips, who's still riding to this very day, out there. He was out there earlier on. I think, is he on this one? He might be further down the field. My good pal Mark Jones, certainly a top 10 factory rider back in the day as well, from not far from here, and many other riders from this glorious country that is Wales down the years. And it's good to see now, I hope, what will be a permanent facility and will in no time at all, I'm sure, become the new kind of home of Welsh motocross. It would be great to think that will happen, and obviously this venue will just keep evolving. Darren is certainly into investing into it, there's no doubt about that. So Planet Moto, first lap leader, there he is, number 44, Corey Southwood. He's away. Ash Greedy in second, the leading 250 rider. Then we got Jimmy Marsden. We've got Ben Edwards in fourth, then Richard Bird, Josh Waterman back in sixth. Then it's Henry Siddiqui, Jay McCrum. Then it's Jaden Ashwell for ninth, Niall Cregan for 10th. Aldous Freeberg's in 11th. Then it's Josh Peters, Sean Tolbert in 13th, Aaron Ongley for 14th. Then it's Josh Coleman out there on the 2-stroke in 15th. 16th is Aidan Bruce. Then we got Josh Canton, Kieran Banks in 18th. 19th is Callum Murphy. And rounding out the top 20 is Eeyore Palmerson. There we go, Southwood, lovely. Up over that, just step up, using that inside to huckabuck up over there and doing it with great technique. There he is back into view. Just showing you some of the other action here. Look at that perfect blue sky shot as the rest of the field pop it over that lovely little tabletop that's just slightly on the turn. And that makes you just want to pitch it sideways over that. Back with the race leader. Sorry, dude, we couldn't get Wall Beanie up there in time and the race was going to start. So, not your fault. You did everything you could there.
It was a terrible
10 out of 10
anyway.
for no, 10 out of 10 for effort. Corey Southwood is leading this one, mate, and he is just ahead of a fellow Welshman in Ash Greedy.
Yeah. What have we got here?
So here we are, Welsh venue, 2 Welshmen going at it. And that off-camber is really chewed out now. Look at those ruts going into there.
It looks so hard. Some of the turns and everything, they've all properly baked out now. And there's no, like, I don't think there's any room for error. You know, if you came in there too hot or something, the bike's just going to grab you. Right, because what happens is it starts grabbing the fork lugs and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's when you see the riders sort of tip up and get upright, and that can happen really easy. But you see the good riders like Corey, real smooth. I just saw him come past here. You couldn't even hear his bike. Just, you know, it's almost bogging the bike, keeping the traction down.
There's the different line choice. Greedy going wide, and then Edwards is now starting to come up the inside there. We're going to see them rattle back onto the start straight. Here they come around over the finish line for another lap. Corey Southwood looking good, very good. Getting some lead lap times in. I haven't seen too much of him this weekend, certainly at the sharp end, so he's taken advantage of that good start.
First lap leader award.
Yeah, he got that. He's so 5 points to him.
Planet Moto first lap leader.
And you need to follow that on social media, because what we need to do, we come out of this weekend and we tot up all the points. So around midweek next week, we'll tell you who's leading the Planet Moto.
So he's got
Charlie's just looking at me as if to say, will we? Are you putting that pressure on me to get that done? Sorry, Charlie.
Is that 5 points now?
It's 5 points. So basically it's the top 5 on the first lap. Winner gets 5, first rider over the line gets 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We tot it up at the end of the year.
And like Ashley Greedy's cut. Whoa, see that little kick there? Ash was moaning that his bike bogged down on it. Oh, around the outside as well. Made that move stick.
Didn't bog down there, did it? That was awesome.
Who's going to come
That
out
was
here?
really good from Ash Greedy. A bit of the old supercross skills showing there. A bit of arena cross technique.
Yeah.
Is he still in the lead? Yeah, he is.
No, he's got
I'm more interested to see what's going on right now in this battle for the MX1. Ben Edwards is currently in second. That's going to do it for the overall.
Yeah.
If Josh Waterman moves up from 4th and overtake him, then Waterman will win the overall.
Okay, so it's pretty close.
It's very close.
And
it's basically whoever
had some good rides, to be fair. Let me just check MX2 out. So I'll read the top 10 in MX2, just because you might not get that on the screen. So Ashley Greedy's leading the way, obviously, and leading the race. Jimmy Margetson in second. Henry Siddiqui in third. Good go from him as well. Udis Freebergs in fourth. 5th is Josh Coleman. 6th is Niall Cregan. 7th, Aaron Ongley. 8th is Kieran Banks. 9th, we've got Callum Murphy. And in 10th, we've got Charlie Hamlet. Just after him is one of our Icelandic compadres. In 11th, Edda Palmerson. 12th is Charlie Grissis. 13th is Harvey Cashmore. 14th, Reese Walker. 15th, Matthew Bayliss. So he's sort of in and out of retirement in a just leisurely life. So, but Matt Bayliss never forgets how to ride. And Seth Moore just rounding out the back of the MX2.
Matt probably fancied this one just purely because obviously the jumps. Wanted to come and try it out. If you just go and follow Matt and his brother Chris on social media, always
they
good
do some
value.
fun stuff.
Yeah, they do. As I said, those guys put a lot of effort into the arena cross. They do race outdoors and they love it. In fact, they were just one of those brothers, like the Kellett brothers, that will just, anything with 2 wheels, they just shred it.
Yeah, they do.
They'll be all over it.
They're always doing the farm biking and all that.
Yeah, and mountain biking.
They've got
and
a nice
BMX.
swimming pool at home as well. You seen that?
I
It's all right for some.
I think, are you calling out for a little invite to a pool party there?
Yeah, I'd sit there on a little inflatable swan.
Perfect.
Yeah, with my little goatee I've got going on. This needs to come off. It's horrible. It's not good.
Your words, not mine.
Stuart, you're an animal.
Just again, I love this shot with the blue skies. Just watching them pitch over that.
Amazing.
As soon as I say that, of course, no riders come over the
no, they've been
typical in it. They've all gone through. As soon as we break away from that, nobody else. There we go. Knew that had happened. Right.
Wait another 10 minutes now. Cheers, Jeff. You've been, been great.
There he is. We're good. Look at those. I mean, the bike is going to be so unsettled coming into that braking zone.
I think that's what Ashley Greedy was so worried about. You know, when he felt that bog, he was like, oh, gosh. Because, you know, on a more traditional sort of old school track, you wouldn't be so worried. Here, there's so many things. You know there's something going to be coming up in 5-10 seconds that's going to really make, could do damage if you bike bog. So you need confidence in your machine. It looks like he's figured that out. It's got to have been a carburation issue or something, some water in the fuel maybe. But anyway, it's working good now.
This is This is going to be a good one. I'll tell you why. Because I think now Jimmy Marsden is absolutely... Here he is. Look, right on cue. He is getting a bit of a lick on now, and so is Ben Edwards. So Ash will fight tooth and nail, by the way, to take a race win, even though both the riders behind him aren't necessarily in his class. He will want to race them and go for that kind of clean sweep of moto victories.
Yeah, definitely.
He's clearly leading the MX2, so that's no bother. But
yeah, Ash is a pure thoroughbred
he's a racer. He's just an out-and-out racer. Will charge you like Ash
it's good
Greedy.
To see him, like, sharp again as well. Like, because I felt like last year before, he got a little bit chubby. He was a little bit out of shape, even when he was doing the arena cross.
Yeah.
And it just looks like a little bit of a revitalised Ashy Greedy at the minute. Like, it's nice to see. It really is good. It's refreshing.
He Ash will fight tooth and nail. Like I said, Ash is the kind of rider that will find an opening on a track to make a move where there is not an opening.
Yeah, he will. He will.
And that's partly due to his arena cross craft of setting up moves and just sticking a wheel in there to make stuff happen. He's one of the most aggressive riders that we've had on the arena cross tour, certainly, and in motocross as well. You know he's gonna push you all the while. He will. It's kind of like we've had some great racers like that, like Brad Anderson, just an out-and-out racer.
Yeah, he is.
Like they don't know any other way other
Brad
than
Anderson's
to just charge.
out-and-out dad at the minute, isn't he? I think because I think his little lads, Vinny. I think he's half good, isn't he, Vinny? Like I think he's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, if he's anything like Dad, you've got.
Well, there's something in that, isn't there?
You know that it's you're going to get 100% out of Vinny. So there's a few guys out there doing their thing. I think it looks like, not sure who the cameraman is there, but getting some cool footage of them hitting that blue sky jump. Basically like they're jumping back towards Cardiff there. We got another new camera angle late in the day. As soon as, like I said, riders coming over the top of that big triple step up, step down. Gives you a sense of the actual size of the hill and how it drops away. But here we are back with Greedy.
And you're watching on Dirt World TV, or whether you watch it on YouTube, Facebook, whatever. If you could just head over to the actual YouTube, give Dirt World TV a subscribe. Click on the little bell so you know when we're going to go live with something. And also leave a comment. We want to know your feedback, don't we?
Yeah.
So leave a comment. It doesn't get better without external feedback. Obviously, we know ourselves, we're always trying to improve. It's not an easy job. It's not an easy job.
Well, they're twofold. This is a new venue. It's so vast. We're finding our way the best places to film from. The track is not so easy to identify because all the soil is the same. This is not making excuses. I'm just outlining it.
Yeah.
Like when you go to, say, a track like Farley Castle where you've got lush green grass, then you've got nice dirt, and you can clearly see the track.
Yeah, hopefully next year, all these infields, they'll all be grassed, and it'll be a whole new animal.
And that sounds something that we're making, like excuses. We're not. We're just saying, simple things like that is going to make it easier for our camera guys to follow the track, to follow. They're looking for a tiny little screen out there in the blazing heat. So they're doing a great job and they're learning the sport as well, of course, and the riders and who they are. So, yep, this thing, Dirt World TV, we will definitely keep trying to improve it.
Good, doesn't he?
We will go to Oxford, and I can tell you right now, we will be doing a lot more off-track interviews. We'll probably get into the stream earlier.
Bit more B-roll.
So a little bit more of that. We get the winner's circle back up with all the branding and just, basically get back to where we finished off last year.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Oxford again, actually.
Yeah, me too.
Really am. It was phenomenal last year. I'm only expecting better because it's always going to be better than next year once the track's sort of settled in. Because there was some bits on that track where, like this one, where because it wasn't quite settled, there was some nasty holes and things like that came in. And that's just how they are. Gravity, like you say, needs to just take its part, and it just needs to all settle down.
Yeah. Oxford will be like incredible this year.
It will.
They're going to be able to get
I think they've
really
put more
work
dirt
the
in
circuit.
areas on there as well, because it went right down to the bedrock, didn't it?
Yeah.
So
They're bringing more soil, more wood chippings. You know, a lot learned from last year's event there. And it's going to be exactly the same with this place.
Yeah.
Like the guys will already be making notes, debriefing. The track will be tweaked. You know, we're all going to sit down after this event.
I imagine they'll walk around afterwards and have a look at how it's developed, where we've got holes, where it's gone down to the base, where, you know what I mean? They need to learn all that.
Yeah, expect a different event when we come back next year. We'll probably have, obviously, a lot more, like, markers on the inside of the corners.
Yeah.
All those kind of things. But for around the first time here, and as I said, without banging that drum too much, Darren Lewis, the whole team, everybody here, just you can see the level of investment, just the fencing
this
alone.
Is a six-figure investment.
Around the outside of the venue. You can see it all there in the background. Just the amount of earth that's been shifted around. It's
yeah, with that fence, they
crazy.
can actually lock this venue. Like, it's enclosed in a thing. Yeah, it's impressive.
So Ben Edwards is still circulating second. You can see there he's now got ahead of Jimmy Marsden. Corey Southwood now back to fourth. Aldous Freebergs. So Josh Waterman is dropping down the field. So it's looking like it's looking good for Ben Edwards to take the MX1 overall victory this weekend. Ash Greedy still going strong.
He looks really good.
Yeah, he does. Like you said, I don't know. He's just been busy with work. All those kind of things, and
he just looks like he's in good shape, though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like and he obviously is. You can't ride like this for 20 minutes if you're not. So
we have 1:51 to go. He's halfway around, so that will also be touch and go on whether he is going to get the 1 lap to go board next time around. That time's a 2:34, so it's going to be close again to see if we're going to get an extra lap out of this one. Ben Edwards is now closing him down. As we said, Ben doesn't have to overtake to take the overall.
But
Ash, has he got that problem again, or is he's slowing up again? It can't be that. Maybe it is.
It's got to be something.
Tyres look good. I don't think he's got a puncher or anything, but he's suddenly slowed right up on the pegs, or maybe he's just.
I don't know, it looked like he was hurt.
Trying to see, no, look, he's looking behind. Is that a puncher? I haven't heard of too many punchers today,
no,
actually.
I haven't.
I'm
and I was
surprised
about that. I really was. Because some of the areas where there's a lot of rocks and stuff, but
I don't know, he's not committing to the jumps now. So this time again, Ash does have a problem. I don't think that's a carburation problem.
Yeah, he's pointing down.
Is he pointing down the rear wheel? I think he's got a rear wheel puncher.
I think it looks like the shock.
I don't know, yeah, it's so hard to say because we're so far back. But anyway.
See that? See, it's bouncing around.
New race, well, a shock could have gone. I mean, it's hot. It's had an absolute pounding.
Yeah. See?
So the shock might have gone
really
off,
fast.
And when that happens, basically, just all the oil, it gets to,
it just
the preload, it just gets so springy, like
You've
a
got
pogo stick.
damping.
No, basically that's what happened. So a new race leader, Ben Edwards. Ash Greedy is still comfortably leading the MX2 category, by the way.
Yeah, I think if he just, I mean, how long's left?
I think this is going to be touch and go on the 1 lap board. Let's see if we see it come out. Can't see from that angle. Go round. I think Marcus had.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. 1 to go then. It's up. It's so Ben Edwards.
Ash will be okay, won't he?
Well, if he can keep going, because his nearest competitor in MX2 would be, let's just try and get this sorted out. So that's not separating the class. Oh, yeah, it is. He is Jimmy Marsden. So Jimmy's not far behind, is he? Look.
No.
Ash can bring it home and win the overall.
Yeah,
but is he now going to win all 4 motos? It's looking unlikely.
That's a shame.
It is a shame. But Ben Edwards making the long trip down from Scotland in the expert class.
You know what? Those guys, they're just animals, aren't they? All the travelling they do. Those guys, the Irish and, you know.
And Ben is not just over the border, by the way. He's up there.
He's up there. Yeah,
he's up there past Inverness. Long way for him to come every time. He's got a great sponsor with Carnegie Fuels. And they help him, I'm sure, with travel costs and whatnot. So... very likeable young man, Ben Edwards. Always takes time to come and chat to you. And
your Michelin man's
Michelin man is back up, just as proof of that. There is a thumbs up. As soon as we go on it, a thumb up for our sponsors, and then the camera plays up.
Obviously, of course.
Standard, that is. Right, okay, I'm going to go out there to speak to Ben Edwards if he brings it over the line. And then shortly after that, we are going racing with the final moto of the day, which is the pro riders, the elite Leah MX1 and Pico MX2.
Yep, so you're seeing Ben Edwards, the Scotsman, just on his final lap now. Looking really good as well. Look at that. Still attacking the track, still looking nice and light on the bike. He's got a good style, Ben Edwards. You see that he always sort of is in the right sort of attack position. Nice straight legs. And there's Jimmy Margetson as well. So he must have made his way around Ashley Greedy. And that looked like Corey Southwood came through as well. So Ashley Greedy may have fell quite a bit back. And we'll keep an eye out when they do cross the line. So we're just going to see Ben Edwards cross the finish line now. He'll be getting the checkered flag, and Jeff will be going to go and get a chat with him. But it'd be interesting to see where Ashley Greedy has managed to salvage. Because there is obviously a small bike problem going on for him. So there's Margetson. There's Southwood. And there is Ashley Greedy, looking down at the bike. So it may even have been a shifter. He may have broken the shifter, a rock or something. So we'll see. Anyway, that's that race over. Jeff's going to speak to Corey now, and we'll be back in just a moment with the pros.
Okay, we're down here with Ben Edwards.
Fox Racing, drive down motorcycles, Planet Suspension, mum and dad, everyone else.
Nice one, mate. A long trip back to Scotland for Ben, but he does that all the time. He's kind of used to it. He's going home with the victory. Well done. We're going to bring in the race winner in this final moto for MX2, by the way. I don't think he got the overall, but managed to get it done on that last lap. Whatever problems Ash Greedy had, we don't know, but you was there to capitalise. Jimmy Martin, how's it been? Jimmy, I saw you a couple of weeks ago out training. It wasn't quite as rough as this.
No, the track's definitely not what I'm used to. I'm a sand rider, but I've had a few bike problems this weekend with a clutch, but seemed to have got it sorted for the last race then, and yeah, it was a good race.
Have you enjoyed it?
No, I haven't enjoyed it. I'm going to tell you the truth. No, it's tough. I don't ride these conditions, but yeah. No, it was something different.
Learning curve then. You'll have to get practice and come back, but you don't often get a chance to ride tracks like this, so well done. Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, the full AJP team, Ben, Andy Hunter, Archie Development, everyone really, my mum and dad, everyone.
Great stuff. Go and get a nice cool shower, and we'll see you at round 3. There you go. Jimmy's going to ride. Now we're going to play. Right, there is a lot of us that work in the industry. Obviously, I'm one of them and been involved for a long time, but we also get riders that, for their day job, they're not out like a lot of the clubmen, where they're maybe fitting bathrooms, plastering walls, whatever they do. This gentleman here, Toby Lightbound, is actually heavily involved in the industry because, well, you are the brand manager for not just one anymore. Tell us who are you the brand manager for, or who you work for.
Yeah, so I work for Race Effects or BUK, as what was formerly just a Belt Helmet brand manager, and then recently added a few more brands in there. So there was Oakley, Two Wheel Motorsports, Fly Racing, 7MX and EBS spectators, so definitely lots to get involved in.
See, I didn't even know there was that many. There was a few more that you rattled out there I didn't even know you were doing. So Toby rides at this Michelin MX Nationals, but of course the issue you've got as well, you want to try and look at potential riders, of course, that you might end up sponsoring either through shops or directly. So do you manage that when you're riding at the weekend? Do you get a chance to go and watch some of the youth riders and stuff as well?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a great series to be involved in, to see the talent coming through, or the older riders that are still promoting the brands as we expect them to. If they're at my calibre level, we shouldn't be expecting too much support.
See, this is another thing being in the industry, right? People think like, oh, okay, so it's cool. So you get out riding all the time and you go all these cool trips. That doesn't happen, does it?
There's a lot of work. Yeah. There are a lot of perks. I'll not play down too much. There's a lot of perks, there's a lot of benefits to it. But there's a lot more hard work that you wouldn't understand. There's a lot to manage and a lot to see through.
But you don't get like just casual days off to go riding in the week like people think, do you? I mean, you're there, you're taking phone calls, you're doing the emails, you've got all next year's kit coming through soon as well, I should imagine.
Yeah, well, you take a day off like you're doing any job and you've got double the work to do the next day. So, yeah, we've got a lot to do, and yeah, we've just had all the mesh launches now, and before we know it, 2024 products will be going live in August, and it'll be kick-off again.
So let's talk about your riding, Toby. Last year, I seem to remember you got some flying starts last year. Obviously, we're only in round 2 of the MX Nationals this year. So how's it going so far? How was Oakhanger and how are you finding it here at Monster Man?
Not had the best start to the season by any means. A couple of good races at Oakhanger, a couple of really bad ones, and fresh in from the TT this week, so I'm feeling a little tired. And not had the best of days. A couple of good starts. Threw one away in the third corner. Yeah, last one, I don't know, I got myself through to like second, and then a little tip off, and thought there was something wrong with the bike, and worked my way backwards, as you often see.
Yeah. Key thing is though, see, there are perks to the job. He went to the TT, but very much you, like a lot of people in this paddock that don't race full time, it's family time, isn't it? You're always here, you bring your kids. I mean, I see you popped out on the Stasic earlier on or whatever. So, do you actually get a chance to genuinely like unwind and relax on the weekend, or do you still feel like you've worked?
There's a lot of work involved when you're here, but it's a family time, it's a family sport, and for me it's absolutely a family event. So wife's here, kids here, or should I say pregnant wife's here, and kids are here, so yeah, it's a family sport and we enjoy it, and it's nice to see all the families doing it too.
Great stuff. Well look, thanks for getting involved in the series like you do. Go and buy a Bale helmet, go and buy some Oakley goggles, anything to keep this man in work, because he's got mouths to feed. Nice one, Toby. Have a good weekend, mate. There you go. Cheers.
Beyond tires, Michelin has applied its high expertise in a product range for everyday use, no matter the weather. No matter the type of grounds, no matter your ambition. Michelin cares about you however you choose to move. Discover our product range for a safer and stress-free life in motion, now.
Okay folks, Jeff Rowe here. I haven't just killed a rabbit and about to eat it. This is our microphone. I'm here with Andy James from Michelin. We are at Monster Mountain, a brand new venue. It feels like we're on the moon, we're so high up, and the surface. But Andy, obviously you guys get behind the series, been with us from the get-go. We wouldn't even be where we are 10th year without you guys. And again, we're going out to new venues. From your standpoint, as a title sponsor, that's got to be a good thing, isn't it?
Of course it's a good thing. I think, you know, we've lost a lot of tracks over the last few years. The fact, you know, we've said it before, that Paul and Neil and the Nationals crew, every season they're pushing new boundaries. Obviously we had the new track down at Oxford last year. Here, this is just absolutely, like you say, it's loopy.
It's out of this world. It feels like it's out of this world.
Literally, we are out of this world.
Yeah.
I think we've landed on the moon. It's just that the whole landscape, when you look around, is just absolutely picturesque. But it means that the guys can literally build a track that the riders are just going to turn up and go, wow.
Yeah.
And that's what the riders want. And go into the same old tracks that are getting a bit tired, or you just get a location, you build a track, you can build it fast, you can build it wide, you can build big, huge jumps that the spectators love. It's perfect.
Of course, you guys brought out a new tyre at the end of last year. What are we up to now? We're up to the Starcross 6. Yeah.
Indeed. That's the only problem when they keep building these tracks. Because of course, the first thing that happens when they turn up here, people come up to me and go, "What tyre should we be using?" It's like, well, it's kind of a bit muddy. If it stays wet, it's probably a mud. Then otherwise, it's a medium soft. If it starts digging down, because I guess once you get past that topsoil, you're down onto this flinty, sharp stone. So it's like, what tyre? It's like, it's a little bit suck it and see today. Hopefully they'll get some experience and they'll find out for tomorrow for the pros. Certainly.
Of course, with any championship, particularly a motocross championship, you need variation. You want variation in tracks and surfaces. For you guys, as a tyre brand, tyre manufacturer, it's got to be a good thing if we're going to different venues, because it means more tyre sales, because you can't run one tyre necessarily at all venues.
Yeah, and certainly as you go up into the expert and the pro class, the tyre will be more specific for the conditions. It was quite interesting. We've had our technical guy down here today. He's been going around looking at some of the tyres, certainly the stuff that's coming off at the race service as well, and looking at the condition of the tyres. And you're seeing that the tyres, the durability of the new product compared to the old one is fantastic. So you could get away with running a tyre for longer, apart from the fact, obviously, different conditions, and the track is literally changing all the time. They're watering between races, but you've got bright sunshine, you've got a nice breeze blowing across, it's just drying the whole thing out. It's just literally changing as you're riding it.
It is absolutely that. So we will watch that throughout the day. 10 years for me have just flown by since this series started. It doesn't seem that long ago, and yet in other times it really does. But from your standpoint, from a Michelin standpoint, clearly you've kept supporting it, so you've got to be like happy with how it's going. Where do we go from here regards of that? Is it something that you still are keen to progress and work with, to keep finding new venues, and maybe even look at reformulating the sport with like different formats? I mean, like you just said, Paul and Neil are so, they're never scared of making change, and I guess as a brand, that's what excites you guys.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, they did it with the GP style start gates, then with the live streaming and all the stuff that's going on with that. They're constantly pushing the boundary. For us, yes, at the end of the day, we still want to sell more motocross tyres. You know, we're never happy with the amount of tyres we sell. We always want to sell more. But for us, it's bigger than that. It's about the Michelin brand. You know, motocross is kind of inclusive. The amount of families, the amount of kids here. You know, the whole world's changing. You know, when we were growing up, you know, it was adverts in magazines. People were exposed to brands. Today, unless you watch motorsport, how do you get exposure to a tyre brand? And the danger is that these kids, you know, who may only be 5 or 6 today, you know, they're on their little 65 or 50 Auto 65, or here on the small wheels and big wheel 85s. They're being exposed to tyre brands, not just us, admittedly. You know, there's other tyre brands out there, but at least they're being exposed to brands, so they get some brand recognition, and that's massively key for us moving forward.
Also, we're doing media, of course, here, but I know it's you guys. Michelin have come out. You are producing some kind of edit as a brand from this event as well. So it goes to show the importance of, you know, pushing the boundaries regards of media and making this sport more accessible to everybody.
Absolutely. We're always looking for content for our channels, and the MX Nationals guys are fantastic at producing that. We wanted to produce something maybe less focused on the action and more focused on the kind of inclusivity of motocross. Getting some sound bites from some of the teams and riders we work with, but also again around the bigger picture of Michelin. You know, we are a tyre manufacturer, but we're also a mobility supplier. You know, and the other things we've got, like, you know, Michelin starred restaurants and tablet hotels and all these other strings to our bow that we want to kind of demonstrate to people. So we're having a bit of a push. We're going to start a promotion for the teams and riders who compete at the Nationals, to give them access to at a preferential price on kind of camper and van tyres, because you know we walk around here and you know we've both driven up here today. This is not the easiest drive up here. I've seen punctures, I've seen campers, especially the front wheel drive stuff, getting stuck and having to be towed up. You know, that's a tyre problem. That's down to the tyre. Maybe, you know, going to Hawkston, you'll be parking on wet grass, slipperiest substance known to man. You know, we've got a lot of people here who are brand advocates for us, who understand why they fit a Michelin motocross tyre, but then don't apply the same logic to their van. Maybe it's a price argument, maybe we are a little bit more expensive, but it's worth it, and if we can offer you a little bit of an incentive, maybe that's the starting point, and then you never go back.
So there you go. See, motocross is just good. It's a public service, basically.
It's literally a public service.
Yeah. So listen, thanks as always.
You're welcome, Jeff.
For everybody that gets behind this series, these guys, Michelin, have been with us since 2014. We're in our 10th year. Long may that continue. Thanks, guys. Let's get back to some racing. And back we are. As you can see, they haven't come out yet. The final race of the day. They've just completed their sighting lap.
If we just go there, look, you can see all the people standing around the circuit still very busy.
And there you go. There's one of our clerk of the course and the series director, Paul Irwin.
Looking at stuff.
Ex-racer, ex-GP racer, and he's looking at it and probably thinking at this point, not from a clerk of the course point of view, he's probably looking at it thinking, well, I'm glad I'm not out here.
Yeah, 110%. Yeah, this is going to be really, really hard work for these guys.
He's done his stint.
Yeah, he has.
More so, and obviously with Paul and Father Neil and everybody of the Michelin MX Nationals crew getting it done. That's enough of Paul. He won't want the limelight anyway. So we go back. We're going to start stacking them soon. They've, like I said, gone out for the sighting lap. A beautiful view out across there. That's looking southwest currently. Over the Rhondda Valley out towards Swansea, as we said.
Really?
Yeah, this is... it's going to be potential. I think Darren, Lewis and the team, everybody that's built this track are going to go away from it. As we said, they're going to take the pros and the cons. They're going to know some things have made a big difference, particularly to the area. We've had a lot of people come out. Merthyr Tydfil is a big town. It's not far away. So in future events, we could probably get really good marketing down there, get more people coming up the mountain to watch our sport, which would be great.
Yeah, it'd be good. That'd be good to like get the local towns involved. I think we need to do more of that anyway. In general, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to try and make them feel included in it, because without them, you know, like without the support of locals and towns and things like that, then it'd be really difficult to put these events on. So thanks to everybody down there in Merthyr Tydfil.
Yeah,
we appreciate you.
Thanks again to Michelin. You just seen Andy James there talking about their investment into the series over the last 10 years, but also the guys at Milwaukee. We've got Liat sponsoring the MX1 class of this coming up. This elite pro race coming up. Pico are the sponsors of the MX2 category. We've got RFX involved, Moto Verde, Callum sat next to me here at Work Sports Insurance. The guys at Spiral Graphics, Syntal Lubricants getting behind the Super Mini class for the last few years. Fly Racing with the Futures class. Then we've got Locks for Vans, DP, Bell Helmets, of course, getting involved. A-Plan, 7, Carbon Comps, Oakley, and of course we have the Planet Moto Championship, which we'll update soon. Certainly before the next round to let you know who's leading that championship within a championship here at the Michelin MX Nationals. They come to the line. How we do it is we put the fastest MX2 rider out first and then alternate.
Yeah.
So then the fastest MX1 rider in qualifier comes out. That was obviously Conrad Muse. The quickest MX2 qualifier for the Apico class was number 419 there, Joe Brooks in his rookie season. Race 1 winner in the MX2. Lining up there, number 6. Carlton Husband, as they all get to the start line and pick their gate.
Is Gilbert going to have anything for Conrad now? I think now the track's got a little bit more gnarly. The Gilbernator maybe a bit closer. I think Conrad still got it, just on a...
Yeah.
I think he still got it today.
Is that a thing? Is that a name? Or have you just thrown that out there?
The Gilbernator. No, that's my new name.
Okay, all right.
It's brand new.
Well done. I'm amazed. I think you're overtired.
I'm so overtired. Like, yeah.
Anyway, we're gonna stick with it. The Gilbernator. Then that's his new name. As we go down the line, there's Harry.
It doesn't even mean anything.
No, it doesn't mean anything. You've just thrown that out there, haven't you, without a care in the world. So there we go. We're getting them all lined up. Yeah, has anybody got anything for Josh Gilbert in this one on the Crendon Fast Track True 7 Honda Racing Team?
You mean Conrad?
What did I say?
Gilbert.
Oh, God. We're getting tired, man. It's a long day up here at the mountain.
Right, come on, let's wake ourselves
Either
up.
way, it was Honda rider. I got it right.
Yeah, he was. Let's go.
DT will be happy wherever
in.
he's watching. He's had a good opening moto there, the team manager.
Stuart Edmonds there, look, next to Carlton Husband.
Okay.
Stuart Edmonds
this is
the man
then.
that created my face today. He wants to let people know that 162 is doing haircuts from the paddock.
He's got to earn a living.
Yeah,
right.
50 euros a pop.
Here we go. This is the final moto of the day. Can anybody stop Conrad Muse? MX2, of course, is up for grabs. Also, 2 races within one. The fastest 40. Leah MX1, a Pico MX2. Who's going to pull the whole shot out of those difficult ruts? See Stu cutting across there, gets pinched. Coming from the outside. It's another whole shot for the Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha. That thing absolutely rips out the gate.
Yeah.
I mean, he's had already a number of whole shots this year.
Harry Koulas.
What Harry
the Kool-Aid.
What he's got to do, of course, is now turn these whole shots into race wins.
Wow. Josh Gilbert managed to double into the rollers. We saw Conrad Muse do that in the first one. You can get so much more speed from doing that. He needs to make this move stick quick because Conrad will come.
Yeah. Absolutely. The track, they've got more water down. We've stayed on top of it there. It's a little bit slick, but these are pro riders, of course. Now, this is where Koulas got caught napping in the opening moto. Not this time. Keeps it tight.
Gilbert
as they all go over. There you go. The whole field going over there. He's made the move just as that was coming down the inside. So he's made
that
happen.
'Cause
Forced
Conrad's
it down the inside.
in about 5th, 6th position right now. He's buried.
Okay. Conrad, but his speed over the distance of 25+1.
It was ridiculous.
For our sake, I hope that Conrad gets caught up in traffic. Sorry, Conrad, when you watch this back, if you watch this back, it's nothing personal.
No.
I just want to see you. I want to see a race to the flag on this one.
I want to see you sweat. The Gilbernator, though, is currently out front.
This is his chance, isn't it? This is his chance to lay down over the next 3 laps to try and get that gap.
He needs to get a gap on Koulas because Koulas is going to be the harder guy to pass out of the other guys behind him, for Conrad coming forward. So that if he can get that buffer now, he's really got to pull the pin and make that happen just to put in that little bit of a buffer between him and his teammate Conrad Muse. But using Koulas as a tool is going to be a good
They've bizarrely, I don't know why they've done that on this last race. They looks like they've graded the off camber. So that will be able, the lads will rattle on round there as we go see what's going on here. There we go.
Sorry, I've been left on my own. Here we are, though. Josh Gilbert leading the way still over Harry Koulas. Both of those guys absolutely pulling away from the rest of the field right now as well. Big gap, considering it's the first lap. Let's see the times. Gilbert coming across the line just now in race 2 of the Pro. Right, 2:21, so fast as well. Harry Koulas, 2:22. Tom Grimshaw, 2:29. Way off. Conrad Muse came across the line in 6th with a 2:31. 10 seconds slower on that first lap than his teammate, Josh Gilbert.
Okay, well, that's the kind of time you give up when you don't make a good start.
Yep, you're muted.
Man, that's the time that you lose when you don't make a good start.
Gilbernation.
You get those you get a clean track, and it can be the difference between taking a moto win or not.
Yeah, especially with the fact that some parts of it have been graded. Like they know they can just absolutely get on the hammer through that stuff. You know what I mean? Especially if you're cutting the first line in it, you can just go send it.
As we said, MX2, a rider that is gaining more and more confidence every week, is Charlie Cole. He is leading the MX2 category on the Blades Kawasaki, rider number 82 from down there in Hampshire. Definitely starting to pick things up. He was in youth racing. He won a Red Bull National Championship. It's been a tough ascendancy to pro racing for Charlie. He's had his ups and downs. He's had injuries. It's now starting to come good this year. He's really loving the Kawasaki and he's making it work. He's leading the MX2 category ahead of Glenn McCormick on the Chambers racing machine. Then it's Charlie Heyman on the True 7 Academy Honda for third.
You know that Kawasaki Charlie Cole's on? Is that a DRT bike, or it looks
I actually don't know.
it looks very Dixon.
Well, the Blades guys are very close to Dixon's workshop. They're all
Okay.
down that part of the world, so it could well be
Maybe,
that
yeah.
case. But either way, they've got it going really well. Ben Franklin currently in fourth in the 250s on the Chambers racing machine. Then on the Lexa ride, is Callum Mitchell. Carlton Husband, opening moto winner in MX2, finds himself down in 6th. Joe Brooks for 7th. Then it's Sam Nunn in 8th, Bailey Johnson 9th, and Josh Taylor. That's your top 10 in MX2. Leading the way in the MX1 and the race is Josh Gilbert. Harry Kulas is going to go with him, dig deep all the way. You know that Harry goes the distance.
Remember the days when Harry was doing GPs and he would do, when he was doing domestic championships, he would do MX1 and MX2.
Yeah.
I think he may have done that in GPs as well one year.
It wouldn't surprise me. The man
he was on a Husqvarna, I'm sure he did.
Yeah, the man is stupidly fit, so it wouldn't surprise me if he did do that. I think you might be right. There's a lot of things that have gone in and out of my head over the years.
I don't know.
Wish I could remember every race I've been at.
GPs, he may have done, but he definitely did it in domestic racing.
Oh, yeah, sorry, there's Josh there, stepping up. I'm glad to see, in a way, that nobody has taken on the quad.
Yeah.
I just think that is a stretch too far. It's
can't-
tempting, but nobody's
that
actually
corner.
gone for it in race conditions. Look at those ruts, like the devil himself has just put his fingers in the soil and just gone like that.
Josh hit one of the knuckles in one of the ruts coming out of the corner just then, and it almost just stopped him. It looked like you'd just been stopped dead from 30 mile an hour. That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
You know? And that's a lot of force on your body as well. Harry's looking
He
strong.
hung it up
didn't
there,
he?
though,
Yeah,
didn't he? He came up
did.
short. Maybe, I think he's taking an inside line round there and can't get the run to get over that step up. But he's willing to give up, not
A
jumping
little
the
bit of
step up
time,
for the amount of track time he's taken out of Josh. It's close, it's close. They're going to come around. We're going to see a current running order in, as you can see on the screen, is Gilbert, Kulas, Monticelli, Muse, Mira, Grimshaw, Carpenter, Thornhill, Stevenson, Green. That will currently change, I'm sure.
Callum Green's come around this year, hasn't he? Like, a lot of years he's been injured. There's always been something. I felt, personally, and if Callum listens to this, like, I felt he was a little bit soft. You know, in ways I thought, you know what, he's had it easy coming through. His dad's helped him out a lot and all this. I thought he was a little bit soft, but it's proven me wrong.
Well, he's in obviously on a team now with just great guidance.
Yeah, I think so. He did Enduro last year as well.
Yeah.
Which probably gave him a little bit of grit. I don't know. Made it a bit harder for himself, you know.
Well, you know that those bikes are going to be good. I mean, you know, look at the rider out the front. The Hondas have got them going this year. Callum's on a similar, obviously, bike to the race leader here.
Yeah.
And he's got great people around him. Jake Nichols fronting up the True 7 Honda Academy team.
Yeah.
Also got three-time world champion Dave Thorpe in your corner. You've got all that experience to lean on.
Callum's really impressed me, like, and that. I'm not, you know.
Yeah.
He's really impressed me. There's Conrad Muse, just coming over the finish line now.
There's Monticelli. So he's gone past. Conrad up to third now then.
Conrad should be coming up the start straight any minute.
Monticelli out there on that Acer United gas. I think we've missed him there, mate. He's already rattled on by. So this is going to be interesting. He is currently 7.65 seconds behind Josh Gilbert. We will keep an eye on that. If that starts coming down, then we know we're in for a battle to the flag.
Well, what's Conrad last time round? 2:24. He's still not quick enough right now.
It's still Josh Gilbert is the quickest rider on track still. I love that little step up round the corner. That's a real cool bit. When we were doing the press launch, that's why they've put that Prox banner there.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, they were just straight lining across the corner.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that.
So, again, like the track evolution, when you build a track, we've seen it. We've seen it in World Supercross. We've seen it at other events where they do a jump and cut across the corner.
Yeah.
There's nothing to stop you doing that until you put something there to stop you doing that.
I always remember at Mallory Park someone doing that at the GP. There was like a chicane, and they'd literally just jumped straight over it. It was ridiculous. And then they had to put hay bales there to stop it happening. That was years ago, what, 2009, 10?
Around that time, yeah. heady days.
I think it might have been Caroli on 250F who was doing it. He was just going and just jumping the whole corner, missing it out. It's great to see, but
yeah, Mallory Park. God, that seems a lifetime ago to me.
Remember the bomb
probably because it was.
Gilbert still looking comfortable now. Looks like he's pulled away a little bit from Koulas. Last time round, 223. Koulas 220, well, nearly 226. So a couple of seconds quicker. And if Gilbert can keep doing this, Gilbert will get the overall.
Yeah, as it stands, yeah. I mean, that's what.
Possibly
either way, like,
lead,
yeah.
Or it'd be close.
I think Conrad will still have the red plate coming out of here. You know, if it stays like it currently is. Because obviously he took both moto wins. He's taken 3 out of 4 wins so far.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
he might even still take 4. He's closing in. Let's see. Here he is, crossing the line now. Hopefully this thing will refresh pretty quickly and we can get a rundown of where he is. Gap's gone out.
Still not as quick. Yeah.
Gap's gone out. So Josh Gilbert is taking advantage of that clear track on this Crendon fast track True Sever Honda Racing team. Ahead of his teammate back in third. Harry Koulas still in the mix, though, of course, on that Cabs Greens Crescent Yamaha. Josh opting for the outside line, just popping it up lovely into that
Very
corner.
nice. You've got to be finding those lines now as well. I mean, look at the track, like, you know, it's absolutely savage. And to find the clean lines, there's an art to that, isn't there?
Just to show you, there you go.
Wow.
That's there's some serious old ruts on that corner there. Like, pick one. And
I'd actually like to go and have a little look when we're done in here to actually see what they look like in reality.
Gilbert lurking good, though. He's, again, the quickest rider on track by a second over Conrad Muse. A second, 1.3 seconds quicker that last lap around. So he's stretching the gap. He's now 1.13 seconds ahead of Koulas as they cross the line last lap around.
He's feeling this, isn't he?
Yeah.
Gilbert Nation.
Long way to go,
Taking
though.
it to the nation.
Still 13 and a half minutes plus a lap to go in this moto, so a lot can happen.
Yeah, you forget how long the pro motos are, actually.
Yeah. Love that angle as well. Let's just wait and see Koulas pop up onto that off camera. You can see now what they've got to deal with. They're trying to hug that inside line.
Yeah.
That's graded now, by the way.
That was 3 or 4 lines through there before, didn't we? So it's interesting to see. Josh Gilbert, though, looking picture. Oh, that was lovely. That was very nice. He just wheeled over the top of that then.
Yeah, good.
Similar to what Conrad was doing. It's almost like he took note.
Good riders just make it look very easy, don't they?
They do.
Just miss. He's going so quick. We got job to keep up with him. Here he goes. He's going to come slingshot onto the start straight.
He
there he
matched
goes.
his fastest lap time. Just
yeah,
like
he's feeling it. Josh is another great hardpack rider. It is his preferred surface. He's obviously improved his skills as a sand racer.
Yeah.
Landrake obviously being pretty much his local national track, and he's always been like
I think he rides
pretty
there
dynamite down there. Down there in Cornwall, there's a lot of kind of similar ground, to this, as in hardpack.
I think
granite.
just the West Coast, isn't it? It's all the same.
Okay, so he is ripping around. Let's follow him around again on this one. It's I like this camera angle as well because you can see the ruts as he goes. Look at that into there.
That's
wicked.
Is
big time.
That is one thing I would not like to do.
So you got to get them lined up, and then it just the track just like drops away from you. Like while you're concentrating on that, you don't jump. The track just disappears.
These guys, the speed that they're carrying as well. It's I don't know how they think so quickly because there's so much going on. And so many calculations to try and figure out in your head as well, because you're always trying to find new lines, aren't you? Better lines, clean lines. Clean lines is a big one at this sort of time. And then trying to find that dark dirt as well, where you're going to get a bit more grip. Tack chasing.
Yeah, basically, that's what, exactly that, because some of the lines that were working in the opening moto would have probably dried out quite a bit as we put the water down now as well.
What happens is when your knobbies are on that, it's going to spin. So the guys will try and find the darker areas of the track because in that bit you've got moisture. And as the knobbies are cutting through it, hopefully it sort of holds together, and that's where you're going to find the most traction.
In the Pro MX2 category, the Elite Pico riders, it's still Charlie Cole out there leading the way on the Blades Kawasaki ahead of Jamie Wainwright. Jamie's got it down to 2.5 seconds. So Wainwright is on a bit of a march. Glenn McCormick is in third on the Chambers Racing machine. Then we have Charlie Heyman on the True 7 Honda Academy machine for fourth. Joe Brooks, the rookie, on the GRT Impact KTM in fifth. Carlton Husband, opening moto winner, is not making any inroads, Callum. He's still only in sixth.
And I think that's going to be probably off the podium job, isn't it?
Could well be. What I would say about Carlton, he is one of the fittest guys out there.
He is.
Yeah, works closely with Yanis at Olympus Pro on his fitness and obviously just well-being. So the guys there have got a good program going, and Carlton is definitely one of the fittest guys out there in MX2.
Josh Gilbert is absolutely putting on the perfect show right now. It easily matches Conrad's first race performance. So they've both swapped. You probably couldn't even tell the difference between the both of them, bar a little bit of riding style.
Yeah, the gap is, like I said, we waited for the time. Last time I told you that Kulas was only 1.3 seconds behind, but that because timing and scoring hadn't refreshed. It has now, and
However,
that gap
Conrad
has gone out.
Hughes has had the fastest lap of the race last time round.
That may well be, but he's
Too
15
late.
seconds behind with 9:38 to go plus a lap. He is going to have to
Not
take
possible.
out, let's be honest, a couple of seconds a lap out of the race leader and his teammate.
And past Kulas at the same
yeah,
time.
and past Josh as well. So
which is another factor. So I don't think it's going to be possible, providing Josh doesn't make any mistakes.
again, I just because it's a blue sky and it's a motorbike flying through the air.
There's not a cloud in the sky.
No, there you go. Just goes to show we've had that for basically 3 days since we've been up here. That's why it's got that kind of Southern California feel, along with the track. Yeah, I mean, if we didn't tell you and you were just looking at that, you wouldn't say that's South Wales.
No, you would not.
But it is, and just massive well done to everybody that has put this event on.
I feel that the positivity has increased throughout this Sunday.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's all managed to come together.
And as we said, it's the first time here. There's so many ways that this venue, when we come back, will be so improved. The infrastructure.
I mean,
knowing
just like Oxford and all the others, you know.
Yeah.
Like it's always the same.
Knowing the investment that Darren and his team has put in, and he'll have a taste for it now. I wouldn't be surprised if we come back and we see porta cabins up here, build it, you know,
nice if they
all
put
that
some bleachers
gubbins
up as well, wouldn't it, for people to stand on properly?
Yeah, yeah.
But, it's all to come because it is a flat piece of ground, so it's hard for spectating in some degrees, you know. But then there is a lot of edge track to stand around.
Just going to try and get Kulas ripping up the start straight, but there you go. Luckily, the ice cream van is facing the right way.
Yeah,
otherwise, you'd have sprinkles on you that you didn't want.
Yeah, chippings.
Yeah.
There's Charlie Cole.
There he goes, Charlie Cole. That's good to get him on there. He is. I'm glad we found him. Indeed, he absolutely deserves some airtime. Let's try and follow him round if we could, if we can.
Jamie Wainwright
if we can follow Rider 82 as much as we can, that'd be great on that green Kawasaki, that Blades Kawasaki. He is leading the MX2 category. He's just coming round to the finish line. So we should be able to pick him up when he comes on the start straight if our guys can pick him up. He's not quite at the finish yet, but he's heading round towards that way. There's Jamie Carpenter, of course. We're trying to find the lead MX2 rider. Bear with us. We go back to a static until we find him. Right now on screen, there's Tom Grimshaw on the Chambers. Is that a Husky he's on?
I think they're gas, aren't they? But
well, they can kind of
they
ride whatever they want, really. Like some of them are on a Husky, some of them on a gas. But
I think that was a gas. It was the older.
There he goes.
There's
There he
Charlie
goes.
Cole.
Let's follow Charlie for a little while. Number 82, and luckily he's in Dayglow kit, that shot kit.
See what I mean? He's got the whole Dixon vibe going on. He's running the WP suspension and stuff. So
yeah,
I
so
think
maybe it is.
Maybe they've got some sort of link there.
Was that somebody going off track just in front of him? I saw go off to the side, or did they hop it up over there?
I don't know.
Oh, Charlie just bouncing
Yeah,
his way
saw
over
that,
the top.
Bouncing and then turning off the top
He's
of it.
going to come back into view. That was Jamie Carpenter just ahead of him. Here he comes, your race 2 leader.
So just a couple of seconds over Jamie Wainwright at the minute. Doesn't look like Jamie's made any headway last few laps as well. It's sort of stabilised. And last lap round, Charlie Cole was a lot faster, almost 9 seconds. So, according to my laps, which is never the most reliable source of information.
Can't quite see from this angle. Haven't been close to Charlie's bike this year too much. That looks like he's running a stock exhaust to me.
Yeah,
Tailpipe.
it is a stock tailpipe. It is.
Very, very rare. Do you
Yeah.
see at this level of racing riders running stock?
Especially on a 250F.
Yeah.
He may be running a stock engine, but
I mean,
he's
I
got
don't
very
know
good-
for
he's
sure.
got-
Don't get me wrong. I might be
It
wrong
is,
in
that
that,
is
but
stock,
it does
yeah.
look like
It
a
is.
stock
I saw it earlier.
tailpipe on there.
But he has got all the WP suspension in there, and look, so he's got the cone valves and stuff. So maybe they've just spent their budget on making the bike work right, you know, handle right,
Yeah.
instead of going full blown into the engine department.
Well, whatever the Blades
Or
Kawasaki
maybe
guys are
it
doing.
might be a spare bike.
Yeah, we don't know. Whatever the Blades Kawasaki guys and Charlie Cole are doing, it's working for them, because he is leading this second MX2 moto. He is currently within the race. He is currently 8th in the race.
Yeah.
You can see him on the screen now, but the leading MX2 rider. That's good to be up there
Very
mixing
good.
it.
Yeah,
in the top 10 with some of these MX1 riders.
I think,
Okay.
I think a lot of the time with exhaust pipes, it's just saving weight, isn't it? I mean, they're so good anyway out of the box now, these bikes are. Aftermarket pipes are just a whole lot lighter.
Yeah, I mean, they do. Again, and depending on where you're at with the tuning and
Yeah, exactly.
trying to, you know, preference. Obviously, aftermarket pipes do make a difference to the power, but it depends what the rider
It
wants.
just moves the
Depends
power,
what the rider
doesn't it?
wants
Yeah,
in it, and
exactly,
then you've
yeah.
got to tune the bike accordingly. But of course, now with all the mapping and where we're at with technology, let's be honest, you can tune these things on your smartphone. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
it's crazy, isn't it?
you know where we're at. It's almost like a different sport now in that sense. So Charlie, quite rightly, getting a lot of good TV time here for his sponsors, Blade Kawasaki, and all the guys that help him out. If he keeps it on 2 wheels, we will be speaking to him at the end of this moto. We have 3:34 to go.
Make sure
plus
you
a
ask
lap.
him about the bike.
I will if we get down there, yeah. Let's try and find Josh Gilbert back on track, our race leader, as we watch them come through over that sweet kind of half-turn tabletop. There's Josh Gilbert on screen right now. Away on another lap. Back end breaking away a little bit there. Immaculate
Really
throttle control.
getting on it hard, though.
Be smart, smooth laps, I think I saw on
Yep.
that board. That pretty much sums that up. That's, if I was a mechanic, that's what I'd be saying to my rider right now if he's leading the way like he is.
Yeah, all the guys sort of slowing down a little bit now. 2 minutes odd to go, so probably 2 or 3 laps left till the end of this race. Josh Gilbert's got this thing locked up so long as he can keep this bike on 2 wheels. We've got a 13-second lead over second place man Harry Koulas right now.
Getting nicely round there, just popping up over, lovely, getting over the top of that. Doing everything right, Josh Gilbert currently. Hops up, nice, that was nice.
Very nice.
Just 2 feet on the pegs as he hopped up round.
Skilled.
Yeah, oh, he's an immaculate rider, no doubt about it.
Gilbert,
and he always has been, actually, from when I first saw him riding. Obviously, I paid attention to Josh.
I think he's got a lot better over the years. I always used
Whoa!
to,
Nearly. There it goes.
I
Classic
used
commentator's
to think his
curse.
style used to look a little bit awkward, a little bit. And I always used to think it was the whole neck brace thing, like you just a little bit sort of straight back, you know what I mean? But I think over the last 3 years, he just looks way more loose and fluid on the bike, and he's made his style work for him in a
Yeah.
way. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
I'm,
yeah,
I'm not
of course.
slagging him off.
Riders
But
evolve. It's
everybody, he's
that's what.
definitely had to evolve to get quicker, because it's sort of it just looks more fluid, looks more comfortable.
Well, you talk about straight back. That seems to be a trend coming in more with the technique. If you look
Yeah,
at the Lawrence
definitely,
brothers and Deegan and the likes of that in America, you know, a lot of coaches like Ryan Hughes saying, you know, riders should ride more upright, more straight. I've always
I think
kept
you have more strength, don't you? Like,
yeah.
That's the whole sort of angle they're leaning on. You've got more solid, like a solid strength on the bike.
I've kept an eye on Josh since he first burst on the scene as a youth rider. The reason more, you know, I used to obviously have his dad, Andy, was certainly one of my main rivals when we used to race down the Southwest and in British Championships. So me and Andy go back a long way. So when Josh started riding, obviously, you know, I thought I'd keep an eye on Josh's career, see how it compares with Andy, and certainly technique-wise, I don't think Andy will have any issues in saying at all that Josh has technically a bit more natural gifted than Andrew. But Andy, I tell you what, man, he would fight. He would fight and fight and fight. So it looks like.
I think Gilby's got a bit of that fight.
Well, I think it's.
Well,
you're right. I think that's now starting to come out.
Yeah.
And even speaking to Andy not long ago, he's saying, I think we're starting to get there with that now. That kind of belief and that aggression to know when to push it, because he's always been so calculated.
Yeah, almost too calculated.
Yeah. And now we're seeing that side of Josh Gilbert. Of course, he's still young enough to go on the good things and be a multiple British champion.
Oh, yeah,
he's got his work cut out with Conrad and Harry and all the others he's got to race against. But he's proved here that he's the man of the moment in this second moto.
Well, I'm on the day, so that'll be it. You know, if he can beat his teammate, beat Harry, this will be the overall win for Josh Gilbert today, which is pretty big to do that.
Yeah.
You know, considering these two are the fastest at the minute in British, whether it's this series, whether it's the other British Championships, it's these two guys racing each other. Because Tommy's been injured this year, hasn't he? He's not been right. And Harry just seems to be not quite there yet on the new bike.
No, but he's always there, and that is a thing. Like, the consistency pays.
I think once Harry figures that bike out a little bit more with whatever they're doing, they're very good down there at Cab Screens. He'll be finding those temps that he needs, because it's only a little bit. We're talking rations.
As we said, this is round 2. We've got another 4 of these to go.
Yeah, there's a lot of learning for them. Fortunately for the Honda boys, that bike's 5 years in.
Yeah.
So they've got a very, very
there
solid
you go.
base.
2 laps to go. Then you can see the board coming out for Josh Gilbert. 2 to go as he comes back onto the start straight, which the dust is starting to kick up. It's no wonder. It's been so hot here, and the wind has obviously dried this circuit out. It's a hard pack circuit anyway.
Josh is still really pushing hard.
Back to the MX2. Let's just see if Charlie Cole, he's
15 seconds.
Yeah, Charlie has kept consistent laps. I think it's a case of Charlie keeping a good pace and steady laps, and Jamie Wainwright just dropping off the pace a bit.
He must have had a few bad ones, yeah.
Because Charlie Cole now has a 15-second lead over Jamie Wainwright in the MX2.
Last lap round, though, Jamie was just a little bit quicker, but there's nothing that he's going to be able to do about a 15-second gap now.
McCormick third, a great ride from Joe Brooks, beating and heading his also rookie rival in Charlie Heyman. Carlton Husband up to 6th, Ben Franklin for 7th, 8th Callum Mitchell, Bailey Johnson, round 1 winner down in 9th, so he's definitely going to relinquish the red plate here at the championship. I'm not sure who's going to take over the championship. It might well be Charlie Cole that we see at Oxford rolling up with the red plate. So we're getting down to the final lap here.
Yeah, Josh just fighting his way through back markers at the minute. Picking them off one by one. Obviously, they're in races of their own as well. So a lot of the time, they don't really want to be moving out of the way because they might relinquish a position. But most of the time, they just hold their line. You know, if you hold your line on track, someone like Josh Gilbert's going to find his way around you pretty quickly.
Yeah, don't forget to keep following us on social media. We have obviously... We had a postponed event earlier on in the year. We are going to find an announcement or a venue on that. That will maybe, don't quote me on this, but I think the postponed round will be pushed back to round 6. So keep an eye on socials when we're hopefully going to announce where we're going to run that postponed round that unfortunately Preston Docks, we had to, the track unfortunately got closed down. So we had to So we've moved this. This was originally going to be round 3. This is now round 2, of course. So that means round 3 is going to be at Oxford Motor Park on the July 8th and 9th. And that'll be good going back there. I'm looking forward to that.
Such a ball of wisdom, aren't you?
No, I just asked Charlie. She's next to me. She is the Oracle of Knowledge with dates. And then we will go to Cusses for the last time ever. Cusses Gorse will be round 4. I think we're looking to do the straight rhythm there.
Oh, the last.
You can really get hammed up for that.
We could have done a straight rhythm here.
They probably will build one, to be fair.
100%.
Yeah, to do that, and then Hawkstone round 5, and then we were going to make an announcement. It's all on our social media, MX Nationals UK on Instagram. It's all up there. The remaining rounds and dates, we will make an announcement where we're going to go for potentially round 6 and the final round of this championship. But, yeah, all the results are on MX Nationals UK, or will be, following this weekend. Plenty of social media. Keep liking and subscribing to Dirt World TV. We're going to do a lot more of this. Now we're kind of finding our feet with it, with a new production team and everything for this year. So, yep, we are getting up to speed. And certainly by the time we get to the latter end of this championship, I'd like to think that we will have a nice polished product with the stream, loads of in-depth interviews, all that kind of stuff. Callum will have new shirts. It'll all be happening.
I don't know whether I'm going to be Florida man every round. I've got to admit, I have been quite self-conscious with the McGrath tash.
No, you look good. Looks good for you. It's a good look, and that's not sarcasm. I'm normally really good at that. That's a genuine. I think it suits you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah. Others wouldn't, but I'm going out and say it does.
What about you, Charlie? Does it work? It doesn't. It's horrible, isn't it?
Right, I'm going to get out there to try and grab our 2 race winners. Let's hope that he's led all race, that Charlie Cole brings it over for the MX2. Josh Gilbert hasn't got long to go. I'm going to go out there and I'll be signing off the stream once we finish talking to these race winners.
Yeah. Soon as
Callum,
these guys
bring it home.
The line in just a moment, I'm going to be signing off myself. Thank you very, very much for putting up with me all day. Talking for 7 hours is it's challenging, but I love it. I love being here. I love being part of the Michelin MX Nationals, and I love helping out the series as well. So thank you very much. That's it from me. That's it from the pros. Until next time, I'll see you at Oxford.
Okay, here we are. We're done. It's still amazing blue skies. Taking the race win in that Leah MX1 final moto, and with it the overall. Josh Gilbert, you've got to be pumped with that. Pretty much a wire-to-wire win on that one. How was that?
Yeah, it was good. The track is gnarly. There's some holes in the takeoffs. It's just, you got to be so precise and just careful. The first race, I struggled a little bit just with the feeling of the bike. Didn't feel too comfortable, so I didn't push too hard. And then that one, we changed quite a lot, and yeah, come out swinging and just felt comfortable. Simple as that, really. Just once I was feeling comfortable, I could pick my lines and just edged away, and then maintained it once I got a nice little gap.
So it was a real test outlet today, but you know, you're sensible. You've been in the sport long enough. For a first time coming to the event and the track and the time that we've had to build it, I'm guessing you can see the potential in this venue with more time, more track prep, and the guys to tweak the circuit. I mean, it's got that AMA feel to it, hasn't it? But you've raced in America, so you know.
Yeah, it definitely has. Like, the layout's definitely like AMA. The wood chip could just do with like mixing in, but with the time that they had to get it ready for the weekend, I mean, they've done a mega job. I think yesterday they they almost went too deep because it was so fresh. But today they nailed it really. They just dozed it and kept it hard, but it was because the moisture was still in the ground and it was soft. It still rutted up, and yeah, they've done a really good job.
Confidence growing here for the Crendon Fast Track on the True 7 rider Josh Gilbert. Overall victory, well done, mate. We're going to see him at round 3. Yes, get you moved out of the way. He's going to get a nice well-earned drink and a wash. We're going to bring Charlie Cole in. Charlie, come on round. I definitely want to speak to Charlie because his confidence is growing all the time. Bring it on in, Charlie. Good stuff. Things are going good. We spoke about this before, like you won youth titles and then, you know, turning adult and going pro racing is tough. Just try and outline in a few words how tough it is making that grade up.
It's just mentally, physically, it's unbelievable just to be at this level now, just to be coming to the races and knowing that I can win. It's just brings the confidence up, and that's what I've been lacking for years, and just hard work, and yeah, it's been amazing really.
There you go, kids. Hard work does pay off. A race win. Did you get the overall with that?
I'm not sure. We had the bike die on the first lap in the first one, so I was like 40 seconds back, but to come through to 4th was amazing really. And then yeah, it's one of them days we had a bit of bad luck, but to come and get the second race win's been really good for us. So yeah, thank you to Blades and Kawasaki. Just the support's been amazing, so couldn't do it.
Sorry mate, you're looking really at home on that, like you're really finding your way with it now.
Yes, yeah, everything's clicking, so just need to carry it on now.
We like that. We like things are clicking. Go and get yourself scrubbed up. Hopefully we'll see you down there on the podium. Charlie's going to ride out a shot, as he does. Like our title sponsor behind me, there you go. I'm going to give a big thumbs up because first time ever coming to Monster Mountain. Listen, it's been an amazing amount of effort put into building this place. This is just the first year, first event. This place will evolve. It will get better and better. It was a privilege to be the first national series to come here and race. We hope you enjoyed the live stream coverage today. We're working and working and working. We're going to make that better as we go on throughout the championship to give you a better product to view at home. I hope you've really enjoyed it. We have. It's been epic weather. We've had a great turnout. I want to give a big shout out to everybody out there that's made this happen. Darren Lewis and his crew, Justin and Alfie. All our track crew that has been out all the weekend, all the camera guys, thanks everybody for sticking with us here at the Michelin MX Nationals. It's been a big gap between round 1 and round 2, but we're up and running now. Join us for round 3 at Oxford. More news on that all over our socials. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. I'm signing off. Jeff Perrott for Callum Swan. Thanks, everybody. In fact, do you know what? Let's just finish off. Can we just pan round to Florida Man? Look at him. He thinks he's finished his shift. There he goes. Right, we're signing off. We'll see you again. Keep following, keep liking Dirt World TV, everything we do. Callum, do you want to have the last word?
No, great day. It's good to be back, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's good to be back. It's been a long time off. We'll see you at Oxford. Yeah, cheers for your
what he
companionship.
said. We're out of here. So we'll see you again soon. Thanks, folks.